About a minute to go here. A big jobs number incoming for the month of July. Happy August 1st, by the way, if you hadn't checked the calendar. We're in a new month already. Crazy. What a week it's been for the overall market. What a week for earnings. What a week for economic data. Capping off this morning. Again, under a minute to go here. We'll get July non-farm payrolls. Here's what we are expecting. 147,000, if you remember, was the last. Consensus 110. The forecast also 110. Unemployment rate expected to tick slightly higher here, 4.2%. The expectation and the forecast versus a prior 4.1% rate. Participation rate 62.3% expected here. We'll see what comes of this. About 10 seconds here. We'll get July non-farm payrolls. Could be an important number here for the markets. Again, watch the unemployment rate. Could be a little bit 73,000 on the overall number there. 73,000 again, downside, pretty big way. 110,000 was the expectation, in line for the unemployment rate. Again, 4.2% versus 4.2% expected there. But the headline number, 73,000 jobs versus 110,000 expected. Quick look at the overall market. Downside right now, not a huge reaction there for the Qs, but a little bit negative to start things off. A lot of people talking about the hourly earnings rate, to keep an eye on that as well. 3.9%, a little bit of an uptick versus 3.6% expected. 62.2% participation rate, downside a little bit. 62.3% was the overall expectation on that. Again, unemployment rate exactly in line with expectation here. Bit of a curveball, downside, but I think a lot of people were like the headline gap or the expectation was anywhere from 0 to 110,000. So basically dead center.
I think the administration is going to take the opportunity here to start pounding the desk for more more rate cuts. Now that we got, a less than ideal jobs number there on the top line, we'll have to wait and see, guys. More tariff headlines as well, as Donald Trump coming out citing an executive order late evening yesterday with respect to all the countries who have not made trade deals with him. This country here just got slapped with a 35% tariff, up from 25. Lots to talk about today, Brendo. There's Apple, there's Amazon, there's Coinbase, there's MicroStrategy, Reddit reported. There's a whole bunch moving, and yeah, Nvidia's back in focus. China wants proof, Brendo, that there's no back doors into those H20s.
Yeah, here we go. 2 days in a row. We're down 2% off the highs from yesterday in a matter of 2 days. It's worth noting on that Canada note this morning, it's outside the USMCA.
Yes.
So the deal they already have, which is expiring next year. So anything outside of goods that are included in the US or the current USMCA. So I mean, important, yes, but I think a lot of people are going to wait for them to renegotiate that. Let's just recap this real quick. A lot of people still coming in here if you just missed it. 73,000 was the number there for July non-farm payrolls versus 110,000 was the forecast. Remember, previous 14,000 was actually revised. I'm just hearing as well to the upside. 4.2% unemployment rate versus 4.2%, exactly in line with expectations right across the board here. All green numbers, though, as far as the employment data is concerned. Keep in mind, coming up a little bit later this morning, S&P Global Manufacturing PMI data, the final number for July at 9:45 at 10. We'll get the ISM version. Typically, the ISM version is the one that moves the market. And consumer sentiment could be an important one as well. There's an inflation portion to that number. But yeah, all eyes on tariffs. A lot of where's your taco trade now kind of headlines I saw this morning. So some people maybe anticipating this to get kicked down the road again. But here we are.
Wait and see. I mean, he kind of did it with Mexico, gave him a little bit of a reprieve. China out of focus, Brendo, because that deal expires the 15th of this month. Widely expected that it will be renewed again because it's just too detailed, too much going on there to get it done in a short period of time. Likewise with Canada as well, Brendo. So a lot of people don't want to take too much off that headline that there's no trade deal between these two countries. So keep an eye. Figma, who can forget about Figma?
Oh my God, it just
come on now.
Absolute monster. And again, here we go again today, back to the upside. But it's worth noting for our country, I think, like eerily quiet out of Ottawa right now. Like, no comments whatsoever.
No, and they've been doing that the entire time. They said, we're not going to negotiate in public, but at the same time, we don't know what's going on, and I think we deserve to know a little bit more.
At least something.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, here's FIG, absolutely monstrous after the close yesterday. And here we are pushing 140, guys. Obi's in for Sean today with a day off. Good morning.
Everybody, in addition to those numbers that we just got, the May revisions were down 125,000. The June revision was down 133,000. So it's actually worse than we thought. The DXY, thank you so much, Randy.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Yeah, nice.
Randy in on a Friday, everybody, not always.
These are nice and cold.
It's getting dark up in here, first of all. Like they're like 20% through the roof, though. There's still a lot to, they got a lot.
We got a hell of a long ways to go. Tonight,
long way to go.
We're getting there. Exxon,
Yeah.
7.1 billion in profit for the quarter. Production's up, efficiency's up. I
That'll
love
play.
it, love it, love it.
It'll play, but we're flat.
Yeah, I
it didn't
mean,
really move
again,
that much.
prices are depressed, but they're the most efficient machine in the field out there. I think, again, Chevron had great numbers too, but
Yeah.
I was pretty happy when I got home last night to read that. So anyway.
Randy's happy. The dollar's not happy though.
Oh, no.
The U.S. dollar, that is.
Yeah, right there.
So I think reacting to, obviously, well, I mean, look, we just got the payroll numbers. We still have some data at 10 o'clock, but the Dixie to the downside. The 10-year actually was falling as well. So maybe not as much of a reaction. Like the ES, slight drop. We're already down over the tariffs as well. The NASDAQ, slight move down, but we're already down over this tariff headline. And then the host of earnings to get to, my goodness, we'll obviously talk about Amazon. And you can't, this is the problem. You follow Google, you follow Microsoft, and their cloud and growth was fantastic. And then you come in with a disappointing growth in the cloud, and they got absolutely smoked. Coinbase got hit overnight as well, unfortunately, because they missed across the board. But my goodness, obviously we have to talk about Figma, and you've seen us. You never heard of Figma? I don't know. I never heard of it either. No, here's the thing. We've been doing a lot of complaining about how long it takes to open IPOs, everybody, and this was the record.
Yep.
And
Really made us
also,
wait.
and at the same time, some criticism of the underwriters is probably due for their inability to price these things remotely correctly. All of that being said, you shouldn't complain about, you don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Yes.
Because it feels as if these two things are conspiring to make the opening trade better. So I almost don't care, because this is now happening more often. Like, it was halting to the upside on an IPO that everyone is in love with in trading. It happened with Circle, so I kind of hope they do the same thing with Discord. And hopefully they never figure it out and get it efficient like they're supposed to do, because it creates a trading opportunity for everybody. So, hopefully that was great for you guys. We'll look to be trading it here today as well. Circle was pretty good second day. There were some VWAP bounce plays. There was some good reversion opportunities for you. So, but it's nothing like trading off of the open. Like, that's a take the opening print and just let it fly kind of deal, where it's very binary is the way I like to think about it. It either holds that even dollar or it doesn't off the open. If it does, you make bank. If it doesn't, you take your dollar hit, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think we saw some pretty amazing price action on Fig yesterday. Absolutely beautiful, right off of the open. Now this chart doesn't really necessarily do it justice. We opened around 85s, and then we wick 84s, and then instantly halted up. It only traded for about 10 seconds, I think. 10 seconds, and then halted up into 93s, 94s, and then opens up once again for that 100 break. And that 100 was pretty key, Neil, as when it came back in and tested after aggressive selling from a test of like 116, there was strong reserves. Iceberg, talk about an iceberg. double bottom on that 100, and we only went up from there going into the close. So yeah, let's see if we can see more of the same today. Maybe some more bids stepping up. There was reserves that were literally stepping up in 102 halves, 105s, 107 halves, 110s as well. It was very, very nice. And then we finally got that high day break going into the end of the day and continuation into the after hours as well, Neil. And I know a lot of people just swinging this from 105s, from 110s, even taking the close for a little bit of a swing as well. But yeah, let's see. Still holding above prior day's high. You can see that pre-market test coming in at 125s and holding structure a little bit above that that after hours high coming in at 148.80. Didn't quite get to 150, but let's see if we can get through 150 today. I'm definitely looking to get some inventory to take through 150. Let's see if we can effectively execute on that idea if the market, figures itself out and we get through those pre-market highs.
Yeah, well, the thing, I almost wonder, is it even possible for any market weakness to hold it back? Because we saw, and the only thing you can liken it to, despite the fact that it doesn't really matter what they do, Circle and Figma have nothing in common in that regard. But if you're trying to remember, well, you're like, oh, but look what happened. It can't possibly still go. Like it's already up 4 times the IPO price. Just remember day 2 on Circle. Like Circle had a very similar absurd run, like $60 all the way to 100, which as far as I'm concerned, like when you talk about 85 to 120, you're talking about a similar type move, dollar for dollar. And the fact that it put in almost as impressive of a day the second day on Circle, then started being a little bit tricky after that, before it started breaking out again. If you can do anything approximating Circle's day 2, there's some awesome opportunities. And I remember it holding the volume weighted average price. We were showing a chart of it on day 2 yesterday. There was a VWAP breakout, and then there was a nice reversion on a short trade. So Circle's proven that this can happen, despite the fact that everyone gets anchored to, but it was $33. What you have to keep in mind with Figma was at that $33, they were literally valuing the company at the same price Adobe was willing to pay for it 3 years ago. Was the market flat in the 3 years? No. So it was one of those weird things where, as long as that was true, like 33 was just not, it was almost like nonsense, and that's why you were willing to buy it. I'm not saying this is a fair value for it, but history has taught us that don't assume it's going to fill in the gap just because the price seems ridiculous to everybody. So yeah, I know we're going to be all over this for sure. And this market, like I'm looking up and we're already breaking back higher. The dollar was going down. Maybe
people had allocations.
Oh,
So I saw some Robinhood
had allocations.
Yeah, so from 33s. That's absolutely wild. So congrats to anybody who got allocations. I saw a picture saying they submitted for 1,000 shares and they got 1. I was like, that's pretty funny. But even if you got 1, pretty much banked.
Better than
at
nothing.
33 and it opens that up at 85. Come on.
Better than nothing.
Exactly. It's a nice little gift that you got there.
As long as you've got the trade.
If you had allocations, then that was probably the best trade to have.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can't do better than that percentage-wise, but then you also have to hold it.
I mean,
How
but the
far
thing
is
is,
it gonna go?
we saw how Circle went, and this one was notionally bigger than Circle. Circle was about $1 billion. This one was just over 1.2. Another thing, Adobe tried to acquire them, and they failed, right?
Well,
so they got
regulators.
rejected. Sure, they got rejected,
Regulators.
and it's like, okay, fine. Like there was significant demand by a very, very strong large cap company. They really wanted this, and then they got rejected because they were like, maybe one man can't have too much power, right? So it's just like.
Let's get the Highlander.
Yeah.
No, but that's what got me about the price is that if you, I think it was somewhere around just over 2x is what the NASDAQ did from the time Adobe tried to acquire them and then didn't happen to now. So even if you just put that metric on it and doubled that 19 or the 20 that they were willing to pay, then it's like Circle should have, well not Circle, but Figma should have been like closer to 70 in that regard. If you just did to its valuation what the NASDAQ did, then you would have thought it would have been 70. So like that's why we were crossed up. Like the whole time I was like, yeah, this is when it was at 60, I'm like, maybe it'll be more than a double. But anyways, that's why you take that open and print. There's going to be a lot to look at. Ooh, even UNH is bouncing here today. Is the market shrugging off these numbers, which might slightly increase the chances of a rate hike, boys? Or cut.
Yeah, no, big time. Just want to recap these for everyone again, because it's more about the revisions over the past couple of months, and also the revisions for the unemployment rate. As I was mentioning, I was just hearing in my ear there as that number came out, the revision for last month to the upside for the unemployment rate may revise down 125,000, more than a negative 200,000 print over the actual that they came out with. So the actual was 19,000. And then again, June, as Neil was mentioning there, 14,000 on the revision to the downside, over 147,000, like way off what they actually posted.
I'm just wondering how come we're not seeing that in the unemployment rate if it's not being reflected. So people are not adding jobs, but they're not losing their jobs. And that's kind of what we've heard about AI. You're not going to see net loss in jobs, but you're not going to see net additions either. So does that have to be factored in? Do you think when you're assessing full employment, if you're the Fed, if you're not adding jobs in the way that you're supposed to be adding jobs, but you're not really losing them either, how does that factor into the equation? You know what I mean?
Yeah, short term, I want to talk about yields here as well, just real quick. We're going to get to Michael, but yields downside in a huge way right now. The 2-year on track to post its largest daily fall since April, down 13 basis points. You're looking at the 30-year right now. This is a more than 10 basis point reversal. This is a daily chart. 10 basis point reversal here for the 30-year at 428. This was above 4.5 going back to just a week ago. If we go to the 10-year here real quick, looks exactly the same. Down better part of 2%, a 10 basis point swing here for the 10-year and the 30-year as well on the back of these numbers. And again, the move in the yields seem to come on that revision data more so than the actual print at 8:30 there. And I was just mentioning, they had to, dig deep in the back of closets to find 73,000, I bet, for this month.
It feels like it, Brendo, especially with all those revisions. I'd like to see why they were revised. What was the issue? What were the overestimations? So do a little bit digging on that. We'll talk about it on the midday.
Powell's been banging the table about being data dependent. This is
data.
A little bit of data for him to digest over the weekend here. Let's bring in Michael Loss here to kick off a Friday. And talk about where we're at here, Mr. Noss. Good to see you as always. The week has been just absolutely monstrous here. We get better part of a 2% swing from the high yesterday to essentially where we are right now. But I mean, the market, as the guys are mentioning there, trying to bounce and shrug off some of this employment data this morning. I mean, we've been talking about it looking a little bit toppy and volatility out the window for, it seems like, a few weeks now. Maybe we're starting to see that pick up again. I mean, it was the first 1% day in better part of a month, going back to a couple of days ago. So what are we thinking here on the monthly side of things? I did notice this morning as well some of the weekly candles looking a little bit toppy.
Yeah, well, and first, I was sitting in the green room, you're talking about revising numbers up and down, and it just reminded me why I'm a technician, right? Because they come out with earnings or employment or whatever, and then it seems like next year they're like, no, we were wrong on that number. But the closing price of the S&P 500 will always be the closing price of the S&P 500. So first, I wanted to kind of come in and show, I saw so many tweets yesterday about this engulfing candle on the S&P 500. So one thing I wanted to do quickly is, right, you can see it right there. Again, nice big gap up and then sell off. But does this stuff really matter? I know it's a scary candle and people were talking a lot about it, but the beauty of it being 2025 is that we can just go and test. So right off the bat, before we get into the monthly candles quickly, I just did 2 tests of what happens when there's a bearish engulfing candle on the S&P 500 and you hold this particular chart is 10 days later. So you short the bearish engulfing candle and then 10 days later you cover that short, and you would have, over the last 10,000 candles, I think this goes back to like 1996, you would have lost 70% of your money shorting, and you would have been wrong 64% of the time. And then the next chart is what happens 20 days later, and you would have lost like 80% of your money, and you would have been wrong again around 60 some odd percent of your time. So just an FYI, right? A bearish engulfing candle is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something that's a little bit scary. Now, you could take maybe that and then combine it with a bunch of other indicators and maybe come up with a bear strategy. But just to say, this candle in and of itself is not one that I'm worried about. So what I did instead of being, scared of the pullback is I went and zoomed out, because I love when my time with you guys lines up with the end of the month. So we get nice, fresh monthly candles we can go through, because I say it every time, and I really do believe it, whether you're a day trader or a swing trader or a short-term investor, whatever it is, every month, take 10 minutes, change your chart to a monthly candle, go through your same watch list of sectors and ETFs and stocks, and it just kind of gives you that nice zoomed out look of what's actually kind of happening here. So, first is the S&P 500. You can see that this month, or the closing of last month, we broke those all-time highs, and this month we haven't really done too much. So yes, we are up 3 months in a row, but if you look back on the chart, you can see a couple other times that we were up 3 months in a row and it didn't stop us. We were up another 4 or maybe 5 months in a row. So, again, a pullback, a retest, which that's exactly what today's action is doing, is coming back into that 626-ish area. I think it's like 629 right now, where that all-time high breakout was happening. I think this is healthy and normal. If we put in a small red candle this month, I don't think that should be anything that should scare us. What I'm looking for is, do we hold that all-time high break? The next chart is just the IWM, just to show that not everything is super overextended. So the IWM is 2,000 stocks. It's the smallest, not the smallest. It's 2 to 10 billion, I believe. Or no, under 2 billion, sorry, in the small cap sector. And you can see for the last 5-6 years, poor small caps have done absolutely nothing. Brendan was talking about interest rates falling off a little bit. I think that will actually be a real big boon for the small cap sector if we can get that, but haven't even gotten anywhere near that all-time high. Looking a little bit weaker than the S&P 500, which is our big cap tech names, showing there's a lot of room to go just to get to all-time highs, let alone break them there. The next chart we have here is the TLT. So this is a very interesting one, where this is bonds. And I know bonds are boring. They're not as exciting to talk about as AI and all this stuff. But we have noticed that every time the TLT pulls back down to this zone, it also means that rates are increasing. And with rates increasing, that means the government debt is more expensive and all sorts of economic boring stuff. But every time Trump has kind of backed off from some sort of trade policy, it has been when the TLT is kind of hitting this low, because below this, there's not really much. And it means that interest rates that the government has to pay on their debt is huge. So I think somebody in his cabinet is kind of poking him and saying, hey, if we get too bad, this could be a problem. So keep an eye on this around $86, see if we hold that zone. Next chart here is software. So this is an interesting one, where, we've all been focused on, when it comes to AI, the guys who make the chips. So, big cap tech and NVIDIA and all that. Software, however, which should be the beneficiary of AI, butting up near new all-time highs. That looks bullish to me. Next is Berkshire Hathaway. So we have the retirement line. So that is the dude exited like right at the top, and 3 months down. This is interesting to me because we're holding right near this level. But more importantly, the next chart here is financials, XLF, which Berkshire Hathaway owns a lot of. So we're close to a breakout in financials. We were close to a breakout in software. This next chart, which is home builders, this one's kind of interesting to me because home builders looked like it was about to fall into the abyss with that nice rounded top, but we seem to be recovering that now. So if we can hold over this 97 area, we have now home builders, software, and financials that looked maybe poised for a breakout after a little bit of a rest. And then this one, XBI, which is the next one, which is also interest rate sensitive, that's not looking bearish to me either. And last but not least is one of my favorite sectors, very speculative one, but it's the psychedelic one, getting close to all-time highs. So kind of the theme I wanted to give everyone there is that, yes, we have been up 3 months in a row plus in the candles term, April 4 if you count April, but it's not everything that looks overextended. A lot of these charts look like they're just setting up and just poising for a potential breakout. So if we do start to see this rotation away from these big cap techs and these semiconductor plays and into some of these other names, then yes, the SPY could come down, but we could see a lot of these, right? Financials, software, home builders, biotechs, maybe these things are going to break out. So, take some time. That's what I'm going to be doing this week. Expand, see what is not participating in this little bit of a pullback that we're getting. And that might be our clues to potentially where to look to next for investments.
Timing, when it comes to that, are you waiting for the actual market to show some signs of life at this point? We've been floating higher for weeks and weeks and weeks, it feels like anyway. If we find what is relatively strong, as you were saying, are we actually waiting for the market to show signs of life here before we're getting too excited?
One chart that I did not include because there's already a lot of charts, I didn't want to take up all of your guys' time, but was the RSP, so the equal weighted S&P 500. I am more interested in that one than I am the cap weighted version because what's happening now is that, you know, NVIDIA, Apple, you know, the big guys, the Mag 7 that we know, they have a good day, the SPY rips higher. They have a bad day, the SPY rips lower. And it's not really, the more weighted we get to those names, the less of a good representation it is of the entire market. So I'm focusing a lot on these equal weighted sectors. So say, for example, the SPY does nothing for the next month, but we have the IWM moving higher, we have RSP moving higher. I'm still going to be very interested in buying a lot of those names because what that's just telling me is that the big cap tech guys may be struggling, but everything else is doing okay. And as an investor who, you know, doesn't really care too much what NVIDIA does because I don't own any right now, is just I'll take small cap names if small cap names are working.
It's really interesting on the timing for the small cap Russell in general. As we were saying over the past couple of days here, has been the hardest hit and continues to be the hardest hit. And unless we get some sort of movement here sooner than later, I haven't checked the CME Fed Funds tool, but on that data we got at 8:30, I'm sure maybe we're starting to move a little bit nearer term as far as rate cuts go, but that can help as well. Great stuff. Michael Noss, have a great, I was going to say long, I mean, it's a long weekend in this country, but the market is still open on Monday, so we'll see you then.
So I'll be there. I'll see you then.
Yeah, it's not a long weekend for Michael, because if you're a trader, the U.S. markets matter the most. And like the thing about like any rotation is, yeah, you want to rotate to something strong. We were just talking about a couple things, which I want to highlight here. One, IWM breaking its trend. Like this was trying to go something Michael and we had talked about in the aftermarket show several times. The Russell could not seem to get going. The small caps breaking out and making a run at those highs, but you're now clearly breaking the trend to the downside. The other thing is, my goodness, the US dollar just continues to fall. Like it's just going and going and going. And if you look at it here at Real Trading, we don't trade Forex, but I mean, you can. Like if you look at like Euro to USD or Euro Yen, like both of those reflecting the same sort of thing. Like some of the candles here, I don't know if there's any real traders that are trading this, but since the numbers this morning, like Euro USD, just still trending to the upside. So you're getting a ton of movement. Forex traders are probably really happy for this, but let's be real. There's still in the back of our minds like a few things here. A, we're through a lot of earnings, but we're not completely through earnings season. B, we still have the biggest deadline of them all, which is August 12th, and that's China. And then C, it seems as if whenever we panic about tariffs, there's usually a bit of a bounce. So there's a lot working here that it's not automatic. Like I do have short ideas, but it's not automatic that I'm only thinking to the short side. I mean, obviously Figma is going to be a different. You almost don't care what the market's doing with regards to Figma today. But right now, you're seeing a lot of volatility. And as I said, it's a Friday options expiration. That's going to be a big deal. And then a host of earnings, which you know we're going to be able to get into for sure, like Coinbase, disappointed with Coinbase. Amazon, maybe even more disappointing, I think. But let's be real, the US dollar is absolutely flying to the downside. You want to keep that Dixie up or whatever you use to track it. If you're using the DXY to track it, if you're using USD yen, or if you're using Euro USD, you'll get a good sense of how the dollar is doing. But you got to watch that today after our numbers this morning.
Yeah, I think definitely ones to watch out for. A lot of strong earnings names. Definitely ones to watch out for. A lot of strong earnings names. Yes, Amazon not as impressive. I was watching it as well, of course. I may or may not have a liking to Amazon, but nice little push down as well off of the earnings report. Consolidating pretty tightly. But we'll talk about some more of those earnings names right after we get back from some upgrades and downgrades.
We have some earnings names on this list as well. NEO down about 2% this morning, but with a macro upgrade. We've got MP Materials also red on the morning, getting an upgrade from Jefferies in case you guys missed it. MP and some other rare earths related names had a nice pop into the close on a report suggesting that they might get some more support from the Trump administration. Amazon and Apple, both of yesterday's largest earnings names on watch, getting upgrades from Ines, Crespi, and Hart. Then on the downgrade side of things, HSBC Securities giving a negative note here for Chubb. Builders First Source with a downgrade from RBC Capital Markets, and last but not least, Zynex Medical, the downgrade from H.C. Wainwright. What a list. Back to you.
Yeah, good list. I mean, the upgrade on Amazon, despite the AWS miss, is, that's an interesting take, because relative to Google and Microsoft, that was very disappointing. Apple, the interesting thing about Apple, it didn't really move much in the aftermarket compared to what everything else seems to be moving that reported earnings, but it didn't gap down either. So when we had all this scare overnight with this, the overnight tariff news, no move down. It's almost like all the bad with regards to that is priced in for Apple, and maybe it's just not dropping as much. Prior highs at 210 look very enticing to me if the market heads down. Like, this is the one name that it just didn't go. I don't understand it didn't break out either, and it could just be maybe we're in a compression pattern, fine. But there's room to 215 on Apple. If it can hold that 210 at the open, I'm game for this. And there's just not that much out there that looks relatively strong. And open, speaking of the open, I got to point out, did not see any news for this, but open door is on the move. It could just be, it's just technical, but a nice little rally here after several down days. It's been trending back in. It's trying to get back higher. There's some big levels that it has to chew through on open, but the volume looking pretty solid to start. If it can keep this up, I might throw it on the back burner. It's got a lot of resistance in the $2.75 to $3 range, but there's a long way till you get to those prices. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe the stream is telling me not to trade open based on that.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's Amazon, we were just talking about that one. With an upgrade, I don't know how much that upgrade is really helping out on Amazon. A bit of a breakdown of that 230 hold we were seeing for a good chunk of last week as well. Nice little consolidation in the 230s, finally kind of giving it up right there. Let's take a look at a higher time frame and move up to the weekly as well. Neil, the weekly has been pretty strong, and we're seeing this across the board. So a little bit of a trend break. Now, this trend, Neil, has been, this trend has been coming in since April, right? This is the April bid, and this is pre-market prices right now. So I know I have a lot of lines and a lot of anchored VWAPs. We're coming into some of those levels here on Amazon with that, with not only the earnings, but we had that overnight tariff rehash as well. So I guess we're selling off a little bit more on that. I do want to point out at the same time, if we just look at the Qs, I'm looking at the TQs here, a similar kind of potentially story happening here with the break of this trend on the TQ. So we're seeing a break of trend across the board. My question is being a little bit more leaning towards reversions. If we are going to break this trend now, are sellers going to step in? How aggressively are they going to step in? It is the end of the week. It's a Friday. Then again, I'm open to either way. Fig is definitely going to be a big part of today, I think, after what happened yesterday. Definitely very, very much in play. And I think that's going to be the key focus. Can we stick to in-play stocks relative to our playbook? And if your playbook is a trend break reversion or anything of that sort, it seems like some of these large caps are following in step of that. So I'm curious to know whether or not selling will come in. With the Dixie falling like that, I got to watch a little bit of that as well, right?
Well, that's sort of the interesting thing is like if we're falling this hard in the U.S. dollar, are we not going to catch some kind of a bid? But
exactly, right?
But that's usually what you'd think. It's like, oh, we got to catch a bid. The USD is going to the downside, but it's not always that easy, everybody. And
if it was that easy,
no, that's like it's. No, I get it too. Like I look
if it was that easy,
like I see the Dixie falling, and I'm like, wow, where am I going long? Yeah. Well, there's a lot. It's more nuanced. Like Coinbase is a really good example of this. Somebody knew that Coinbase, despite the strong numbers, and we're going to get to all this, it's 9 o'clock, we'll get back to the desk in a quick second, we're going to talk these earnings, but somebody was selling this thing all week into strength on the strong numbers that you got from Robinhood, and it was right at 385, and they were literally probably just yelling at everybody with their sell orders, even good news, bad news, didn't matter. Someone sold that, and they were dead on Coinbase, and it's annoying because every time it went in there, I was like, oh, come on, Coinbase, break out, man. You should be breaking out, and it just couldn't happen. Sometimes there's whales out there, and you should just listen to them. Let's go to the desk. We got a lot to talk about.
Just watching, there's no bid on yield right now. Both the 30-year and the 10-year still just absolutely free falling. So let's get a look at the market here to get going.
All right, guys, we lost 6,400 last night on the ES September contract. A big drop off there. We got into that 64 almost in 2/3, 64, 67. But we are down now with the overnight low actually losing 6,300, 62.95. But we're above it right now. We'll say 6,300 as support if we continue in this way. And as you can see, we're coming back into that 200 exponential moving average on the 4-hour chart where we had found support prior to that. Late June, we've actually dropped in and we found support there. So 6,300 as our support area. We're going to use the overnight high, Brendo, 6,375 as resistance.
All right, as always, happy Friday, first of all. Happy first day of August. If you haven't checked the calendar yet, make sure you jump down to the description of the video and grab the watch list. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. And then all you need is your email address. Comes right to your inbox every day. So much to discuss. I want to make sure we get to, I haven't even finished doing this yet, but we'll talk about Amazon coming up here, but let's start with Apple.
Yes.
To kick things off. Huge move after the close. We've kind of chopped around, gone sideways a little bit here. You and I were just going over a couple of things which are incredibly interesting, but still kind of ironic in the same sense of the amount of times they mentioned the word or the term AI back during WWDC. And then the amount of times they mentioned AI during the call last night, it was almost on purpose.
It was very on purpose, Brendo. Like I was listening to the call yesterday, and they couldn't get enough of AI. They were mentioning it every other sentence from the beginning to the end. Let's talk about how they did. $1.57 on EPS, crushing the 143 expected. Net income 24.43 billion, up nicely year over year, and revenue as well. 10% bump year over year, now printing $94 billion, well ahead of the 89 billion and a half expected, their strongest growth since December of 2021. Good look there. Gross margins at 46.5%, also topped estimates. Let's talk about the iPhone, because that's where they make the majority of their money. Revenue soared 13%, up to $44.5 billion. Cook noted the strong double-digit growth for the iPhone 16, especially from current iPhone users upgrading. Some sales strength, they said, pre-tariffs here, but only in April they saw pull forward. They didn't see pull forward in May and June, so keep an eye on that. Mac and services continue to shine here. Brendo, Mac revenue rose 15% and service segment grew 13% with very good gross margins. But there are weak spots. Specifically, iPad revenue dropped 8%. Wearables, like your headphones, as well as the Apple Watch, dropped also 8.6% year over year. China continues to rebound, a 4% bump year over year. They were bringing in about $15.3 billion. Cook cited there were local subsidies by the Chinese government, which helped propel some of their product sales, but not all their products that they offer in China were actually entitled to these subsidies. Now let's talk about the AI strategy. Cook said Apple is significantly growing AI investments across all product platforms, and the company acquired, Brendo, 7 firms year to date, and he's not averse to picking more up. And let's talk about tariffs here last but not least. Apple took an $800 million tariff hit in Q3, and they're estimating, Brendo, a $1.1 billion hit in the next quarter, but he made very clear, don't use that 1.1 for Q4. It will be different. He didn't say it's going to be lower, but you kind of got the feeling they're doing stuff behind the scenes to kind of adjust to these tariffs.
Maybe he's waiting for the India number to come through as well. I don't know. They didn't announce that, I don't think.
25% on India.
For sure. Okay, so there you go. Just want to mention this real quick as well. These 4 in red over here are very, very mixed. It's worth noting. Mixed analyst notes this morning. Not necessarily all positive, not necessarily all negative. For the most part, price targets anywhere from 180 all the way up to 250 on Apple. Trying to get going right now, guys.
It's the strong one, so maybe all the bad has been priced in at this point. You got to feel like all the tariff stuff has been priced in at this point. What's interesting about the India number, it was 25, but it was at 26. I think they're one of the only ones that got a better rate on this next deadline. we'll see how that plays out. I mean, that obviously would be somewhat good for Apple as well. Now that we're pressing higher, don't know about this 210 coming in here again, so I might adjust. Yeah, I mean, not yet. It's Friday, so a lot of times, don't let it go too far. If we end up not pulling back into prior highs for a long try here, then I'm going to look at the volume-weighted average price. This just comes down to everything else gapped down. And this did not overnight on the tariff headline, so that indicates a little bit more that it's priced in and helps me to favor the long side. I just want to quickly show everyone the Fed rate tool. Like the September cut is back to 67% here on those jobs numbers. So and you're seeing the bond market's telling you this too. I mean, we already looked at the bond market and we already looked at the dollar. So this story is being told this morning on that job number, which we said was going to be the biggest deal. So if I'm looking for some places to catch a bid, the simple fact that Apple did not go down on that tariff headline and has held the line here despite some issues, I'm going to go for that support off 210 if we get it this morning.
Yeah, I think it's important to note exactly what you said. Apple was sold off pretty aggressively initially on some of those tariff headlines and probably absorbed a lot of the selling as well. But not a strong reaction from that overnight tariff rehash as well. But earnings not really giving us that strong of a move. And yeah, Rory Anderson, thank you for the super chat. Tim cooked option holders. I like that one there. That's a good one. So yeah, going into the end of the week, if you were betting on earnings going one way or the other, maybe you should have had, what are they called, iron condors or butterflies, or I don't know, the ones where you're condors. There you go. See, I'm learning a little bit. So yeah, so Apple not really doing too much, but here's the thing: a little bit of a shake and bake gives us this range from 215s to 208s, and guess what? I'm going to throw up that anchored VWAP and keep in mind some of those prices going into the open, and we're going to revisit this coming into the end of the day. Oh boy, I already got a little bit of an anchored on there. I don't think that's the right one right here. So let's grab this one and put it to the earnings report. And yeah, no, I think this range is going to be interesting going into the rest of the day. I'm just going to mark it off right here and see what price does going into the opening session relative to some of these prices here. If we break that range, Neil, that's a lot of volume that came in off of the earnings report. If we break that range, then I can keep it simple and see if I can treat it as either a range hold or a range break on Apple today. Market tailwind, let's see where that market tailwind will take us. But definitely should be interesting, but no real reaction off of the earnings report.
Let's talk about Figma starting to come back to the downside right now, but just an absolutely monstrous move after the close on top of what happened during its debut yesterday. Up and away in a big way. What was it, 88 this thing came out at? 86, something like that? 148, the top here after the close yesterday for FIG. We're coming back through 135 right now, back downside. I mean, there's no news. It's the IPO continuing, day 2 here for FIG.
I mean, it was well received, obviously, Brendo. This is not the first one we've seen this aggressively received. Circle, CoreWeave, remember Newsmax, Webull, they were all very aggressively received. So it feels like it's IPO season. Yeah. And it's probably, it behooves you to keep your eye on that. So let's talk about what happened. Figma shares soared 250% on the first day, now valued at about $68 billion, tripling, Brendo, Adobe's failed $20 billion buyout. They raised $1.2 billion in the IPO, 2/3 of which went to early investors. The lockup period here prevents most stock sales until January of next year, January 2026. Figma's IPO marks a turning point after a long lull in the tech IPO since basically 21's rate hikes. U.S. venture capital-backed IPO shrank, Brendo, from 155 back in 21 to just 30 last year. So it's nice to see them start to pick up again. Circle and CoreWeave are perfect examples of that. Circle IPO'd in June. The shares surged from 31 to 183, giving VCs like IDG and Excel about $12 billion in gains. Likewise with CoreWeave here, AI infra provider now valued at basically $56 billion, despite being off 38% from the June highs. And the market reaction and criticism here. I mean, you and I were talking about this off camera. Bill Gurley criticized IPO pricing mechanics, saying banks left money on the table for insiders. He called the Figma IPO expected and intentional, benefiting big bank clients who bought at $33 a share. You feel like they could have been a bit more aggressive with that IPO price, maybe 40s, 50s.
I don't think
rather
it
than-
matters at this point.
No?
It clearly, I mean, they're just going to open wherever they want to open at this point. I was just reading, end of the day yesterday, it was trading 50 times sales. Like so expensive. I mean, you and I have talked about CoreWeave a lot. We've talked about CoreWeave on this show a lot, but 50 times sales at the end of the day yesterday, guys.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're trading momentum, sometimes you have to take rationality out of this. This is what I wanted to do, was to be able to show you Figma versus Circle. Circle, the open trade was just as good on either one of them, but the continuation on Figma was so much stronger than even Circle's IPO. And on day 2 for Circle, it broke out the prior day high and then held it clean, which was also an anchored VWAP. So, and that continued over there. And like, here's the thing, whether that happens today on Figma, I don't know if it's going to give you a pullback into the prior day high here at about, it's like 124, 125, because that's aftermarket. So like call it 124, 125. The anchored sits somewhere in the teens, which is the opening rush. Those are areas where I'm looking to dip by. Like this initial high, close, those are the dip buy areas. Look for the mean reversion on Figma. If it's going to be a short, I paid for locates. I'm probably more willing to short some kind of parabolic move up than just try to sit in front of the moving train. But that's where I'm looking for the dips in Figma, prior day high, and then the open range tops as well. So trying to keep it very, very simple. Take our pot shot at it, you know, get that one clean entry. If you can, like a little, if it does this, then you get your clean entry in here, and then you put your stop underneath, just giving you an example of what it could look like on a dip. You risk a couple of bucks, and then you know what Figma can do. We can go 5, 10, 20, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for it to pull back into some of those levels, Neil, and give us some sort of signal or indication. I've already marked out some support and resistances from prior day right here, so that 100 reserve was very interesting, and we held that level quite well, and that was, again, a very large iceberg that held on the bid with aggressive sells that came in off of the halt up. So that was interesting to me. Reclaim of VWAP, nice little consolidation above some prior structure, and then a push into the end of the day, giving us the sign of some good strength, and then continuation into the after hours all the way up to 148.80s right there. That's where that high of after hours is sitting at. So like all-time high currently on this stock in terms of full range. But in terms of the open session, the all-time high, or the high of the opening session is sitting at 124.60. So on any sort of pullback, I'm going to see if any of these supports or resistances flip and flop and go resistance turn support, or support turn resistance. I'm going to continue to keep on watching this. Anchored VWAP from day one is currently sitting at 1732. Now I know if you have maybe some different data, that can be a little bit slightly different, but the idea is relatively the same. Can we come into some average prices of prior day? Do we catch a bid when price gets into the average price that the price that the average participant is sitting at from prior day? That's what I'm looking at. Some pre-market levels, the same thing, Confluence coming in with that bounce. You were talking about, Circle bounce off of prior day's high. We've already done that on Figma in the pre-market session right here. So that kind of action already being completed, and we've trended up pretty decently from there. So that trade is kind of gone. But I'm going to be continuing to watch this stock to see if it pushes through that 148.80, maybe taking it through that 150. But I'll be open. Maybe we get an opportunity to short, Neil, and maybe we start trading below the average, the volume weighted average price from yesterday, and maybe catch some players offside there as well. So who knows? It was extremely oversubscribed. We talked about how 40 times oversubscribed. The IPO price was $33. It opened up at 85s. Closing with a high of 124s. Let's see what this one has in stock for us today. We know Circle gave us some great moves on day 1, day 2, day 3. Like, it was a great trading vehicle, and I expect nothing less from Figma.
Amazon trying to get back to the upside right now as well. It held 215, 215 was a bit of a level here. In the pre-market, we're trying to bounce a little bit. This was just one of many headlines. Talking about AWS specifically, Andy Jassy coming out saying they have more demand than they have capacity for. at this point, but it was specifically this that hurt these numbers.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have because you can always add capacity,
Yeah.
Brendo. So let's talk about how they did. Really, it was AWS, the only bad thing here. Q2 EPS, $1.68, beating the $1.33 expected on revenue of $167.7 billion, easily topping the $162.09 expected. Q3 operating income guidance here, $15.5 to $20.5 billion. Missed though, Brendo, that $19.5 consensus midpoint. Let's talk about their Q3 revenue guidance. They're guiding about $174 to $179.5 billion for the next quarter, in line but not exciting enough for investors. Now let's talk about what happened here. Amazon Web Services, AWS, only grew, and I say only here, and you'll see why in a second, 18% year over year. But when you make the comps to Azure and Google Cloud, Azure grew at 39%. We just got that a few days ago from Microsoft, and Google Cloud grew at 32%, so 18 decided drop there. Amazon did reiterate plans to spend up to $100 billion on AI infrastructure this year. They didn't give guidance on 26. Investors, though, remain skeptical about the short-term return on investment from the aggressive spending. But one really bright point here, Brendo, their ad revenue jumped 23% year over year. They're now the number 3 digital ad sales, obviously behind Meta and Google. Not a bad look there. They printed about $15.75 billion, beating estimates there. And last but not least, the actual thing that I use it for, retail. And how'd that do? 11% year over year bump, $61.5 billion revenue above the estimates. Seller services also climbing, Brendo, about 11% year over year.
Which is not terrible on that side of things. We were just checking here. We're getting back into some pretty significant levels here from on the way down after the close yesterday. 220 could be a bit of a problem for this thing, guys. But still, I mean, if you zoom out here on a daily chart, it could be a lot worse here for Amazon.
Yeah, look, it's obviously to say it's broken trend is anybody can observe this on the daily chart. It's broken the trend on the daily chart in a big way. That I do not like that cloud number, and that's the thing that sticks out in my head. If you're over 30% with the other two, there's only 3 big cloud names, and they're over 30% growth, and you come in the teens, and that's just not going to cut it. If we get down to 210, try to keep it simple. If Amazon's down 10% and I don't try a bounce play, then that whole idea of an SSR bounce is invalid. It's exactly the kind of stock that you try it on. And if it gets down to $210, it most certainly will be. It would be SSR at 211. So that's the first place I'm thinking if we head lower. That said, it's already bouncing. I don't know how likely that's going to be. When it's filling in the gap, then the only shorts are usually at prior big levels. I know you said 220 there, Brennan, and the other level I'd look at is about 223 in here. So it's nowhere near any of the levels that I want to trade it at. It's not where I would fade it. It's nowhere near where I would go to buy the dip. So I'm probably sitting Amazon out. We talked about Apple. I'm more likely to trade them. Figma certainly will trade. And we got a super chat, which I can quickly answer. TD Baker, what happened to Hood this morning? Coinbase disappointing earnings, and the market's down, which we'll get to Coinbase as well.
Yeah, no. All right, so guys, VinFast game in Indonesia. Execution, they just locked in 3 more service partners, Nawalis, Warna-Warni Band, and Refrain, bringing 19 new workshops into their EV service network. Add in AutoClicks and BOS, that's a total of 181 certified service centers nationwide. This is how you scale confidence and capacity. With infrastructure like this, that 200,000 EV delivery goal isn't just ambitious, it's looking very real. So, VinFast.
Get it fast.
Amazon, fast to the downside here, 213.60s, but interesting level that it's coming into, Neil, because I like my anchored VWAPs a little bit here, so I'm going to turn those on and take a look at which anchored VWAP it's bouncing off of. So this bottom one right here, I have at 213.66s, and this is current earnings. The current earnings anchored VWAP is sitting at 233s from the flush down. Now, if we scroll a little bit further back, This bottom anchored is coming from the prior earnings report. So anybody and everybody who was long is sitting at the average price of 213.59. So that's as a cumulative. So we came right into that and we're bouncing off of it. So I kind of like that look. Let's see if we break down this this consolidation low, pre-market lows on Amazon. If not, do we take a little bit of a bounce into today's anchored VWAP? Those are the questions that I'm asking coming into the open there. But definitely very interesting price action here on Amazon. I'm definitely primed for some moves.
Reddit continuing to hold some levels to the upside here. Every single one of these analyst notes this morning is a price target increase, and there's probably 10 or more at this point for our DDT. Everything to the upside. Absolutely monstrous numbers here for Reddit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just not ready because Katina usually takes a lot longer to talk. So
come on, Sean.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. Let's talk about Reddit over here. So, all right. All right, so here's the deal. Sorry, I'm just going to be as open as I can be. So Reddit did quite well. EPS of 45 pennies on 19 expected. That's a major profit beat, Brendo, on revenue of $500 million, which is a 78% bump year over year and 17% above the consensus estimate. Net income, you were wondering how they make money. They brought in about $89 million, Brendo, versus the $10 million they brought last year on their quarter, and they're guiding Q3 revenue higher, 535 to $545 million. Their global daily active users, now 110 million, up 21% year over year. US revenue about $409 million, $91 million international revenue. Their Reddit Answers, though, it's a new AI tool they're trying out called Reddit Answers. And they've got 6 million active users on that. And the tool will expand globally. It's trying to position Reddit as a search. So we were talking off camera about how the traffic from Google is actually down to Reddit. Well, they're trying to be the domain, Brendo. So that's kind of their look there. And they also have traffic issues, as I mentioned, traffic headwinds coming from Google. They did notice a bit of a drop there, but they noted it could be a one-off event.
If AI is being trained off Reddit, and I can go to any AI and basically get an answer from Reddit, why am I going to Reddit?
That's a great question, and that's what Adara was actually saying off camera. They're actually becoming the destination.
Right.
So
I mean, I get the community aspect and the conversational aspect of it, and if you want to go and interact and read comments and that type of thing. But for the actual information itself,
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Yeah. Thoughts, guys?
Yeah, look, I don't use Reddit a lot. But I know that I've fallen into the bucket of I got the app on my phone because it was so much more convenient. And maybe that is going to hurt them in terms of drawing new people in. But what we do know is the numbers are fantastic. I think you stick with the momentum until the momentum tells you something otherwise. And this is, as far as, it's a ridiculous breakout, but it's still a breakout into a new area. It falls into that category. And the prior high you're not going to get, it's 925 already, prior high you're not going to get unless something crazy happens. It's this high going back over to March, about $170. That's so far away. But that's, to me, if we fall, that's the gap fill area on Reddit, $170. So that's what I'm going to be clued into. And Chef Joe, just to respond to your question, I don't know, I'm hoping you saw it in the chat when I responded, but if we could get Sydney Sweeney to read the ads, rest assured we would. And if anybody knows Sydney Sweeney,
Oh my God.
to get her to come to Trader TV just to read ads, I don't know why that's how you'd utilize her talents, but yeah, we would do that if we could. But until then, you're going to have to put up with my ugly mug and the handsome young gentleman next to me. That's just how it rolls, everybody. So yeah, no, I like Reddit. I just don't know if we're going to get. When we gap like this, just look at what happened to Roblox yesterday. Like, Roblox spent the entire day just essentially fading back in. The whole day fading back in and didn't even fill in the entirety of the gap. So if we get to 170, I'd look long on Reddit, but other than that, I'd probably step off.
Yeah, so I like Reddit for a potential push. We can see that it's already holding some of its pre-market levels in confluence with the anchored VWAP. Let's just go up to a higher time frame as well. Again, earnings report it was okay, a little bit of a double beat, but pushing up into, or sorry, past these prior highs. So we're already breaking out of this high right here, pushing even higher, all the way up to 230s. I don't know if we're going to get there today, Neil, but we are already in a bit of an uptrend, and this earnings report has given us a strong continuation push to the upside. So 230s, I don't know about that happening just right away, but taking a look at the 15-minute chart, pulling back up into some of those levels. Let's just take a quick see if we can find any sort of levels of resistance. I don't know if why that's not working. Here, let me just refresh the page right here. See, I can talk a little bit slower as well and take up a little bit more time.
We only have 2 minutes to be open.
No. I'm trying to pull up the hourly chart. Here we go. Boom. So, okay, where is the next resistance level right here? You can see right here some strong selling that came in. Right here, 189s, 190s. That's within range of what today is capable of doing. So let's see if that can potentially come in. We already tested those levels, and supply did come in off of those 190s. So the question becomes, how well do we hold this anchored VWAP going into the open today, Neil?
Uh-oh, coin.
Make session lows here on Coinbase, which is kind of surprising. Lots of negative comments here. Everything in red essentially is to the downside here from analysts on Coin today. I mean, you were making a pretty good point here on this earnings report specifically this morning, in that there's not a heck of a lot that should be pointing in this direction right now.
Especially when you make the comps with Robinhood, with SoFi, and how well they did. You expected Coinbase, to perform better, but they didn't, Brando. Let's talk about what happened here. One of the silver linings is their revenue continued to grow. Q2 revenue was about $1.5 billion, but that missed the 1.6 expected by the street. So top line missed there. Adjusted EPS did beat, though. They printed $1.96. The street was looking for 126, but the silver lining, they took $1.5 billion in Circle profits from the Circle IPO, and they added it to that. So without that, you might be wondering here whether they would have beat on EPS. Net income spiked to $1.43 billion, but as I mentioned, boosted by $1.5 billion unrealized gain from the Circle IPO. Trading revenue came in below estimates, $746 million. The street was looking for $787. Retail trading volume also rose 16% year over year, but again, falling short of the $48.5 billion expected by the street. Subscription and services revenue hit $655 million, but missed the $705 expected by the street. Stablecoin revenue, $332.5 million, in line with expectations. Coinbase does benefit from 100% revenue share with USDC and 50% off platform for the Circle deal.
Happy Friday. We are kicking off August in a bit of a mixed note right now. Let's get over to Adara.
Last bell of the week, but it's the first bell of the month. Adara, ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go. Just very quick note, obviously, on Coinbase there. I like Robinhood for a fade today, not necessarily Coinbase. Coinbase flushing already, but Hood under the $100 level, we're trying to grab it. So I'm looking for a pop in Robinhood to see if we can't fade into 100. And then Tesla, we talked about this last night, $300 on Tesla. If we got it, we'd look for a bounce. And of course, the flush through 300 makes a lot of sense. Figma not doing much off of the open. And if you're looking at the chip names, NVIDIA's already to the downside. But I prefer AMD trending down the entirety of the day. I don't need that trend line. That pops into prior lows, looking for fades in AMD. I don't know what happened to the giant mallet, though. We had a personalized mallet. Not personalized. We got a new mallet from a viewer, and it's gorgeous. It's all good. It's all good. Sometimes we got to kick it old school and not use the mallet. It's a very, very cool mallet.
That is a really cool mallet.
But market's right through the lows again.
Yeah, some judgments being made with that mallet there. Robinhood coming in into 95. So I'm just observing right off of the open. Oh boy, wow, what a flush on Robinhood. Let me pull that one up right here.
Oh,
okay, cool, yeah. 95 just cracked through pretty aggressively, so that opening drive coming in real hot right off of the open. So 94 is now coming in on Hood. Alphabet pushing up off of the open, Robinhood pushing down. This is not the basket I'm looking for. I'm looking for, okay, that's what I'm looking for. So Amazon is catching a little bit of a bid. So we talked about Amazon being in a bit of an interesting area, holding that anchored VWAP from prior earnings, and we're getting a bit of a bounce coming in off of the open there. Not only on that, Apple pushing up a little bit higher as well, so got to keep a watch on that. Can't forget that Apple also had earnings, even though the reaction off of the earnings was a little bit lackluster. Yes, Coinbase coming into the downside as well a little bit. So part of the sector, I guess, of Hood, Riot as well had earnings this morning, and that's coming down. Did they have earnings this morning? Never mind. I don't think they. Yes, they did.
No,
So okay. So they did have it last night. So I was like, I did have it on my notes. It didn't show up here right away. But we're getting that continuation, beautiful, into the open here. But guess what? I only have one
Figma
stock, on watch to see what it actually does, and I think there's a lot of learning to be had on Figma coming into 138. So catching a little bit of a bid coming into the open here. Let's see if we can break through some of those pre-market highs. That's pre-market highs sitting at 142.91. We haven't got through 140 just yet. Just knocking on the door of 140 here. There it is. Oh boy, 141 instantly on the push through 140. Talk about a breakout there, Neil. 141's coming in real hot.
Market high
142.
43 change.
Yeah, 43 change? I have, okay, yeah, no, you're right. 4 a.m. high, yes, 40. Actually, the 4 a.m. high is sitting at 147.30.
Oh, I'm I'm talking about the one since 7 o'clock.
Yeah, since 7 o'clock.
There's like two waves in the pre-market. You look at like after 7 o'clock or after 6 a.m. and then you have like from the actual pre-market open at 3 a.m. So there's always a bit of a discrepancy. I'm looking at the first one over there on Figma. Apple is a bit of a frustration zone. You got to be kidding me, Apple. It did bounce 210. Man, if we get there again, I don't know how much I'm going to like it. It bounced to 10, and I wasn't quite aggressive enough. It's coming right back in. I got to look for that AMD short more than catching the falling knife on Apple. AMD does not get up to anywhere near the prior day high in its push. It just failed the 171, so I might just have to take it in front of the 171. And of course, Figma ends up not breaking out through that high, OB, so we're not going to be in Figma just yet. I know a lot of people will be looking at Figma for a trade. It's super volatile. We can short it, but we had to pay for locates to go short on Figma. That's the one thing. They were relatively cheap, but here at Real Trading, we have the ability to go short. I know a lot of people were complaining they can't short the stock if they wanted to.
Yeah, no, I'm already participating in it a little bit here, Neil. Let's see what'll come out of this one. And couldn't really break through that 140 right away. Oh boy, here we go, 135s. Hey yo, coming in real hot there. So yeah, let's see if we can get down to that anchored. But I'm kind of seeing if it can hold any of these pre-market levels. Opening range low coming in at 130. What is that? 132s. The low that was printed right before the open in the pre-market was 132.26. So that's coming in real hot. Oh boy. 134. So let's see if we can get down to 130s now, Neil, with the bid just cracking all the way to the downside. Here we go. 130s. Can we get a little bit of that size getting taken out? Only about 300 lots at that 130. And oh boy. All right. You know what? Thank you. Let me just take that off.
Take that.
And let's reassess there. So that's a nice little opening scalp all the way from 140s to 130s. Oh boy, I wish I had a little bit more on that one. But like I said before,
Where did it look like?
Not the trade that I'm looking for.
What did it look like at 30? I didn't see it at that 30.
So there's 300 lots at 30. It's the first kind of size that shows up. But the failure to follow through into that 140, 143, we were talking about some of those pre-market levels. We defined some of those in the morning right here. This is what I'm talking about. Trend break, right? Support all pre-market, Neil. Support all pre-market, comes into that, false breaks this, holds that as resistance once again in the pre-market. It shows us that there's maybe a little bit of supply there. Right here, a little bit of a double top, comes in right into that area, and I like it for the pullback down. Honestly, I was looking to punch long if it broke with any sort of significance, but it's coming in real hot, and so is this market. So that 130 might get taken out just now. Let me pull up the tape for you guys. I know this is an open tape down here. Let me pull up Fig so we can take a look at the, wow, oh my God. The 130 break gives you 128. Like holy! I gotta learn to hold some of this, man. Oh, boy.
That was probably like the all-day entry.
Anchored
Look,
is
the
sitting at
market-
118.
The market just blew through some of the lows. Wow, that was insane. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm looking over at AMD here, and it just caught a bid at 170 a couple of times. So I had the short there in front of the 171. I don't really need that trend line, but that's a failure of the pre-market high. As the market is breaking, this is holding higher lows. So maybe it goes further, but like you, I just scalped out of it because it's looking relatively strong. But that Figma is really losing the bid. And what's also going on here with the market falling, CoreWeave down 8%. I guess it's like sympathy short on the recent IPOs. Yo, that is nasty. Coinbase now down 13% and just broke 325. Wow. Unfortunately, we were able to get that, thank goodness, AMD for the buck, and I'm glad we took it because it's still bouncing. Robinhood does not give in to 100 for any kind of a short. But now it's at the volume weighted average price. If we close this candle holding VWAP underneath after a bit of a bounce, instead of getting the short up here, we'll just look for a continuation play. But that's going to be the next opportunity for myself. Sometimes the spidey sense matters. Just going to show you AMD still bouncing off 170. If I see an obvious buyer at the open on a stock that's relatively strong and I'm short, I get out. It's that simple. Sometimes it looks stupid, but then other times it looks a little bit better, like that just did. Well, that was crazy, that 130 break. I wish I had better eyes on it over there in Figma. The other thing is Apple still holding 210, despite the fact the market is heading lower. You've still got some relative strength. Apple didn't move much on earnings, but it also didn't move down overnight on all this tariff fear. So I'm going to like this Apple if I can catch this in front of that 210. As long as the market doesn't go parabolic to the downside, this is one of the few names that's holding up a little bit.
Yeah, this thing is still coming down 127, so just about almost $10 away from its anchored VWAP. But Hood is catching a little bit of a bounce off that 95 area and trading at 96s now. Market catching maybe a little bit of a bid as we close into the final 5 minutes roughly of this 15-minute candle. We're attempting a bounce off of 23,000 here on the NASDAQ, and the ES kind of on top of that 6280. But I'm paying closer attention to the NASDAQ here as it is at a little bit more of a whole rounded number. Wow, 125s. I got to hold this, man. I got to hold this. It's flushing. The bids are getting hit. All I see on the tape, like, guys, look at the tape here. It's all mid prints and, well, it could change as soon as I say that, of course, but it's all mid prints and straight reds. Now we're getting some greens here on top of 125, so maybe a quarter bounce on top of the 100. We saw how strong that reserve was at 100. The question I'm asking today, Neil, is do we have a reserve that steps up even higher? So
remember,
we'll see.
anchored's not till 117.
Yeah, I have 118.43, but yeah, that area right there. So let's see if that can come in well within range of what Fig is able to do. What's up, Adara?
Take a look here at ATEC. It's a smaller cap name, about $1.5 billion. Market cap roughly 11%. Short float right now trading around $13. And this name did report earnings, so double beat, including an unexpected profit for ATEC. Nice push to the upside. A good look here for a small cap earnings play. And 45 a.m. getting S&P manufacturing PMI. I will cover that for you guys. Back to you.
So Figure just lost a bit, but Apple will end up 1 for 2 off the open. Apple loses 210. It did try to come back into 211, but now you're really flushing to the downside. So even the muted strength that you had in Apple is abating. But what's interesting, at least it's interesting to me, would be advanced micro devices. Like, we're flushing in the market, and this is still holding on to the bid a little bit here. So a little bit of strength relatively in AMD. I'm not really seeing, it's down 3%, I get it. It's really not that strong. Like, NVIDIA's underneath the volume weighted average price and pressing to those lows, and AMD is still holding this 170. I'm not going to take a break through the 170, but if I see any sellers underneath, I'd probably rejoin this trade on a tight stop. And it looks like, yeah, they just broke it. Let's see what the buyers do. They bought it right back to 170. That's why I didn't want to take a break at that price. They brought it right back into the 170, hold underneath, and then I'll take a shot at the short. Like, this is a market. At the end of the day, just because the dollar was going down doesn't mean the market has to go up. It's never really that simple. And oh my goodness, 120 coming in here, Obi.
120. I'm watching.
Figma is just tanking.
Straight tank series.
I guess maybe they didn't love it that much.
I mean, people are
after all.
probably also chasing in off of the open.
You think
right?
so?
Oh, yeah, for sure. There was definitely an attempt to push through that 140. I liked that trade. And the tape that turned on the back through, that was absolutely beautiful. But I don't have, I guess, any shares left. I covered the last piece on top of 130, but 120s. So, oh boy, here we go. 118's area is that anchored VWAP. Let's see if we hold any sort of significance in and around there. 120's holding right now with a little bit of shareage there. 135 lots, breaking right through that 120, going to 119 halves now. So yeah, a little bit of a bounce here happening on Figma. But let's see if we can hold that 120 with any sort of significance. I'm going to let it show me that it has the ability to bounce off of there. Let's see if it can build some structure on top of 120 and start to step up. I want to see buyers start to take control. Sellers are the only ones who have been in control off of the open after that attempt through that 140. We're getting a little bit of a bid. Let's see if we can consolidate a little bit higher for a stair-step reversion back up. But yeah, this is kind of similar to what we saw on the Circle, but like we said, it didn't really come in to the prior day's level.
Well, Circle broke out
until later.
First.
Yeah.
This happened on Circle on day 2 a little bit later.
Yeah.
But like just to give you guys a retrack what's going on here, like the NQ is now down almost 2% and continuing to flush. While I did jump back into AMD when it finally lost that 170 level, the other thing that we got to pay attention to is Tesla's almost at $300. So you know that's a big one. The last time Tesla was here, we had a bounce off of 301 that was famously, maybe not famously, but it was unceremoniously missed by myself and Sean because we were waiting for 300. I might have been bidding 42s. I think he was bidding 50s. But if we bounce off the 300 level on a Friday, I'm going to take my shot at it. There's pretty much no question asked. So AMD just broke through 168. So check that 169 and the 68. That's continuing to flush there. That 170 finally came in. If we wick the bottom, I might take my trail out because we got to focus on Tesla at the 300 level as well. Just wild action, but mostly to the downside. Amazon's holding out pretty well here, Obi. I know you used to like that stock, but my eyeballs are now on 3 things: AMD, which we're in, Tesla 300, and of course Figma. It might have just caught that bid at 120 instead of the anchored. I was waiting for the teens. I think it caught it at 120.
Yeah, so I have anchored at 118.55. It bounced off of 119.12. So
that's
pretty close. Like you got to remember, you can't expect it to bounce off of the line.
No, that's not.
It's an area. It's an area. Yeah. So it's an area. So it did come into that area, and we're seeing some demand come in. But I want to see some confirmation. I want to see it hold. Let's see if we can, like you guys have heard me say this multiple times, can we hold the quarter? Can we hold the quarter and then print the half? I'm looking at that 125, a strong hold on 125 to see if we can push through that 150 later on in the day. Let's let it consolidate. I like the hold on top of anchored so far. It's showing me what I want to see so far. Let's see if we see more of the same. And we got numbers coming up with Adara.
S&P global manufacturing PMI 49.8, a little bit lower than the previous print here of 52.9, a little bit above the consensus and forecast of 49.5. Market just continuing to drop lower here on this print. Again, NASDAQ here below 555 as we get that S&P manufacturing PMI print. Again, slightly above estimates, slightly below the previous print. Back to you.
Much, Adara. I just rang register on AMD as that was coming out. I had my trail back through. It tagged it bounced off 168, which was our next target in. Just you zoom it out. This is how I roll station to station pretty much every single time. Like if I'm short there, I'm looking for the bounce there, put my trail in. If we lose 168, there's still room down to 166. So we've been in a couple of times to the south side on AMD, which has worked, and Apple, which did not, to the long. But I'm staring at Tesla. Is it really doing it again? Like it bounced off 301 when we're looking 300. Is it going to bounce off 302 when we're looking 301? That's really happening. Like Tesla, that's cold. That's straight up cold-blooded. But If that's how you want to play a Tesla, fair enough. You have your plan of action. I'm not one to generally stray away from it, so maybe we're not going to get down to 300, much to our chagrin. And if it bounces from here and goes to VWAP and then retests the low, I feel like the bounce has already happened. So like I said, I'm only really looking at some chips here. Figma has yet to follow through on the bid. It could have already happened. This could be happening here at the 120 instead of those teens. Like this might actually be your shot here. This is breaking trend if it can hold 122. It looks like.
Yeah, no, getting involved with a little bit of hood here as it breaks down the opening range low below 94s, and oh boy, the bids are really getting smacked around on this one here. Market as well. We talked about that 2300. That's getting pushed into as well. Ryan Nola saying, "I hate Netflix already." Thank you for the super chat. We can take a look at some flakes here and see what's up with that one. Let's see. Let's pull up some of that flake. So this is what I was looking at here on Figma. We're still consolidating on top of that anchored VWAP. Got stopped out of that hood for now. I kept it pretty tight. I didn't want to see it go back through that one through that 94 too aggressively, but it's still pretty weak.
I want to
get better. Yeah, I want to get better prices there. If it's going to pop back up to VWAP, I'll take a look at that one as well. Let's take a quick look at NFLX and see what our friend is talking about here. And oh boy, a little bit of a chop. So yeah, maybe understandable. Definitely doing some relative volume in the pre-market after a strong red day here. So yeah, interesting look on this one. So let's see, what else we got? We got Jason with the super chat as well. Thank you, saying thank you for all you do. I was in that FIG trade. What do you use to measure momentum to figure out when it's dying down? Tape. Straight up. In that moment, the chart is, well, here's the thing. It's a little bit of everything, right? And we'll get right back to that explanation after Neil. Are we?
Yeah, absolutely. Because on a day where the market's down 2% on the NASDAQ, if you are looking to boost your exposure, if you're Canadian anyways and savvy, then you can tap into the NASDAQ 100, even the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3X daily leveraged ETFs. With built-in FX hedging and big moves in Forex this morning. This aims to amplify your short-term market moves and minimize the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, like today, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. I want to shout out to them. And obviously the market is falling heavily. Some things that are standing out here, like obviously, yeah, AMD is going further to the downside. Figma's now at $111. So if you were thinking absolute destruction, Marvell's down 7.5% on Marvell. Marvell goes SSR. I mean, give me a break. If Marvell goes SSR, it's going to be at a big support level around $72. AMD, yeah, that continues to go. Yeah, that's how it works sometimes. Sometimes I get out like yesterday and you get out the exact right moment, and other times it's going to continue. We've been short a couple of times here, and I don't know if we're going to get VWAP. You got out of hood. I'm still looking for the volume weighted average price on Robinhood, looking at Coinbase continue to flush. And just to answer the question, Ed George in the chat just asked me, what does SSR mean? So if a stock goes down 10% or more, then that day and the next day, the uptick rule is in effect. It's the short sell restriction, which doesn't mean you can't short. It just means if you want to enter a short position by hitting the bid, not sitting around and waiting to get filled, but actually actively hitting the bid, you can only do so if the last print was green. Well, if the stock is cascading down, all the prints are red, it means short sellers can't hit the bid to go short. It just makes it a little trickier. And sometimes bounces are a little bit better when a stock is in the SSR or in the uptick rule. So that is the case for Coinbase. If Marvell were to get there, if Amazon were to get there, I would certainly look at the long on either one of those two. Yeah, apparently it is $302 on Tesla for the second time here. Maybe it doesn't want that 300 level, which is just absolutely wild. Is that the turn on Figma? I keep looking for this curl.
That's a heavy
on
bounce.
Figma.
That's a heavy bounce.
It's a pretty heavy bounce.
It's a $7 bounce. off of it. But like I said, I was seeing what I wanted to see, and then I stopped seeing it when it cracked through some of those 118. So going back to the question, I think it was Ryan, no, not Ryan, no, Jason in the chat. What do you use to momentum? What do you use to measure momentum to figure out when it's dying down? So here's the thing: if you're a big part of tape reading, and what helps me with tape reading, is recording the tape and going back after hours and just watching it over and over again and seeing the change of hands between buyers and sellers. So here's the thing. Part of it was getting lucky based off of the preparation. I was just like, all right, let's define some levels. We had some highs and lows from prior day, and then we had some pre-market highs as well. I didn't really put a line up here, but we had a little bit of a double top in that 143 area, and we come into that level. I'm expecting this pre-market trend to push and continue and push right through 148. And when I see that not happen, coming into the open, we had aggressive pushes into the ask. So the ask is getting taken out. The tape is looking hella green right here. So another part of it is coloring your tape in an effective way so that you're able to read the order flow, right? So you want to see if people are getting aggressive with the ask. You want to see if people are getting aggressive with the bid. You want to see if there's a lot of mid prints going on and it's not really printing the bid or the ask, right? And then the flow of how that comes in. So when it was coming in, we were printing a lot of green into the push. We were sustaining on the bid. The bids were not really getting hit. It was more of the ask, even through the spread stepping up, almost seeing that the buyers are stepping up closer and the ask is pushing even higher, and seeing that kind of action and then watching that action dissipate. So that's where it's like, okay, the buyers are starting to kind of dissipate. Selling might start stepping into the bid. That'll look distinctly different on the tape. And people have told me this over and over again. Like,
it's not a science. It's not like scientific in that if you see it, a certain thing is always going to happen.
Oh, of course not.
You can absolutely get tricked by the tape. I'll give you a great, like just now in Tesla. Like when I was looking, I'm looking for a curl in front of 300 Tesla, and ultimately I wanted it 300 for the buyers to come in, but I said if it goes at 302, after missing 301 the other day, I would take a shot. So it broke the trend, and I saw everything that you're talking about in the other direction. That being said, the second it tried to make that press into 303, all of that buying immediately started to evaporate. Now, this is a structured trade where, I mean, let's be real. I take this trade with my stop at prior bar every single time. So ultimately, like, I know exactly what I'm doing when I get into this trade, regardless of what the tape said, but the tape was just saying that we were reversing on Tesla and then goes right back underneath. So the shorts are still very much in control, and we might get to exactly 300 when we come back from Midday.
Just a reminder, guys, we have some economic data coming at 10 a.m. We're going to get the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, which also includes the 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations and the ISM manufacturing PMI. Now, before that, I have another small cap for everyone. Tenon Medical. This one's run before. TNON. Today, nice push higher, announcing that they've acquired the sacroiliac joint-specific assets from Cyvantage. So looks like an asset acquisition here, sending TNON to the upside again. At 10 a.m., we will get some more economic data. So stay tuned. Back to you.
Ooh, it's a data kind of day. We didn't like the data that we. What's crazy about it is, in theory, the bond market was telling you kind of like the chance at rate cuts based on the data that we got this morning. The market just doesn't seem to care. Like, you're not catching any bids, and it doesn't have to work that way. Sometimes fundamentals or your usual relationships aren't going to hold, and maybe the tariffs are going to do that to us. That being said, we are catching a little bit of a bounce here in at least the chip names. NVIDIA and AMD are bouncing. I'm watching NVIDIA get close to 173. They're coming into VWAP at about the same time. So that's the first place I always look for a continuation. If we jump into a short and we're looking for a continuation for the rest of the day, the first spot is the volume weighted average price. But you have to acknowledge this is a hefty V-shaped bottom now starting to come in here. So I want to make sure we get a curl. Like, I wait until I see the fail break of the high and ideally get in on the other side of the trade and not too early out in front of VWAP. I'm willing to miss the trade to make the trade into the volume weighted average price here on this particular name, at least on AMD. That's the plan of action. I can be a lot of times if I wanted to be more aggressive, I'd be shorting Intel because it's just weaker, but it's not even bouncing at all. It won't even let me into the short, everybody. And shout out to thank you so much for the super chat. Market can go down. Nobody told me. This is the tricky thing. When you've been around a really long time, you've seen all different types of markets, it can be an advantage. If you started trading only in a bull market and you've never really experienced like when the market does go down, especially on an open like this, it can be tricky, but it's good experience. Even if you sit it out and just watch the tape, or you scalp trade, get in, get out, don't try to hit, some kind of home run. Like once you get your target, just take it out and then look for that next trade. That can be a big way to gain some insight. And here's another one that I know. If you were looking at NEO in the chat, somebody let me know what they saw at $5. And I'm curious if it was did someone just park a few million shares at $5 to have it turn exactly at that price? I wasn't watching NIO, but it's not often that you see that kind of a move. Like yesterday's high wasn't respected. It just broke right through, got to exactly $5, and then started dumping. I only ask that because if it goes back to 5, I'm curious. Like I want to be able to compare, if it gets there, the size that was there at the open and the size that's there if it gets the second time, because I might take a punch long if it was any good size.
Yeah, no, this Figma seems like it's trying to attempt some of those prior highs there. VWAP's all the way up at, let's see where VWAP is. 130s, Neil. So, oh boy, a little bit of a push all the way up into VWAP. Let's see if we can get there. I'm looking for a sustain of some of these prior levels here. But if sellers step right back in and continue to hold control, I'm definitely going to be a little bit wary of that. I know I'm punching in a little bit higher than I'd really like to, but let's see if we can kind of crack some of these prior levels here. Nice consolidation at that 125. Let's see if we can get that reversion up into 125 here on Figma. It's holding pretty nicely from the bid off of the bottom there, but that's all the way down at 110s. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, and I want to take a look at some of those stocks as well. I know some traders had some amazing shorts off on the Qs and the futures here off of the open there. So let's hear it. Those of you who trade the futures and the spider and things like that, I want to know what you guys are trading. Make sure $sign and throw that in there, and we can take a look at the leaderboard in a second. Neil, I think Neil has it up.
Oh, let me just hit the refresh on that bad boy, see what everyone's looking. Oh, I for one am shocked. Figma and NEO. Figma is number 1. You got Amazon, NEO, Nvidia, SoxS. Apparently no one, Tesla's in there at the 300 level, so I'm back into Tesla because I waited for that 300 level. SoFi getting their coin. Open Door had some movement as well, so makes a lot of sense. The only one that I did not Tenon. That's the only one that I'm like, oh, really? Tenon. Don't know what's going on with that. We'll check back in and see if that's still the same. But that's one that I have not looked at this morning. Everything else on that list certainly makes sense, but the market continues to drop. Tesla right into the 300 level, which I guess we shouldn't be too surprised it's going to want to test it, and trying to bounce. Not doing much of a bounce, but it's at least making an attempt. I didn't get that AMD. Didn't quite push into the volume weighted average price. It curled at 69. If you see me in, Tesla just broke 300.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Right back on the bid. Right back on the bid. I want to give it this is to me a lot like that 170 area on AMD. I didn't enter the short again until I saw the sellers start to win. So I'm not going to enter back in the long until I see some buyers back above the 300. I know we have happening now in some numbers with Adara, so I guess let's go there.
Let's see here what we get. We have quite a few numbers, as I mentioned earlier. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment forecast 62. ISM Manufacturing PMI forecast 49.5. We're also expecting some 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations. Let's start here with the I have ISM Manufacturing PMI first. We'll start with that. Lower than expected, 48 versus 49.5 expected. Then we have University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment slightly below estimate, 61.7 versus 62 expected. 1-year inflation expectation higher than expected, which is usually not what the market wants. That means people are expecting higher inflation. They're expecting 4.5% 1-year inflation compared to 4.4% expected. 5-year inflation estimates, though, actually a little bit lower, which makes everything a little bit mixed, 3.4% versus 3.6% expected. Again, higher than expected or worse than expected one-year inflation expectation print for the University of Michigan, but 5-year a little bit better, lower than expected University of Michigan sentiment and ISM PMI. The market does not like this print, to put it lightly. Last time here we were at 555 when we checked back in. That was be around 945. Now we're almost $2.50 lower at 552 halves. Figma on watch, FIG, blockbuster IPO yesterday, but already giving back, I guess, some of where we closed at, and certainly a lot of this gap up. Then we have tons of big ticket earnings names this morning. Apple giving up some of its early strength. Amazon as well was initially to the downside, though it did actually curl up a little bit at the open. Reddit, Coinbase, MSTR amongst the other day one's earnings plays. What a day, guys. And if you're enjoying all this action, join us on X, follow, subscribe, like us every day, and back to you.
Well, we're kind of bleeding now. So the battle at Tesla was pretty wild at the 300 level. It did bounce at least a little bit in there, but not much. Eventually, the sellers did win out. Kind of like that, like I said, that 170 on AMD. You could sort of see them try to hold it, and then like once it got released, I didn't get a very good price on the way back down. That's the thing. If you just take the break, then you're short. You could have had like 99, 99. It was back and forth. You could have really just had 300. But if you waited for some confirmation that it had flipped short in the tape, then you end up with something like 299.70. I know to some people it's a distinction without a difference, but it does matter. The market just not really trying to hold. And I really missed that shot on AMD. That's going to be annoying. But I know you're in it. But let's be real. I want to get into this. Figma. This hold here is an anchored VWAP hold. So it's an anchored VWAP bounce play, and it should be long in there. And if I'm only going to get long off the 120, giving it to 118, then that's what I'm going to do. Because VWAP is $7 away from here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a distance.
So it's a very, very big move to the volume weighted average price. You can give up a couple bucks to try to get that. And it held, as far as I'm concerned, it's now held that AV WAP from yesterday in the teens. So I'm taking my shot here. Ideally, I wanted 20s. So the fact that I'm getting some in here at 121.5 means I'm willing to buy the rest at a better price if we're able to get it. But Tesla, it just bounced off 98. I want to see if we can't get to about 96, which would be a key level for Tesla. As far as the market goes, everybody, ES has broken through pretty much everything. The NASDAQ on a 60-minute, come on, PC load letter, get it, NASDAQ, there it is. We are through and just getting right down into mid-month lows. So the NASDAQ is at a potential bounce spot, but the ES not really doing so. We're going to hold this 120. It's holding 120. There's a bit of a refresher there, Obes.
Yeah, a bit of a refresher. I'm having trouble kind of really reading it. I bought up the push into 122s, and I bought some more down into the 118s on that pull in. And yeah, I like that anchored VWAP hold, but I didn't really like what it was doing there. I was looking for it to push right away, but it didn't really quite do that. It's still kind of consolidating. So if it's going to consolidate, you can see right here. This is a 8 EMA or not. I think it might be a NEMA right here, 9 EMA, and it's holding it. So I want to keep that into consideration as well. It's a trend indicator, right? So if we can't really reclaim above this trend that we've been holding to the downside, then I kind of want to piece off a little bit as well. We attempted a push to 123s, didn't really quite make it just right away. But then again, I could be very wrong. Anchored VWAP is just right here. If you guys can see, this is also kind of sandwiching in between this 124.63 end of day high as well. We kind of rejected that on this bounce off of the anchored VWAP on the initial push, and then now we're consolidating a little bit higher. So again, more than willing to take a couple of shots at this one and let it kind of work, let it show me what I'm looking for before really getting too aggressively involved. And oh boy, okay, so big smile. Thank you for the super chat here. Is this appropriate to read? He's saying this market's more red than little Joey's face when his lady finds those pictures from the karaoke Campfire Bro Club's weekend. What does that even mean? Where's Prad? It's Free Fall Friday. In the words of Fahad, I am rich. Yes. Shout out to all our our friends there. Shout out to Prad, shout out to Fahad, and shout out to Joey Options as well. I have no idea what that even means, but you had some interesting times by the campfire, bro. Like he just, yeah, I know. He just, you know what? He just wants a big smile on his face. That's all.
What gets me is you fully said, "I wonder if this is appropriate to read."
No, I thought,
and then didn't pause to read it
because I read it. I did a quick scan. Come on.
Did you though?
Come on now.
Oh, did you?
Yo, I can't wait till Neuralink.
Yeah, you can get on.
I would
Neuralink
read
first.
so fast.
Well, everyone.
And with all the AI, I would like think about this. Think about like the
I do not
trading.
read it right away,
A true hybrid trader, right? Literal cyborg trader we would become. I think that would be that. We're in for some interesting times. Yeah, Pug Life saying "Pratty Daddy punch and spray." Yeah, that's jokes. But
that was a good one. Big smile.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. We're coming back into 117. So this is what I'm talking about. The tape was pushing up into the ask. We stalled in the 123s, 123s multiple times, and then you just started seeing that tape kind of fall off. I had the tape nice and large here so you guys can see. Here's the thing. I'm not looking at the prices necessarily. I'm not necessarily looking at how much size is going through. I'm trying to read the rainbow, to be honest. And I have other filtered tape on the side here where it does show me size. So right here, I have it filtered for anything that's 1,000 lots. Is it 1,000 lots? Yeah, 1,000 lots and above. So actually 1,000 shares and above. And you can see here, this tape not really moving as aggressively. No one's see. There you go. We got Buddy punching in on a lit gate, 1,060 shares at 116, maybe taking the dollar push, right? And then that if that was a buyer, they're instantly in the money $1 now because we're printing 117s on 1,000 shares. So easy $1,000 right there for if that was a long through that level. So I'm watching different aspects of the tape, but more often than not, I'm just watching, trying to read the rainbow here, and the book maybe a little bit as
rainbow?
Yeah, reading rainbow with reading rainbow with what's it, Lamar? Lamar.
Speaking of the rainbow, we might get a Christmas tree.
Oh boy.
Which is, you only get 2 colors on a chart, so I mean, whatever. Red. I don't agree with I don't like the Christmas tree analogy because it doesn't make sense. Because you're red on one side, you're green on the other, and no one decorates a Christmas tree that way, so it's kind of nonsensical. But maybe
unless you're a trader, I can be like, this is the front side, this is the back side.
I know,
of the tree.
But literally, no one decorates a tree that way.
You know what? I'm going to decorate my Christmas tree.
But I will mention the reload in Tesla back through that 300 is now a fail. We flipped short, and that's how we're able to get some back. But then we tried it again. Maybe kind of a tight stop trade in there, but that's how I'm going to roll. Obviously, Tesla still has a chance to hold 300. The reversal was more of a scalp trade. If we can close and hold under 3 bills, I don't mind jumping back into it. And I'm going to get to Mike Lowry super chat in a quick little second. I'm missing these pot shots on AMD, kind of looking for VWAP. So if it doesn't get into VWAP, I might jump back in if it can hold that trend line. So that's what I'm eyeballing. I'm still really only looking at the same names: Tesla, Figma, AMD from before. And Mike, your super chat, where'd it go? There we go. Apple sucks news and poops the bed. Why? Bruh. Well, the market's been bleeding. Sometimes maybe it was a late reaction to the overnight tariff news. The explanation almost doesn't matter. Just trust the price action. I try not to explain things after the fact, ultimately, but if the action's telling you something, like think Robinhood, right? Like when it was dropping after a good quarter, it was just dropping, and you had to wait till the charts told you to buy, ultimately. Otherwise, you just end up getting burned. Like with Apple, I took my shot off the 210. But this is the way I look at it. Like, I'm just never gonna cry when I get out at the right spot. Like, obviously, yeah, I could have been short, but I took a stock that was strong on the level I liked. Admittedly, had I got this price off the open, then we would have made $2, but I didn't because I was looking at Figma way too closely. But if we can bounce here on Apple, maybe that can come into the volume weighted average price as well. But I'm focusing on AMD, Figma, and Tesla. The other thing that we didn't ever get was Robinhood, which is also coming into the volume weighted average price. So the hooded one is starting to come right back in to VWAP. Down on sympathy, of course, to Coinbase's earnings, which were misses across the board.
sir. Yeah, a little bit of a push. That 120 was reserving quite nicely. I like that. We pulled back into 118s and then pushed a little bit higher. So let's see if we can come in and test some of these double tops that's sitting at 122s on Figma. What's up, Adair?
Great look here for USA Rare Earths. In case you guys missed it yesterday afternoon, I did mention it this morning as well. There was a note suggesting that the Trump administration is going to be giving, I guess, money and support to more rare earths companies, not just MP Minerals, although I guess also continuing its support to MP Materials. Either way, USAR benefited from that. They rallied yesterday near the close. Today, rallying again, getting an overweight rating and $16 price target from Cantor Fitzgerald. So good look here for USAR. Back to you.
Seller step back. As I'm saying, we were just talking about like, okay, I took the 119 long. Yes, 115 is the appropriate risk. I like that, but I'm just trying to tape scalp. The attention's definitely a little divided, right? And I think that I find it a little bit easier just to be like, if I can just visually just to be like, all right, green is go, red is no go for the long. And if I can just read that short term, I can take dollars off of this pretty quickly. And over the day, if I just keep doing that, maybe something will come out of it. Sure, the level to level, I might not be able to catch that way. That's a different kind of trade, but I like the tape scalps on this as of right now when I'm sitting here at this desk. Let's see if this 122 will come in and break. We were talking about that VWAP hold. Look, it's consolidating in and around that VWAP. So yeah, you got to give it some space if you're looking for that push all the way back up to 142s. Let it consolidate, let it build some structure, let it show you that the buyers are now in charge. We're coming up into VWAP, and VWAP's at 128. We could teleport there. That's only $5 away. If we break some of these consolidation levels, 124.63, that was prior day's high right there. That was pre-market, relative pre-market lows as well, in and around that area. And we got the first little bit of a bounce that we got from that aggressive selling, came into that 124 half area, and then flushed even further, so maybe showing us some selling in and around that area. So I do want to respect that unless and until we can get above that 124, 125 area. I really don't know if we can get to that VWAP aggressively, but again, that could come in really, really fast. We know how fast this thing can move, and here's that 124 now, Neil.
It just broke trend.
Let's see. Yeah, we broke trend a while back there.
Well, it depends on the trend line.
Yeah. I think if you got in 116s and risk to 110s, you're risking $5. Now you're almost $10 in money, so about roughly a 2-to-1 there. But I don't even look at that. I'm not when I'm getting into a trade. I'm not like, oh, is this a 2-to-1? Is this a 3-to-1? I think that's honestly irrelevant. Can I get into good places where I have appropriate risk and then look to see how?
Well,
far
you can eyeball those so easily.
Yeah.
The way, I find over time you can eyeball it easily. So so like here.
Like what am I
perfect
expecting?
Example,
right?
We just broke a wedge on Figma, right? So here's, oh yeah, it's on my chart. You guys can see that. So we just broke this wedge on Figma, and from this break to the volume weighted average price is like a clean like $5 or $4.50 to $5, and then you've got a stop underneath 122, which is a pretty tight stop, but that's the way to go. And then you have 125 in here as a first stop to get some out on the halfway. So you can do like napkin math to be able to tell that's a good risk to reward trade. But to me, you can just eyeball it. Like I can eyeball that space and understand my 22 stop is going to be good in that particular case. Now, obviously, if anyone, any trade in Figma is not the same as trading it yesterday. So there will be no just automatically get $10 in a couple of seconds. Like maybe that happens, but I'm not expecting it. And like anything you make will be a fraction of what you could have done in yesterday's trade. That's just how it is. And napkin math is like it's just a finance term, man. Where you just like you're eyeballing it.
125s.
It's like lazy stuff. Like sometimes you'll do that on like
Look at that.
like earnings or whatnot. Like you'll look at the EPS and you'll kind of eyeball where the price was and be like, oh, well, this is what it was before the valuation and this is the new numbers, and you'll just kind of eyeball what the math will be so you get an idea of what the valuation is that day. Anyways, napkin math is a real term. I didn't just make it up. Don't at me. So Figma, come on, get to VWAP. When Circle was, here's the thing. When Circle was on day 2, it was way stronger when it bounced. Way stronger when it bounced than we're seeing here on Figma. Because the way it traded yesterday, I'm like, we get this break, it is going straight to VWAP on a 1 3-minute candle. Not stair-stepping. I don't want this to stair-step it up. As a matter of fact, I don't even want this going against me. Like, there's such a distinct lack of, what's the word I want to use here? Parabolicness? No, that's not.
Aggression.
Yeah, there's a lack of aggression. There's a lack of aggression.
It's a grinding bid.
In the bid that I'm not expecting to get from Figma, which I find disappointing. So you're getting these types of entries, but they're not giving you like that really big blast to the upside. So like I took some out at 125, but I'm going to put a break-even stop. Maybe this just isn't as strong as we all want it to be. And that can be fine. Like, so what? If that's how it is, that's how it is. Yeah, I want to go back over to Apple was a fail at 210. And it's still trading down. So I guess they didn't like it after all. Yeah, I just trailed out on Figma. Did I get break even? Yeah, I did.
Nice.
That'll work. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're still holding above that prior structure, right? We kind of talk about like holding some structures. So
I just wanted to point out, Apple is now at its 50 period on the daily. Yikes. 205.5 is the 50 on the daily, and that's where it's trying to bounce. So if I usually like only pretty simple levels.
TQ's bouncing as well.
Prior highs or prior day highs, and then go out and find support and resistance. So I wait until Apple shows me something off of a big level, and then I try to get involved. So while I was getting out of Figma, I guess I might have missed this 206 entry on Apple, but this is what I try to do is I don't want to be long Apple all the way. I want to be a long Apple here where I like it, and then I want to wait for it to get to that next level if I'm going to take another shot at it. And that way, if only you get one of those that works, like you get once that goes to VWAP, and that'll wipe out this pretty easily. And that's the way I like to work it. But anyways, to each their own. Everybody, yuck. I just saw someone say that UNH is at a 5-year low. I know we've been saying UNH is just trouble. It's just trouble.
Thank you to.
Stay away.
Yeah, is it still selling off?
UNH is a heaping pile of.
Show me some beautiful red.
Yeah, it's.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not
what
good.
a continuation, dude.
It's not good. It's a short every single day.
Oh, that reminds me. What's CoreWeave?
Every single day. Tried to hold 250, flushes right back into the lows. Hey, it's holding the pre-market lows. So there's that. Thumbs up for UNH holding the pre-market lows.
Circle's down at 170s. You know, that's been a little bit of a level, right? Oh boy, can't miss this one while Fig is kind of moving around.
Up here.
Hood kind of reclaimed. I was looking for that VWAP hold. I was watching the 95s there. Didn't really come in. I liked the short below this opening range low, but that came right back in, showing me the bid, and I was like, all right, well, I don't really want to participate any longer if that's going to be the case. And oh boy, we got a little bit of a push. Right, we were talking about Figma here, push into that 124.60 area. We got to 125s, but pulling back, consolidating. So now let's see. We held that anchored VWAP. We held some of that 116 from yesterday. We pointed that out as the initial day high, which was broken later on. Clean break, to say the least, on that 116.20 break, but we're holding some structures here as of right now, maybe building. Let's see what we do in and around that VWAP area. Can we get up to VWAP? Can we start consolidating 130s? And then maybe we're poised to take out the day highs. We'll continue to watch this one here. Oh boy, Hood coming in with potentially a full-on 100% reversion all the way back up to 98s, Neil. I think it's going to be interesting. It's at 98. I think it's going to be interesting at 100s because I think 100 might be an interesting level here. But coming in with, do I have an anchored on this? I didn't even put an anchored on. This is day.
Oh, no, wait. Did I just? Oh,
yeah, day 2 with an anchored that has not been put on. So let's quickly throw that anchored on as well. I have an old anchored here as well, but this is a 1-minute chart, not really doing that anchored justice. So yeah, that's okay, cool. We did break below that. Is that prior earnings anchored? I think it might be here. Actually, no. Something happened here on June 30th where we had an aggressively strong day, and that's what I have it pinned to. We can see that it did come in and respect that. We'll continue watching this Hood right after we get back from small cap recaps.
So it looks like that Robinhood move on June 30th, I believe it might have been there to catch a token event, but I'm not quite sure. That was when they announced the tokenized stocks. I'd have to look into that to clarify, but either way, I just wanted to address that. IWM is doing a great bounce here at that 212.29. Beautiful bounce, taking out prior bar high, and looks like the bar before that as well. So good look here for IWM bouncing off the lows. TNON, Tenon Medical, as I mentioned earlier here, acquiring the sacroiliac joint-specific assets from SciVantage. Then we also have USAR. This is another one that I mentioned earlier, still really strong. Initiating cover. We have Cantor Fitzgerald initiating coverage on this one with an overweight rating and $16 price target after we had a report yesterday suggesting that the Trump administration is going to continue to help support, specifically, I guess, price support is what I was seeing for these rare earth plays in the U.S. Then last but not least, Aurinia Pharmaceuticals raising their fiscal 2025 sales guide. In their earnings report yesterday, they also had a beat. So AUPH, actually a day 2 earnings play, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
The entire,
Reserve on
I'll tell you, the entirety of Adair's read, Neo has been trying to follow through the $5 break. It is like, it's moving like absolute molasses on that 5 break. There wasn't even any size there, so ultimately ended up taking, when there wasn't a lot of size, this is counterintuitive, but when there wasn't a lot of size on the break, I took some out, realizing, do I want to punch it at this time, a 10-20 break, when it's not like there was a bunch of people liquidated at the $5 level, but it's a double top over yesterday's high, so I'm going to take it 10 times out of 10. It popped to 4s. I was sitting at 4 in front of 5. I'll sit at like 8 or 9 in front of 10 and just see what it can do. But remember, their delivery numbers actually weren't good, and you've got overhead resistance at the 10, and if the 10 goes, then I think you want to see if it can't chew into the 15 to 25 range there on NIO. So anyways, took the break. I mean, when it got pointed out that it went to exactly $5, I see that double top, and we'll take a shot at it at this moment. I bet you Open Door is better on momentum. What's the volume? No, not really. I thought Open might be a chance at a double top break as well. We'll see. That one has a chance, but it doesn't look like it wants to go. And Rusty Dutch, Coins news will drive it further down, in your opinion. Well, it's down 15% now. There's no question about that. It's lost the 50-period moving average. Somebody knew something at 380. Somebody was very certain at 385. We saw that the last couple of days. If you zoom it out far enough, until we get to 300, I might be inclined to agree with you. But my way of playing it was supposed to be the hooded one. And Robinhood is flying. Like it gave one shot at VWAP early and then did not the second time through. Robinhood is absolutely flying. They seem to not care on Hood. And when I see that divergence, like the proxy that I'm using, like if I'm sitting there thinking, okay, well, Robinhood's down because of Coinbase, and I put a short into one, I'm not giving it a lot of room if coin is still falling and Robinhood's going up. Now, I might say to myself, if I see...
Oh, my God.
What was it going? Sorry, go ahead.
Just the flush on Fig was just absolutely nasty. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
no,
you off.
but you're right about this,
It's
though.
holding that VWAP
There is
so well.
something very off about the bid in Fig today. I've only been long a couple times, and it's giving you some scalp trade opportunities, but there's something very off about the level of momentum in FIG.
I said this yesterday.
It's not there yet. It's not there.
I said this yesterday. I'm like, this while trading it, I was like, this is absolutely like high level rank, like ranked gameplay. Like if you play competitive games online, anything like that, Fig tape is absolutely high level rank in my opinion. Level to level, sure, it's giving you, if you can take out all that noise and just be like, all right, we're holding 110s, we're holding 120s, I'm looking for a push, then yeah, you clear out all that noise and maybe you're not really reading tape, you're looking for that push of that structure, and that makes it even better. But yeah, those of you who play League of Legends or even maybe a step above Dota can maybe understand Dota 2. It's a real-time strategy, but yeah, no, you guys might understand that lingo there, but yeah, no,
you know I'm up
absolutely,
on that stuff, man.
Of course.
You know I know all that lingo. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Which is and you should be hammering.
League of Legends is harder. I don't think so, buddy.
On that. Because I'll razz you every now and then for not knowing stuff. I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I know I've ever heard of League of Legends, but like every other word out of your mouth that wasn't League of Legends, I didn't understand.
So like when you play like ranked gaming, it's like so you play and you get a score for winning and losing and winning and losing. Okay. So you create this sort of like, it gives you a score, and the better the player you are, you get a higher ranking. It's called ELO, and the higher number you get, it like chess has ELOs, okay. Right? So ranking in chess. So it's the same concept.
Okay,
it's the same concept.
The second you said
so
that.
So higher the ELO, the higher the rank. So it's the same thing as chess. Chess is also very competitive, right? It's the same competitive game. So it's like you can relate it to that.
You know what also is competitive?
What?
The world of swing trading.
Oh boy.
And if you are in the world of swing trading or want to look for the opportunities in swing trading, then Trade the Pool swing trade programs, you can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not those CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. Well, he locked in $23,000 in profits. His top performer was NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,700 in gains. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Shout out to the Christmas tree recovery in AMD. Well, AMD has broken structure. It was a short early. I keep getting rid of that trend line. It just the cat keeps on coming back. It was a short early, but this is now a hefty pullback and bounce play on AMD. This is why I guess I didn't jump back into the shorts. Neo, like I said, is like moving up slowly like molasses, so I'm just kind of getting some out on the way. But really, the lead is here on AMD and Nvidia. In terms of where the market move is, because the Nasdaq's trying to get to the prior low, and these things are trying to break it back out. So as we get to these resistance spots, you got to put things into some buckets. And as you just said, Figma is finally catching a bit of a bid here. Are you going to take this? No, I'm not taking a break on this.
Again, I think the 115, the anchored VWAP, if we bought anchored VWAP, that was the trade. And I did have buys on anchored VWAP. I just sold them way too early, that's all. Because I'm doing tape scalps. I'm not really looking for level to level. I think that's the issue there. But yeah, finally coming into VWAP and breaking out, coming into 128.50s. I did try a cheeky little short on that 125, and I was just watching. I'm like, all right, no, the bids are definitely stepping up here. I gotta get out of this one there. So only took I think less than $1 off of that one, 50 pennies, I think, from the 125 to 124 and some change. But yeah. Bids coming right back up. The tape was very telling, and I was testing the waters in just underneath the VWAP, and that did not come in pretty nicely here. But yeah, coming into VWAP now, I have, so P-Pro VWAP is just a little bit lower. That's at 126s and some change. And I have VWAP here at 128.35. So that's actually testing that VWAP right now as well on my other charting platform. Hood is still holding 98s, Neil. So I'm watching this one. Sellers strong off of the earnings reaction. Sellers strong off of the open, but reverting off of that 93 double bottom hold. Pretty aggressive bid. Nice. I wouldn't call it a clean V-shape recovery, but a strong one to say the least. 100% reversion off of the opening range highs. 98s. That's what that was. Let's see if we can get up to 100. See if there's any size at 100. I know there's definitely going to be a little bit of an interest at 100. But guess what, Neil? Market's also bouncing, coming into that 23,000 that we were looking at this morning. So that's some good, strong confluence as well. Let's see what Apple is doing. I know that one had earnings this morning. So let's take a quick look on that one there. I didn't really take a bite out of this one there, but shout out to anybody who had the shorts. I know that someone in my trading pod definitely did, and shout out and congrats to him for having the short here. No real reason to cover even now.
I have an idea who that might be.
Yeah.
If you're not going to say the name, I will.
Yeah, no, trending down pretty nicely. I guess we're going to talk about this one a little bit later. But yeah, strong reasons to sell. No real reason to buy just yet. So let's see if Apple continues to trend a little bit lower, looking distinctly different from that of the market. The market's already bouncing on its second 15-minute candle here now, with only about 39 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to print.
Before we continue, I did get a new position, but it's.
Dude,
I've done this every single day for the last, I'd have to recount it, but it doesn't really matter. Fail the pre-market high, come into VWAP short. fail the pre-market breakout high, come into VWAP short. You fail, come into VWAP short. Fail the top. This is the thing that's very, very different about it this time is the nature of how far it dropped before it retested VWAP. So ultimately, like I'll just get out of the way, I'm using less on this than I did before the previous days that I've gotten into Intel, only because usually it goes a little bit and then you get your shot at VWAP earlier. So while this might still work, it's not exactly the same as what it was doing every other day that I was deploying this exact same trade on Intel. It just is what it is, and try to respect the fact that, hey, if Intel is doing this, one of the reasons why I look at Intel on that pattern short is the rest of the chip names have recovered, as Shreve would like to say, bigly. AMD, NVIDIA, SMCI, probably Marvell. I haven't looked at Marvell, but probably not quite so much. But if I'm gonna fade something, I want A, it to have a structure that we like, but B, it's relatively weak. So if AMD and NVIDIA roll over, well, I mean, is Intel gonna bounce more? Probably not. If the market rolls over at VWAP, is Intel gonna continue bouncing? Probably not. And then I have a pattern which has worked every single day for the last 7 days in a row on the stock. That said, you know how it works. You can take something 7 times out of 7, and the 8th time it loses. But at least if you took it the other 7 times, then you should be up overall in the strategy. Unless somehow, I mean, you really should. I mean, you'd have to be a fool not to. Which is, like I said, as long as you take your hit and don't hold it past your stop. Like if this thing gets past a quarter, I'm not really risking all that much on it. And that's what you got to be able to do for sure. And I know there's a lot of other things that we haven't paid too much attention to. And there is one name that usually Sean will have gandered at by 10:30. And it's another Christmas tree recovery. PLTR. Palantir. There's a lot of things bouncing, but as I said, there's a difference between the ones that are bouncing and they've gotten all the way to the top, like AMD and NVIDIA and possibly Palantir here, and the market, which distinctly has not. So I would put this in the bucket of strength. I was kind of hoping Palantir would do that thing where it goes all the way to the channel bottom on the daily, and then it's like an easier long down there. It keeps on picking these random levels now. Like recently, it's been a higher low that doesn't get to the channel bottom. It's done it twice and then retests the highs. If that pattern continues and we close above 156, maybe we get that test of the high first. What an incredibly strong stock that is. I keep thinking, oh, the next pull down is the one that gets you to that bottom of channel. And ever since I put this up, you've only been able to short the top. You haven't been able to go long the bottom of the channel yet.
Yeah, I'm watching this Hood, man. Hood is starting to accelerate. These buyers are definitely very aggressive. It's a grinding bid on Hood, taking it all the way up through 99s now, holding prior bars, and yeah, just it's a very distinct kind of action here. It won't really let it drop more than 15, 20 pennies, and then just pushes even higher with every consecutive candle. So got eyes on this one to see if it'll potentially come in here. I'm looking for a change in behavior, a change in trend, a change in the price action as well, and the change in the tape, to be honest. Like we talk about defining trends, like sometimes for me, the trend is defined by what the tape is doing. Is the tape is trending in a certain way? Does that change? That's a trend break, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be just fixated on the chart. That concept of price action can be pretty vast there. So yeah. Looking pretty nice, poised for that 100 push, only about 70 pennies away from there, Neil. Let's see if we can get to 100. Okay. Let's see if anything spicy happens in and around that 100. But this Figma still holding underneath this VWAP as of right now, so looking pretty decent. So shout out to anybody who had the long off of those 110s or the anchored VWAPs. You got a beautiful reversion to VWAP off of that one, and then flush off of the open was quite nice as well. So we talked about Figma being a great trading vehicle, and a great trading vehicle it is, whether you're playing level to levels, whether you're playing trend breaks on the chart, or whether you're tape scalping it. There's a lot of opportunity on this one. Absolutely beautiful trading vehicle given to us here. This market is absolutely such a blessing, man. I think as much as I learn every day,
well, it's the best
this market ceases to surprise me.
It's like the analogy I like to use. It's the closest thing to professional sports, because like if you play, let's say you're a basketball player, every single day, every game that you play, 80 games a year if you're in the NBA, the hoop's the same height, the teams you play are basically the same composition, the rules are the same, the quarter's the same length, the ball's the same, everything, all the rules, it's all the same game, but the outcomes are so vastly different. That's what the market is every single day. You can just prepare for your usual game plan, and then something's like this, right? Like I told you on Intel, I can't even count the days. If we come to my chart for a second, I can't count the days. It's every day since earning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you've been watching the show, every single day, and this is now the 6th day, I have been short on Intel on this exact same pattern. And every single time, it's done the exact same thing, which is fade for the rest of the day. And we come back in the afternoon, and I'm still short Intel. But in this particular case, unfortunately, it's trying to break through VWAP. So the 6th time, maybe it could still work and I get back into it. But you got to take the out. Just because it worked 5 times in a row doesn't mean it's going to work the 6th. But you've got to have that kind of a plan of action. Neo break, like I said, it was molasses Neo. I mean, there we go. I was able to get some scalps out in the way to that 10, but it just doesn't go that far. So I just punched out when it came back through 99. If it's going to pull back to VWAP, it's only an extra 7 pennies. But when it only went like 6 pennies in the money for you on a 5 break, I'm not going to sit there holding it 7 pennies against me. It's just that's not how you structure a trade. If I'm getting in at 01s, then I want to get out 98 or 99 if I'm scalping the trade that way. And as always, my first outs are at 03s. I did size down on the break. Mixed idea whether that was good. After I had gotten in, I flatted some shares there when I didn't like the amount of volume, which is a good way to mitigate. If I don't see enough volume on a break, on a stock where I can get out for flat right away, a lot of times I'll just punch out half flat, and I use an ECM where I don't pay the fee. But it's just a smart thing to do if you're not seeing the kind of volume follow through. That way I don't have as much exposure if it slaps back to the downside. Let's go back over to my friend.
Yeah, so guys, traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, guys. Thank you very much. But yeah, tried a bit of a scalp on that hood there, and it seems like it's coming in maybe to that 100 mark. I tried a bit of a short on that pullback in, and it stepped right back in. I was covering aggressively and then pushed right back into it. Flip game through that prior high. Let's see if that will potentially come in. Current day high coming in at 99.42s. Don't know if it's going to get up there just yet, but we're holding 99s pretty well as of right now. Can we print the quarter? Can we hold the quarter, then print the half? Those are the questions I'm asking as of right now, Neil. Don't know if it's going to come in right away, but 125 is holding there on Figma as well with a little bit of a bid. 200 lots on the bid on Figma at 125. So a lot of exciting things to watch. Apple's still continuing for its lows here. Let's take a quick look at what the market is up to. The market's still trying to catch a little bit of a bounce. So, oh boy, let's see if that one will come in as well here. Still grinding bid on Robinhood, even though that was the first sign of some decent selling there. We did kind of still hold some of that trend and structure as of right now. So I'll continue to watch this one there. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, and we can cover that as well. But yeah, Robinhood pretty strong on the day there. Wasn't really expecting this kind of strength off of those lows, but it is what it is. Got to respect what the market is showing us.
Yeah, like that's sort of the thing. Like you have to. But we are, speaking of what the market's showing us, let's be real. You are still pulling in, like the NASDAQ anyways. Oh, ES is doing the same thing. You are still pulling in, failing's the wrong word, but testing pre-market lows, overnight lows, testing the volume weighted average price, and potentially still closing underneath. That does make it a little bit bearish on the way back through. So at the end of the day, and someone said in the chat, and this was kind of jokes, I don't have a grudge against Intel. It has nothing to do with that. It's just like since earnings, it had a pattern. Like every single day, no, why is that still Figma? Since earnings, it had a pattern. It established a pattern, and then it just continued to do the same thing every single day. So when I see the pattern, I just try to repeat the trade that you make off of that pattern. So that was my approach as far as I'm concerned. Like in trading, a lot of what you're doing is just observing a pattern and then trying to make an execution based off of it. And then you may do that, and then you move on to the next trading opportunity. So I have nothing against Intel. I still have some Intel shares in my long term. I actually think this might be like underneath $20 has been a good buy zone. Like ultimately, from a value standpoint, if you're value hunting and you're looking for the bottom to come in, I would venture to say it hasn't made a new bottom down here yet, but you're getting into that zone where it's bounced several times and there's a good trade down around 19. It's just usually shown you the bottom and then you go long. When that happens, I'll probably start going long Intel. No question about it. It's already 10:40.
Oh boy.
I knew you'd say, oh boy. Something, my spidey sense there, and I'm telling you, like some people have instincts and some people, it's just, you get this feeling, and no one could have predicted that you would say, oh boy, obviously. There's no chance that could happen. That's why I think it's pretty special. Like I should just quit the job and I can, and the other thing that's going into my brain right now is two things. One, the Bills are gonna win the Super Bowl, and two, we're gonna go to Adara.
I mean, given how the market's doing, it's probably not that hard to predict that we have a very red sector board. Speaking of predictions or intuitions there, finance is really ugly. We have Bank of America, Citigroup, both down about 3%. Morgan Stanley down about 2.5%. Electronic technology red across the board. AMD, Arista Networks, and Micron notably red. Then we have technology services. Oracle down about 2%. Netflix, the rare shining star of this group, even though they've been relatively weak, more or less, as of late, currently up about 1.5%. Retail trade, great look, except for Amazon, down 6% on their earnings, specifically their AWS results, which were not as strong as those of their peers and necessarily what the street was looking for, kind of right in line with estimates. Producer manufacturing, consumer services, utilities, energy, minerals, transportation, industrial services, and health services all week, but health technology and consumer non-durables, kind of the fronts here that are pretty positive right now, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adara. Wait a minute. Whoops.
Oh yeah, we have the key now. Can't forget about that.
You got to do the key. You got to do it the right way. Skull easy clap. To each their own. I disagree. I mean, the Eagles, they're the champions. I have nothing against the Eagles because they're not in our conference, so that's absolutely fine by me. I love how it's absolutely hilarious. Bills this year, Mr. Westermeyer, thank you very much. The Chiefs are looking terrible at camp. I absolutely love the way that you think. Josh Allen is absolutely a dog. I would suggest this, Bilbo, you probably don't want to do this. New drinking game, take a shot every time Obi says, oh boy. That's a really bad
idea. Oh, you're going to be sauced within.
That's a very, very bad idea. Because what's going to essentially happen is Obi's just going to troll you and say, it's not going to end well for you if you try it. He's going to, I know what's going to happen. It's not the right way to play. Trust me.
Scalp man.
You say scalp man?
No, I'm just getting a little excited on that tape. I was like, all right, we're pushing back in the 99s, but we're still making lower highs, and it kind of washed that 99. I'm like, all right, well, you know what? I got a little lucky there, and I was just like, pew, pew, pew. So, 23.
I have a question. Is Scalpman's sidekick Robin Hood? Oh. Did you do that on purpose, Obi? Because if so, that is like big games, but also Scalpman's sidekick.
Wow, 99.15. Yeah, I think that sometimes the puns make themselves, and the level of how would you say like a K2 K3 pun. I don't know. Just happens sometimes by itself.
Y'all on a different level.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Both of you just.
It just happens. It comes naturally. It just comes naturally. 99.15, so I clearly didn't hold that to fruition there. 99.26 is, oh my God, are we going to come into 100? I don't know, man. Let's see if we can get to 100. And trust me, I'm looking for the reversion. I'm honestly looking for the reversion, but I'm also willing to be nimble enough to be like, all right, I'm going to scalp some out of this, really feel it out, and then let it show me what it's trying to do. And I think that's going okay. It's going all right. Let's see, can we print the quarter? Can we hold the quarter, print the half right now? 99.25s on the ask and chopping around right there. So nice reclaim of that 90. We did take a little bit of a pullback, but this is the first pullback we've seen since the grinding, methodic bid that we've been getting. So we're holding the quarter now. 24 is on the bid, 18's on the bid, 19's on the bid. Oh boy, I feel like an auctioneer on this one, but this market is absolutely wild. 125 still holding on Fig. We see that reserve. So this is what I was talking about. Can we see significant tape like we did yesterday? And that 100 reserve was very, very significant. 125's holding on the reserves, both on the ask and the bid now. So a lot of liquidity kind of happening there. I'm watching that. I got that on watch. 99 halves now. Oh my God, 100.
It's gonna make a break of that 100, Robinhood. But the thing that's also happening in Fig, you got to this plays both ways, Obi. You now have like a trend from the bottom, which is held now twice. So you got the wick bottom on Figma. There's your other bounce. It was a slight scalp trade for a breakout that I guess you could have taken into VWAP. If we lose this trend here, that doesn't look as healthy. So I'm going to eyeball that because there might be, if it does this and breaks $120, that looks a little bit nasty on Figma. So I got to have that one up. No questions asked. If we lose 120 here, you can play it in both directions. Robinhood in the 100 level coming in rather quickly.
Boom, straight through.
It just broke on. Oh, not clean. It's not clean. It broke, but the bid didn't follow.
Not clean.
The offer got to, I don't know, like 5 or 6, but the bid never stepped up over $100. That's the thing on a breakout. There's a difference between
false break.
There's a difference between it breaks the level and the offer releases because people get stopped out. But if no one actually bids above 100, then all you do is break the price, run stops, and no one actually stepped up. You can always see that on the tape. So unfortunately, Robinhood did not do that. Maybe a pullback into the prior high, or he just takes it a second time through on the hooded one. It is super strong, despite the fact that Coinbase is still languishing down here, down 15%. They're the ones that reported. They're the ones that are weak, at least for now. So yeah, we got to be riding with the right one. That's Robinhood. The first thing I looked at after I saw this divergence between the two was maybe Webull was doing it. No. Like Webull down 6% in sympathy, and it's not going. It's a purely Robinhood story, at least among the names that I'm looking at over here.
Yeah, see, right back at 100 right now. So we did kind of chop it up a little bit there. Wow, tape's getting pretty aggressive, so I like to see that, right? We've seen that grinding bid. I want to see a trend, a change of trend in the tape as well, and that's happening right here in and around that 100. Let's see if it sustains. That's the next question, right? Does that change sustain, and do we get a follow through of that change of trend as well? So let's see if that comes in. I'm looking for sellers to start getting dominant on this one, Neil, and it seems like it's maybe coming in, but I'll let it consolidate. I'll give it 20, 30 pennies. What is the ATR on Hood? That's what I'm asking. You know what? I'm just going to use my calculator. It's not always super accurate, but it gives me a rough estimate, and I'll compare that to like FinViz or something. So my calculator right now on a 14-day period is giving me a $4.81 for Hood. Let's see what it is on FinViz real quick here for Hood, and compare that to my calculator. I just use Google Finance, and it does the calculation by I guess manually, and I have the ATR as 5.25 on a 14 days. So yeah, just like off by, I guess that's off by a decent chunk, but it gives me a rough idea, right? $5-ish, 4.81. I have, FinViz has 5.25, so off by about 20, I guess 40 pennies-ish. But it gives me a rough idea of what that ATR is, and maybe I can break that ATR into chunks to get a better perspective of some price action here. But yeah, pulling back from that 100, false break of that 100 right now, Neil, as the limited information being printed on the chart I'm seeing so far. But we'll see if it continues to hold. The SPY pulling back a little bit, and the NASDAQ rejecting that 23,000 as well, with this 15-minute candle, 10 minutes left on this one, and we're printing that top wick right here. I keep pointing as if you guys can see what I'm pointing at right here. So this right here. I'm like, yeah, right there. Take a look at this. Take a look at.
It's normal.
23,000 pulling back. Wow, you got $1 off that 100 false break. Absolutely beautiful. I was not fast enough for that one. I gotta pew a little bit faster for that one. Apple, no reversion yet.
Oh goodness.
That's what I'm talking
We had a
about.
key
So
for that.
Apple's still continuing.
Have you
Yeah.
seen Reddit yet?
What is Reddit up to?
Reddit and forget it. 22%
Nice.
to the upside and absolutely blasting. It seems to want 200, but this is going to be a wild reversion if it does happen. I only say it because I know you. There's no way you wouldn't be looking at something like this for the revert. It doesn't even pull back in. This morning I was like, yeah, if it tries to fill in the gap at the market's weak, look in front of 170. Well, $10 higher is where it actually pulled back into as Reddit continues to go to, I mean, it's a moonshot at this point. The market's weak. This is about the only one that's super, super strong. I'm still eyeballing that Figma, baby. I know we were long before, and we're about to go to Adara, but it's bouncing off the trend line again. There it is. I got to hit save, and then it'll stay. But bless you, Adara. I'm just waiting for this to break the trend and then take my first short in Figma. Well, I didn't short it yesterday, so I guess I can say ever. Let's go back to Adara.
What a bear flag here for the U.S. dollar. We get this economic data coming in right at 8:30, and the USD just tanks, though right now it is trying to form a bit of a base. Now, what numbers are we talking about? We're talking about non-farm payrolls lower than expected here, 73,000 versus 104,000 expected. Unemployment rate 4.2%, so that was in line with expectations. And private payrolls 83,000 versus 100,000 expected. So private payrolls lower, non-farm payrolls lower, unemployment in line, and average earnings year over year actually 0.1% higher than we were expecting. I want to mention, too, Fed's bossed at commenting because, guys, this morning we got the comments from the two dissenting Fed members. That were the two members who did not agree with the Fed's decision to hold rates and wanted to cut rates by 25 basis points. They both expressed concerns here about, I guess, the employment risk. That would be both Fed's Waller and Fed's Bowman. Well, now we have Fed's Bostic chiming in. He just a couple minutes ago finished comments on CNBC, and he said basically that the biggest issue is the environment and the measure of the Fed's dual mandate, right? They have to care about both the inflation and jobs. Right now, jobs are showing to be struggling, but they're still feeling like inflation is high. Fed's Bostic also said it's an active debate right now on how restrictive the Fed policy is. So it seems like things are quite heated in the Fed room. But I will say what certainly, I guess, heated as well is the expectation for a cut in September. As of Wednesday and Thursday, we weren't really seeing super high cut expectations after Fed Chair Powell gave some mixed remarks. Now, basically 81% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut coming through at that September meeting. October looks like we're expecting a cut as well, should we get a cut in September. December right now, a little bit more mixed because we really don't have as much data yet to go off of. So interesting look here. September cut seeming more and more likely, guys, as we send you back to Neil and OB.
Yeah, up to 80. It was, I mean, when we checked it in the pre-market, we were at 67, 68 maybe. So that's absolutely wild. How quickly things can shift. That's just how it is. I mean, we're flying all over the place. The more uncertainty you get in a rate cycle, that looks delicious. Obi, what kind of cookie is that? It's chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip.
That looks really good.
Pretty good. I had too much sweet for breakfast. I had the quiche.
Really good.
I had the quiche, and then I had half of that cookie. And I was like, I'm feeling a little low on energy, so I'm like, let me just re-up on the sugar here.
That's, yeah, that makes sense.
Of course, yeah. Because the inevitable sugar.
We'll get to what's for lunch in literally minutes. When we get out of here, you can just eat your lunch. But nothing wrong with a good cookie. All I wanted to say is, look, to get to 80%, the economic numbers this morning are shifting us. But volatility is fantastic when you have disputed rate decisions. And right now, we went from uncertain about September to now the markets seem to think it's happening again for sure, which is absolute insanity to me that things shifted this quickly. We got some revisions on ADP. I get that, and they signaled weakness in the labor market. They also signal that those numbers are nonsense when they first come out. If they're always revising them huge, then basically we shouldn't be paying attention to them. We should only look at the revisions. I guess that's what they're also telling us. The other thing that's happening right now, NEO, 5 break, back to VWAP. So we wait for it to get to the volume weighted average price. Now it's coming back to VWAP. Going to look for the bounce on NIO, everybody.
Oh boy, indeed.
I heard get it UNH,
Yeah,
which means it's making fresh lows.
Yeah, UNH.
That's the only thing that it does is make fresh.
I'm going to take a guess and Sorry, I'm going to take a guess and be like somebody is short UNH right now. So let's take a quick look at that. Oh boy, wow.
That stock sucks.
Where'd you get into this one, Indira?
So I initially got in 244.50s-ish. I added 242.50s, like pre-market low.
Nice.
Nice.
That's so okay. Yeah, through the break of pre-market, nice. Using structures to kind of guide your decisions, absolutely beautiful. Trend to the downside on UNH. More of the same, man. Yeah, we keep talking about this one. I'm like almost every day it's been a short. Coming into earnings, more selling. Next day, leg consolidation, leg continuation. Coming in right now, 240s. Absolutely beautiful. Great trade there, Adara. I was not involved in this one, but definitely very much in play. Look at the relative volume that it's doing in the pre-market session. 4 times the relative volume all the way into that quadunk that we did catch a little bit of a bid off of at 6 a.m., but more of the same. Supply just stepping into yesterday's end-of-day levels here right off of the open, breaking that prior day low, 247s, breaking this consolidation low. Look at that hold as well. That's showing up pretty nicely right here. This bid 245s and then 242. So yeah, solid stuff there on UNH. Not really looking so healthy for the longs there. But yeah, let's take a quick look at what the volume leaders are as of right now. Open door, we know. Oh boy, open is open for some fresh prices on the day. 220s. In the personal. Oh. Nice.
Sharif is trying to work into open, which you know makes a lot of sense. He loves those small cap gappers, and we only have 3 minutes to go.
Oh boy.
Wow, we only have 3 minutes to go, so I don't have the button, but we're gonna do what's for lunch anyways. Because apparently Obi's hungry, and you got to eat something healthier than just some cookies if you need some energy there. Obi, by the way, Figma is very close to breaking that trend. It looks like it's trying to do so. I'm just gonna show you the whole thing. We'll spoil it. Lemon herb salmon.
Ooh.
I love salmon. You got to cook it just right. Roasted baby potatoes, seasonal vegetables, and chef's choice salad. Now, all of that said, I'm still going to eat a salad, a regular salad, and every single day, every day this week, our salad has had cut up chicken. The only thing they've changed is
there's chicken in the salad?
It's seasoned a little bit differently every single day, but it's basically the same thing on our salad every day. All I want today is there to be a different protein with my salad. Great if it happens to be salmon, but I'll take anything that isn't chicken after 5 days in a row. And Dara's clapping because we've both been feeling the same thing. But that said, we'll get what we get. We won't be upset. Figma is stuck. Absolutely.
Yeah, 125.
Yeah, it's just not flying away from this level in either direction. So like I know I like it if we break out above VWAP, but when I see it, like the first candles are strength after it broke the trend. I'm waiting to see some idea that there's actually sellers that are starting to win. And the spread just opened up to $1 here. That's weird. That's wild. So I mean the bid's dropping a little bit. I might try to weasel in front of 125 if I can to steal a term from the guy that you're about to hear in a couple of seconds or in a couple of minutes. So I might jump in front of the 125. I'm trying to get something in front of 124, and I'm going to get my stop out because we can do that. We can have our stop out before we even get into position, which we should always do. Yeah. Although you couldn't do it for the IPO, was a bit different. But yeah, now that I see the bid starting to drop, I'm trying to get in at 124 without chasing it, just to look for the scalp trade on this rejection of the prior day high and a trend break. But it's going to be a very tight stop. Like the prior bar is literally at 124.80. So if I get in, I'm stopping out just above that, and you can't even get in. Like that's how ridiculous this is. So I'm just sitting here on the offer. Just one print up should pick me up, ideally. Oh, the other thing, just to go back over, where are you, Neo? Why did I just type NYMEX? Neo has lost the volume weighted average price temporarily, but there's still some play that it could get a couple of cents underneath and hold a prior day close. I still have it up, and I'm looking for the bounce in NIO. It's still a good enough breakout play that if it holds up here, I do want to play the long. I just have to wait a little bit on this one, as it's not cleanly bouncing off VWAP. Intel is sort of the other thing. Wicked out, shorted again, scalps them out. Now I'm still shorting it into this high second time. So I'm willing to play this pattern. As I said, it worked 5 days in a row, so we'll try it again here on Intel. And I did not get filled in Figma.
Yeah, you got to remove liquidity on that one. If you really like it, you got to take it.
Yeah, but the problem is the spread opened up $1.
Yeah.
So I'm not hitting. Like if I hit 122.5, that changes everything about the trade if I'm stopping at 125. And for some people, they're like, yeah, whatever, just chase it and then it just works. I'm like, no, I'm not. I will never just sit there and say I'm just gonna risk twice as much as my plan to get into the trade. To each their own. For me, I always look at things on a very, very high time frame, like strategies on a very, very high time frame. I never care how I'm doing. I care how I make my decisions. I never care how I'm doing on the day relative to how I'm doing on the month. I never care how the month is going relative to the quarter. I never care how the quarter is doing relative to the year. Like the longer I've done it, the more I think that way. And it makes it a heck of a lot. It makes it really easy. Like, I wasn't really that mad at myself over Fig. Like, I left a third of my profits on the table. I could have had a 50% bigger day with a slight adjustment on my stop. But I'm like, yeah, you know what? It still was the right decision. The way that I structured the stop, I just probably priced it a little bit wrong. So I can't really be mad at myself. And if this follows through, I followed a rule that I know over time makes a lot of sense, at least to me. So anyways, I might have missed that entry. And yeah, you could have a couple bucks in there. But then I'm breaking a rule, and I'm risking twice as much on that trade. But it's a good trend break. Hopefully someone's got that one. It's 11 o'clock already.
Oh, boy.
You've got the professor in open. I thought you were in open. Maybe he'll get there. Yeah, you're in open. It's right there. We got Joey options as well. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. Good one. Obi, we'll get some salad, maybe some salmon, hopefully, and maybe I'll grab myself a cookie if there's any still left. There probably aren't any left, but I'll see if I can snag one. Go get them, boys.
Yeah.
What happened, Joey? You see that squat? There's gonna be another squatting video. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And where are all the beautiful people in the chat today? Big Smile Burdette, he's verified too. What up? Right back at you, Big Smile. I hate all these names with the ats. Bring it back. Normally, I can't read these. JS Haas ATX, Austin McVetti, the Productive Detective. Fantastic. Why not? Why not? Bob, the dang builder, and we have one of the OGs, Gorev. We got Trawat 64. Sorry, Kirk D. Jeremy Newman, who else? Mr. Ian, show yourself, new names. Donkey Trader, we got Anthony 2000. Shout out to Liddy Bands and
you got those ready?
Why not? Why not? Marvel, we got Stuart ID, Jaguar Nut, Mike Padafora. Sorry, I probably butchered that. I do apologize. Who else? We got the Rainmaker. Joe Beats. We got Big Joe 360. Ooh. I don't think Big Joe is gonna like that, man.
I don't mind that.
Yeah. You can't have too many people with the big moniker though. Shout out to Sam. What is this? Samuel7594. Shout out to you, Mike, the Stock Impaler. Sorry guys, a little anticlimactic. Super hard to read with all the names. Super. Condensed like that, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Happy Friday, baby.
Yeah, happy Friday, man. Yeah, it's been a choppy one. I don't know. Well, it depends perspective. Oh, there it is. All right.
Yo, look. There we go.
There it is.
I gotta say, man, you changed fundamentally, though. Like, and not in a bad way. Like, obviously, you're a great-looking guy and everything, but like, to me, you're just a different person in these pictures, right? Like, you did change substantially. I love the pictures, though, man. And Assassino said the exact same thing to Ramin. You a fundamentally different person.
Yeah.
I love it, though.
Oh, man was a killer still. Back
Hey! Yeah, you're getting a lot of love there in the chat. I'm sure you are, bro. Look at that.
I appreciate it. I told you guys, man.
Was that the longest that they were ever been?
No, they got a little longer. Those are like kind of outdated. In high school, if I could pull up some of the old pictures, they got down to just around.
So that's Grandma's house right there.
Yeah, that's Grandma's house.
Grandma's got the hookups, guy.
Yeah, there it is.
Love it.
Joe Fro is what they used to call me.
Fro.
Yeah, Joe Fro, a lot of those names. No, guys, in all seriousness, thanks for all the love in the chat and everything. Yeah, exactly, the Heartbreak Kid. That's exactly. Joe looking
it's
like
not Shawn Michaels, it's Joey Options.
Yeah.
The Heartbreak
exactly,
Kid.
the Heartbreak Kid. No, thanks, Joey Locks and all.
Here we go. Here we go. Right away. He doesn't wait, Joey. He doesn't
I
wait.
mean, $10.
You got to read that out, Joey.
But hold it.
I'm gonna have to read it out.
Now the super chats have upped. He's got the puts obviously cooking, so that's why.
You noticed that, huh?
Of course
Yeah.
he's got those puts cooking.
Hold on, we're gonna have to read this out, Joey. What was longer, Joseph? The dreads or that inseam? There it is. Thank you, Big Spile, for the $10 super chat. Funny guy, Mike the Rider, loving that one.
Yeah, good stuff. But anyways, to trading, guys, I told you guys I'd pull those up. Glad that you enjoyed them a little bit. So there it is. But yeah, we're like relatively flat, slightly green on the session here, guys. You can see we got a long on the TQs. I attempted a short on NVDA, and I took one stab at it. I'm like, no, we're not going to go against one of the stronger names, even though we're still negative on the session. So there's a little loss right there. But TQs was nice, and then we took a loss on Reddit as well. And you can just see the ATR and the volatility really pick up, because from where I was there to roughly my stop loss is approximately $2, a little bit more. So yeah, you can see it, and then it just started to roar after. I'm like, you know what? After it sold off this little bit, I was just gonna avoid it, but then a big time recovery in our DDT. But that's what we got going on. I'm gonna be keeping my eyes on some things here. The market has now pulled back through south of the volume weighted average price, so we'll keep an eye out on that one as well too. But yeah, slightly green on this session. Let's see what else we can cook up for you guys here.
All right, man. Adding to this position, if I can, at volume weighted average price here on. There we go. We got the add LXCH. We're gonna put anything below that 50 area print. We're gone. Zeno. Oh my goodness. On that, I have an insane amount of shares for open, and I need to adjust that. So I'm going to have to adjust this one first. Let me go back to open over here and see what the situation is. Yeah, I'm going to have to flatten out here. I took a lot of shares on open. I didn't mean to, so let's see exactly what the situation is. I'm gonna let this one go. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to open over here. Let's see if it ends up finding support. So the 10 exponential for me is 207. So we can put it over here into that, and then we'll let that one go if it breaks 204. So that's exactly what we'll do. Just need to make sure what I know my order size is for the next one, which is waiting at 9s, right? So there it is. So how many shares is that for? That's fine. So I can go ahead and do just that. So there we go. We've organized there. All right, so now what I'm looking at, LXCH is gonna have to hold VWAP here. It's already showing me 65 on the bid. What do we have on this one? We got 63, so let's go ahead and post on LXCH at 66s. So we'll see what we can get around there. Also, I'm involved in IMAB. So I worked into this one. This one just cleared VWAP. It doesn't seem to be respecting VWAP all that much. It's more of a 10 EMA hold. I've taken out some here through the break of 310s. We got 11s. Here we go again. We're showing 9s now. There has been a staunchy seller on IMAB at 10s and 11s. And you see we work up into that 10 again, barely any size. We're talking a few hundred lots here on a $3 name, preventing us from ascending. So clearly there's an iceberg order, AKA a hidden seller at that level that we'll have to shake. We did get into 344 high a day. There was a triple top there, generally a triple top, but with lower highs. I'm talking about this area right here. So again, we work up into 10s, and again, we don't get filled. So I'm going to keep my patience with this one to see if we can take out that seller, but it probably does behoove me to throw some more orders out on that one, so I'll put some in the high teens, and then if we get really gangster, maybe even that low 20s. Get it, Joe? So that's what we'll be doing on that one. Again, showing 10s, unable to shake the seller. So that's what I'm keeping. There we go. Now we're up into 13. Can we squeeze 15s now? We're taking out levels, Joey. So we just took out a bunch of levels there, quick as you like. We still have the 1050 candle with that high into 18s. So 18s is a local area high. Obviously the high of the day is 44. Let's see if we can shake that seller at 18s. I think that's where we kind of topped out there. So I'll keep my eye out on that. Back to LXEH. If this one loses the $0.50, it also makes a lower high, which is not what I want. I'm looking for the higher lows here. So anything below that $0.50 psychological area of support. In addition to that, it is the prior area low. So you have a double whammy for that level. Let's go back to open because I have more shares than I'd like on this one. We're break even, 1 penny out of the money, excuse me, on this one. So let's go ahead and post on open at some of these levels over here, see if we can get something possibly into the 20s, and I'll put some in the mid 20s as well. So that's the look on OPE, and still zigging and zagging at that level. Joey, what are you looking at over there?
I'm actually looking at Coinbase, obviously just kind of thinking about some of that earnings report, just how some of the transactions have been down, and then sure enough, you're seeing this move that that we're seeing. I'm thinking, hey, maybe we're getting a little bit of a rotation into some of the other names, right? You could like Robinhood, you can trade crypto and equities, so that's interesting, kind of a one-trick pony here. I shouldn't.
I didn't really get. Did you see the report on this thing?
Yeah.
Are you as confused by the report as I am? Yeah, because the comps with the other companies don't make any sense.
We're good, right? Like I mean, considering that they got the American Express deal as well.
Dude, I mean, look at all the amount of money that came into Robinhood, the amount of money that came into SoFi. You weren't. I guess maybe the expectations were crazy lofty.
Yeah, I mean, the transactions
I don't know what
were
the hell
down.
that making sense.
The transactions were down though.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe that had to do with it. Pretty forward-looking. I think at some point we're going to get a rebound here in Coin, considering the move that we got from the Genius Act. So we'll keep an eye out on Coin just in case we get somewhat of a bounce here, guys. But it seems like a relatively weak session on the day. Anything north of VWAP, we'll hop into some Coin L maybe to see what we got cooking up. But where the market is laying right now, I don't see anything super attractive. And you know my style, guys. I'm just going to be a sniper here on the session, right? First day of the month, I like to kind of get rocking and rolling and try to put in as best of, obviously every day, but the first day is big for me. Yesterday was fantastic between Tariff and the team. I shouldn't say it just between him and I, but the whole team trading Fig. That was a whole lot of fun. Got some more content for you guys on that front. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Next time we're going super heavy there. I don't know why I did that, but anyways.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Exactly. So UNH, good job, Adara, on that one. As you can see, we're starting to pull back towards the volume weighted average price on this one. And this thing is continuing to bleed. I'm like thinking, when are you going to rebound? But sure enough, you just snap through some of these support levels, and then you continue that southeast trajectory there. So that's what we got going on. Yes, and Jacques, I'm still holding those VIX calls. I pretty much closed everything. So I closed my IBIT contracts, and then I actually grabbed a little bit more Ethereum. I don't know how much I'm loving that, but I'll sit in that for a while. And then now I'm just sitting in VIX calls. So I literally have 2 positions out of the 5 that I was in on my swing accounts, and the majority of them in close with a little addition to Ethereum. So that's what I got going on. Eyes on the overall market. Let's see if we can find a prime time entry, Sharif.
All right, man. AB treated me well over here, so now I've put my stop. I've moved it up from prior area low into the low of, in below $3. So I'm in at 4s. Anything below 3s, we don't have that much left, gets me out of the trade, and here it comes. It looks like it's going to zig and zag, possibly into that $3 whole area. Best print we got on this one, 322. It did spike into that area. It has higher lows and higher highs. So I don't want to be too aggressive with the stop placement. If I'm seeing trend continue, and I'm seeing it in this case. Why? Because I'm seeing the higher highs and higher lows, even though the range per candle is wide, means it wicks up, it wicks down, it wicks up, wicks up. But if your general trend is still each candle, successive candle has higher lows and higher highs, you're still holding trend. Back up into 20 we go. So let's see what this one does. Packing my patience on this one, looking for that high 20, low 30 next area prints, but we're going to have to clear 20 decisively before we even talk about that. We did clear 20 super momentarily, though. That's where the 22 wick came in. Back to LXEH, holding generally. We're, okay, wow, that just took out all my orders, Joey. This thing's psycho. Psycho, all the way up from 55 into this candle, filling me all the way up into 70. Now it's showing 80. Get it, LXEH. Can we get another print here at 80? We're waiting. You know, might as well wet the beak since we're already up here. I'm going to go ahead and post, where are we at here? Get that fly, Joey. We're going to post at 69, see if we can take another quick print there. But it's really the story going to be about open over here. It's holding. I perceive this to possibly be a bull flag off that area trough into that $1.85 area. We clear the pre-market high, which is what got me interested. We didn't clear by all that much, though, full disclosure. We got into 215, the pre-market. The high, the technical high of the day is 220. So we're getting getting a lot of selling at 14s. I'm not sure what that's all about. Look at the churn here. Look at the amount of shares. 3,000, 5,400, 5,000, all coming in at 14s. Can't shake the seller at 14. So staunchy person that is, and I'm in at 15s, by the way. I didn't even get my DCA into 8s, despite the fact that it did come into 8s. It didn't cross, though, so we didn't get the print. So that's the issue. All right, we took the print here at 69 on LXCH. Now we're waiting at 80. Let me post more orders here on LXCH in the mid-80s. We're going to wait at 84s, and then we're going to wait at 88s. Let's see what we get there on this one. Anything below 50 pennies, as I mentioned, though, on LXCH gets me out of this trade. Let's go back over now to IMAB. Okay, we still didn't print anything above my earlier print at 22. So that 27 print goes unfilled, and look at it drop all the way back down to 3. This is crazy price action here, Joey, on IMAB. A lot of zig, a lot of zag. We already knew it had wide range per candle, but the buyers and sellers almost at equilibrium here, because there we go. We'll get stopped out the remaining amount as it loses 3. So this one did make up a new candle to make a new low. That'll get me out of the trade quick as you like. So we'll give back a little bit on the last remaining amount, but it'll be profitable nonetheless. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Focusing on LXCH and open, Joey.
Good luck, brother. Shout out to Charlie Taff.
Get it, Charlie.
So what he said, Joe, happy. Guess who grabbed 3 Qs puts end of day yesterday? Sold them for over a rack each. For those who aren't familiar with a rack is, that's $1,000. Obviously, I'm being slightly sarcastic. I DM'd you on X to prove I'm full out of it. Yeah, so there it is. Bang, a nice $2,300 today. That's a solid Friday right there for sure. Don't spend it all in one place, Charlie, or don't do anything that I wouldn't do. That's for sure, because that would be gone really, really quick. All right, let's go. We got a $2 super chat. Rod Rickenschlein. My options account is up 10% today.
That's crazy.
Let's go. Let's go.
I like hearing that.
Hold on, we're going to hit this one for you. It's a storm. Today, everyone is storming. Stormin' Norman is what we used to call one of my uncles. So, yeah, let's see what we got going on today, guys. Yeah, never really liked that guy, but that's all right.
Dance on him, Donald.
I didn't, man.
I know, but he's your uncle. I guess people...
I'm sorry, did you just roast your uncle on live
like
YouTube?
In-law.
Oh,
yeah,
that makes a big difference. That makes a big difference. Yeah, it does.
So
it does.
I'll double down on that one. Really didn't like him.
I like with this guy. Like, don't aggravate this guy. His face changes.
So there it is. No, he's old right now. But no, in all seriousness, guys.
Oh, boy.
Gore was saying he's looking for some longs at some key support levels here in the market. So that's not looking bad if you're playing this as your just a little bit below this range as your stop. For me, we're just in no man's land right now.
Okay.
I'm going to be looking for something precise, either at an extreme high or an extreme low. This is exactly why I was long the Qs off of this hammer candle right here. Did we get that 100% isolated volume signature? No, but we got that nice hammer print right there, and I had to take. You have to take those stabs right there on that trade. So we'll continue to monitor this. I think we are going to have somewhat of a bearish day. It's going to be tough to crack this. Something I think negative would have to step into that market, but until then, Ethereum selling off, so that's pretty cool, and other things too. So yeah, we're gonna see what we got here, Sharif.
Okay.
Patience is the name of today's game. I know you got some momentum rolling there.
Yeah, we were, things have calmed down a little bit. Still LXCH, we're kind of at the midpoint here, showing 69s. This one, it's got 1.5 million shares, okay, 1.45, but it's trading super light. Like, look, the book is barely moving. The tape is barely moving. So when it moves abruptly and erratically, both to the high side and to the downside. So you need to know this characteristic if you're going to trade LXCH. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, up about 27% and change. Let's see if it can get through that level. We did take out the 14 seller momentarily on open. We did work up into 15s, but we were met with aggressive selling at that level as well. So it's up 15, 16 and a third percent, but it's really unable to kind of clear this area top. It is really going to be 15. That is the issue. Even though the seller right now is at 14. Why do I say that? Because 2 candles, both over here, neither of which closed above 15 or opened above 15. The close of the red candle is at 15, or the open, of the red candle is at 15, and the close of the green candle where I got in is at 15, despite the fact that we wicked up to 20. So let's see if we can wick back up there again, shake some sellers. We're still above the 10 EMA. I'm looking for this one to keep kind of going. We'll see what this one does. Tisha saying HCTI. Let me have a look at my friend HCTI. We'll just determine if it's my friend or not. Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, I see this one, Tisha. Halted to the high side. Let's show everybody. HCTI, the ticker. This is the 5-minute candle on it. It's still negatory on the day, 33.25%, finding a bottom here at 361, rocketing up above 5, and now it's halted at 515. I don't know. I like the move back up, but it's still negative on the day. Let me know how this one goes, Tisha. If you're starting to print up on it and it makes its way closer to that high a day, I'll be interested certainly there. Pathek saying it reverse split from today. Gotcha. 03. Gotcha. Okay. All right. We'll see how that one ends up doing. These ones. Now, yeah, back to open over here. Still not clearing 15, but still above the 10 EMA. I'm going to let this one hold, Joey. I'm not going to determine anything on it, not take out anything, nor really adjust anything on it at the moment. Let's see what this one does if we can bull flag to the high side.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm just going to be keeping my eye on some things right now. Let's take a look at our scanners here to see if there's anything interesting just from a volume standpoint. And a significant amount has stepped in. I know a lot of people are trading TSLA this morning as well too. I haven't looked at Tesla in some time, to be honest with you. I just don't think the stock is overly in play, and there's other names, especially because it's earnings season, right? So there's a lot across the board in order for us to trade, that have us to trade, right? So just keep that in mind, and you can see just from a daily, we're not in a breakout territory or anything along those lines. So I'll just call this no man's land once again. But you're just consistently forming these lower highs, and even though you do have this support level, you can see prices starting to compress. Which way is it going to break? I'm going to most likely suggest to the top side, right? So just because it is Tesla, we do have this massive pivot, and I think this was the all-time high. But if you just go back, oops, no, okay, that worked out pretty good. I don't like it when I do that and the thing stalls. But I mean, if you just go back, there's a nice period here, it's quite some time, 2 years, where Tesla did essentially nothing, and then it kind of gives this big move to the top side, extremely forward-looking, and then you pull back, and then now you're starting to compress in price. So just keep that in mind. The tighter the PA gets, obviously the average true range is going to condense as well too. So just keep that in mind. Something positive can come out. You chop around here a little bit more, something positive comes out, and then boom, you get that rip to the top side, breaking through some key resistance zones. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out on that specifically. Am I going to be trading it from a swing standpoint? I don't think so. More or less intraday style trading on Tesla. But Apple, Kyle was saying, hey, do you think this has another leg lower? And I'm like, yeah, if it does break through the support level, then I think you can take that additional leg to the downside. So there it is, consolidation, breakthrough support, and then now, sure enough, you're selling off. Okay, we got a lot of super chats rolling through. Let me get through some of them here. Yeah, Roderick LeClain says LMAO. I'm assuming that's towards the uncle comments. Yeah, pretty funny stuff. I'll tell you guys why I didn't like him, because one morning I woke up, tried watching cartoons, and then he took the converter from me and switched it up, said, we're not watching this, bleep. And this is my house. Like, I don't know who you are there, brother. I was just a young kid. But anyways, long story short, that's the end of that one. $20. Thoughts on Hood breaking above 100. Sharif, I know you like my little rants there. I'm telling you, that's exactly what happened. So
I just have one comment.
What?
It's called the remote. No, I'm playing.
He took the remote from me.
No,
Yeah,
you
he
said
literally-
converter though.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
we're just
yeah,
playing,
yeah,
bro.
yeah,
But
converter,
that's the last thing you want to hear when you're hot in a story like that. It's like, don't correct me, bro.
Don't correct me.
Don't correct me.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Robin Hood taking it on the chin here, Sharif. I don't know, withstanding that blow, maybe possibly. But I mean, the all-time high on this one was around 113. And then we put in a low of the day of around $93. So
boy.
that's a little bit of a pullback there, but starting to head towards that $100 break. But you can see that you're starting to consolidate right around that specific target. And then you have some key support levels that can act as possible resistance right here at that 165. So keep an eye out on that one.
All right, guys. There is another one called TNON. I do see it, guys. I see you guys calling it out. Rocket Child. I did have this in my purview earlier today. Just wasn't doing enough. Let's weasel in and have a look at TNON. Yeah, see, it had a great move earlier on. 10 o'clock was the best it could do, 248 high day. The reason I didn't even want to mention this, even though it's basically the top left of my side charts right now, is because it's straddling VWAP from the south side, which is not bad because it's got higher lows over here. So it could certainly take out that level and then mosey back above that $2 area. So if it does that, hey, I'm game, man. I got no aversion to TNON if it wants to start, making big moves, we'll get involved. It's just got to weasel back above the volume weighted average price. But it's really open here that I got to focus on. I've given my stop on open, guys, just so you know, to 5s. If it loses, 4s. If it loses 4s, it's all over, okay? So that's what I'm keeping my eye on here for OPEN. It is dropping, though. It doesn't look like it's going to bull flag. So I'm, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. And this one doesn't look like it's got the juice to head back up. So we're going to let this one execute and see what comes. LXCH still zigging and zagging at that 70 penny area. Probably time to wet the beak up here as well. So that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to layer some orders as well at 75 just to catch a bit of a bid if this one is able to pop back up. Yeah, I'm going to put TNON over here instead of IMAB because this one's lost the bid completely. So we'll be ready if TNON wants to catch a bid. Did you get through all the supers, or should I go through?
There's one
some?
more there. I think.
Which one did you get? The Jacques. Did you do Jacques?
Yeah, no, I didn't do.
All right. So shout out to Jacques, my man. $5 super chat. Hey fam, UCO is tanking a bit with Russia's deadline. Tariffs on countries buying their oil next week. What do you think for a swing? Lots of love. Lots of love right back at you, Jacques. One of the OGs there in the chat. No question about it. Let's have a look at UCO.
UCO.
So it's the Bloom. It's okay. So it's an ETF, guys. So this is it's a 2 times levered ETF. The Dow Jones AIG crude oil sub index. Okay, gotcha. So we're talking oil. Let's do a little daily. Okay, so yeah, you're already on a lower high trend here, and you're also having a lot of trouble breaking through that 200. Every time you break through the 200, you're kind of dropping back down. Yeah, look, there's clearly some support here, Jacques, at 23.5-ish, right? That's kind of what I see there. And that kind of jives because it's used that level multiple times. It looks like that's a 50 moving average there that it's straddled as resistance. Once it gets above it, it uses it as support. I would say, yeah, that you could get in here with your stop above area high. I'll let Joey speak for himself, but that 27, if you break above 27, well then you've changed trend because you've broken through area high. So if you were to short here, my stop would be up here. I would also be interested if you were to short here and you've proven right, and this ends up breaking that flat bottom around 24, 23.5, I'd be adding, right, for a break back down. But have you seen gas prices today?
No, are they up? I gotta fill it up too. Brutal.
Yeah, 140 something now.
For reg.
We're up almost 10 pennies in a week.
For regular.
Yeah, I always give you the reg number, and then it's like $1.90 for
like
91 or whatever, $2. Yeah.
My good old 93.
Yeah, okay, this guy is an animal, man. He puts 93. I don't even put 93. All right, so that's kind of how I see that, Jacques. I hope, I didn't butcher the analysis too much over there, but let me know how you do, brother, and I hope you're printing up multiple storms, man. You're every day, you're putting in the hours, you're putting in the work, and I wish you the best of luck, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Just speaking of swing trading here, Sharif, I got my eyes on Amazon here. Number's not too bad. It's just the guidance that you got to keep an eye out for, right? But what a massive gap down, and you just kind of engulf a lot of what of that move that we've seen. So that's a 10% move to the downside there, guys, especially from this peak right here. So just keep an eye on that inverted hammer, and the volume is supporting it. So we'll monitor this. I do like that print down there, and then we'll just wait for PA to slowly start to turn around, and then hopefully we can get involved with that for the swing. But the VIX was up here earlier in the day. Oh, we got another super chat. They're flowing in today. TNON was kind to me this morning, hitting cash register. COCP now, bang, says KC526.
Get it, Casey.
Let's take a look at TNON.
She's
I
an
love
OG.
the fact that, okay, so this is interesting. You guys trade a wide range of names. I've never even heard of this. Have you heard of Tenon Medical?
Yeah, man, I just finished talking about Joey. Let me cover it for her.
There you go. Go ahead.
All right, so let's do some TNON action over here. It's a great one, Casey. Get it, Obe. So I like it. I just don't like that Christmas tree retracement. Quick as you like, we make highs. Quick as you like, we drop below VWAP. Now, it has all hope is not lost. You already printed on it, so you're already in the clear. For those who are looking maybe for entry. I'm liking what we're seeing lately. After this red candle here that broke below VWAP at 1035, the subsequent area lows have all been higher, Casey. But that volume weighted average price, which will always be the white line on my chart, still preventing us really from weaseling back above that area and starting to trend to the high side. So I need to see us decisively clear VWAP, close above VWAP on the 5-minute chart. And if I really wanted to be conservative, I would insist upon a $2 break and take, knowing that VWAP is at $1.80, $1.85, and then you have that psychological area of resistance not that far away at $2. So I would, I could certainly see myself getting in, in the high 80s, low 90s, and then maybe adding. If that $2 cleared decisively, you could think about that. But it's got to get above VWAP. If it doesn't get above VWAP, I'm just not going to get involved. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not saying that they're not tradable. So that's what my idea is there. I just want to let you guys know, LXCH, we took another quick print there at 75s. This one has been quite respectful of the vault. What are you doing up there? I don't want to hear you in my ear. Oh my God. That was a little disturbing.
I gotta find something.
She shut the show on us. She's such a bully. Adara, what's your girl doing over there?
We're going to talk some crypto for our crypto segment. And we're going to talk earnings. Earnings for crypto last night were not the best. Unfortunately, I'm not going to cover Riot platforms here, so sorry to anyone who was looking for those. I'm going to focus on the big ones, for lack of a better term, from last night, MSTR and Coinbase. Strategy, as it's now called, or MSTR, they reported, these earnings were clearly not well received by the market. Numbers themselves, though, were not necessarily bad. I want to talk about their Bitcoin highlights. As of late last year, I think they had under 500,000 Bitcoin. They've quickly accelerated because as of this report, they announced that they held 628,791 Bitcoin. Apparently their total cost as of, when this report was made, $46.07 billion. That also equates to $73,277 per Bitcoin. So very good average, compared to where the price is for Bitcoin now. We know that Michael Saylor, the chairman of MSTR, he's described Bitcoin as, and I quote, a swarm of cyber hornets. So I guess he's very pleased with how these cyber hornets are doing because, again, stock not doing great today, but these earnings seem to be not super concerning. What is concerning is what Coinbase reported. Coinbase actually looking like it's ready to break new day's lows. This thing closed around 380s yesterday, today, trying to break 316. They did report net income of $1.43 billion versus $36 million a year ago. So that is obviously up on a year-over-year basis. It was below estimates, and it's also notable because apparently these earnings included a $1.5 billion gain from their Circle investment. So without the Circle investment, they would actually be negative for that quarter. So not a great look here for COIN in terms of their earnings per share specifically. Bitcoin itself also not looking too good. We have actually, it looks like we've already previously broken down from that support here that we made on Friday, July 25th, around that 114,000. The next potential obvious level of a bounce would be that previous all-time high at 112,000. And with that, we turn you back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah. I got stopped.
Thank you for that very much.
Thank you, Adara.
Adara, yeah. So from a crypto standpoint, Adara was just talking about coin.
Right.
Interesting stuff. And I mentioned obviously they made that deal with American Express, which is really intriguing. But also just the overall crypto transactions have been down slightly. So those came in and missed.
Yeah. Those were decisive misses. There may be lofty expectations given what they had done and what some of their competitors had done. So you could make that argument. I'm going to cover MicroStrategies over here. It's kind of insane, some of the metrics that are being reported. We'll get to a lot more of this on the rundown. But guys, when you're printing $32.60 earnings per share, what the bad word? That's insane. We're talking single digits for most of these companies. That's not a typo.
Yeah. And
$32.60 a share.
Did you see the forward guide?
Of course I saw the forward guide. Man, it's fantastic. But the revenue, the revenue is jokes compared to the earnings per share. Because with $32.60 earnings per share, you'd think maybe they're making in the billions. Well, that's not how they make their money. We all know that. They're Coinbit hodlers, right? Bitcoin hodlers. Their revenue is $114.5 million, which beat expectations. Not a bad look. It was a surprise driven up by a $14 billion unrealized gain on their Bitcoin holdings. Their full year 2025 guide, they're guiding $34 freaking billion in operating income, with $24 billion of that's going to actually be net income. That's take home money. That's $80 a share in EPS, which is nuts. Before we go to Adair, I just want to let you know.
One last point though, but that's assuming that Bitcoin gets to 100.
It's all unrealized. Said. No, but it's all unrealized gains.
Exactly.
That 14 billion is they didn't sell. We know that they didn't sell. They're holding, guys, 628,791 Bitcoin, worth around $73 billion. And as I mentioned yesterday with Katina on the show, their average price is like mid to high 70s a day.
MSOS on watch. Marijuana moment here, as usual, with the story. And I want to preface, this is a really odd story. So they reported here today that apparently the CEO of Scott's Miracle-Gro, who goes by the name of James Hagedorn, was on Fox Business, and he said that apparently Trump has privately told him that he supports rescheduling marijuana multiple times. Now, again, unclear, if this happened, what the veracity of this is, and what impact it will actually have on the rescheduling of marijuana. But either way, MSOS did get a bit of a pop here on this marijuana moment report, suggesting that apparently Donald Trump privately told the CEO of Scott's Miracle-Gro that he is interested in rescheduling marijuana. I do want to mention as well, because we just talked about crypto, I'm just seeing this headline come in. Unsure who's reporting this, but apparently $805 million have been liquidated from the crypto market in the past 24 hours. Back to you.
Dean, right now?
On
BTC?
Bitcoin, yeah, I think we're around that neck of the woods.
Are we at?
Yeah.
Where are we at? Let's have a look over here.
You gonna buy some more?
Not yet. We're 114,750, so we are lost 115. 115 is that support level we've been talking about, though, so we'll have to see where we close out at the end of the day, whether we catch a bid. And I don't really care if we close out 114.8, 114.9. To me, that's 115.
You have spot up there?
Spotify?
No, spot Bitcoin.
Yeah, of course, right there. I said
Pull up
114.
The old chizzy.
What's that mean?
The chart.
Yeah. All right.
At the daily?
Yeah.
Okay, zoom into where we're currently, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, right there.
But you notice how it's just like we make these legs higher, consolidation, you do a little bit of a pullback. It's kind of been the same narrative for quite some time. Ever since the spot IBIT ETF, or the Bitcoin ETF, I've been noticing it quite a bit. So you make this leg higher, 20, 30%, whatever it is, then you go into a multi-month or a multi-week consolidation.
Yeah.
And I think we're in that exact same phase right now with a little bit of a dip below. And you can see the volume is slowly starting to stair-step down, which is positive. If you get buyers to step in, then yeah, maybe we can get 150 by the end of the year. But I think that's going to be a little bit of a push, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I wouldn't
could be
mind.
so wrong.
I don't care about these retracements. I don't care whatsoever. I have no intention of selling, and I'm pretty high conviction about where this is going in the future. So I'm just going to take opportunities to add. And I don't even really look at this all that much every day like I used to. Lobo, guys, everybody's yelling LOBO, so let's cover that. We're gonna take off TNON. LOBO is coming from sub $1 territory, okay? So the low of the day is 48 pennies. The closing print yesterday is 36. This thing is up 189%, percent. Let's see if it's got the juice to clear $1, guys. Let's get involved over here and see what we can do with this one. We're going to take it long at 06s. Let's see what this one's got, man. We'll defend into $1. Obviously, it's not that expensive, so be careful with this one, though. They can turn on you in a second, and this one is already turning on me. Let's see if it holds that $1. I need to see it hold 95, though. The reason I say 95, area high over here where the closing prints couldn't weasel. Ideally, it holds $1, but I don't mind adding to 95. I think anything below that level is you're just asking for trouble. So LOBO 180% in the clear. Looking to go more, but these ones, guys, they're around for a good time, not a long time. Trade them carefully. Give you some levels on this one. The 10 EMA on the 5, or sorry, that's the 1. Let me flip to the 5, excuse me. The 10 EMA on the 5 is south of 90 pennies. So this one, you know, whether or not it finds support at the 10 EMA, it's at 87, 88 pennies, something like that. Let's see what this one's got. It's already worked its way onto the side chart. We're going to keep an eye on this one, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing a nice recovery in some of the names. Tesla is starting to run higher. So I know Gaurav was long this. He said, I like this hammer candle right here. So that's going to give us a nice risk profile. Just in case we get any forms of rejection, that's going to also correlate with the pre-market highs as well too, guys. So just keep that in mind. I think there could be a good opportunity to get involved for a move back towards the volume weighted average price. Depends what the market wants to do as well too, right? So if we kind of want to rally and you see some of these big tech names start to continue to climb higher, maybe Tesla will start to participate. I mentioned how price was really starting to consolidate. What was our low here? Around 297. Let's take a look at the chain to see what chain gang, to see what we got cooking up. I don't know why it did that. There it is. So we'll see if we have any high levels of open interest around that 300 strike on the put side, right? That's what we want to keep an eye out for. So we'll pull that up here momentarily as I type it in and fidget around with my desktop on today's expiration cycle. Yeah, so there it is, guys. A beautiful, beautiful look. This is the beauty of using call and put walls within your trading. Do that. It's
what is happening here?
Okay, so here it is, guys. 320,000 open contracts, 305. You have a little bit there as well too. Lunchtime there. So I'm looking forward to that salmon. But anyways, 300, nice base. You get a little bit south of that, and now you can see that we're starting to pull back in towards that high of the day there on Tesla Street.
I made 2 fat finger mistakes already today, man. Holy cow, I don't understand what is going on. I added substantially into open and into Lobo, and that was ridiculous. That's quite frustrating. Okay, so 2 mistakes today, guys. 2 mistakes. All right, no good, no good. All right, we got to slow it down over here. All right, let's keep an eye out on that. LOBO, I had to get out of that because I had a ridiculous amount of shares that I didn't actually mean to get into. So, yeah, it's two mistakes today, guys. So let's slow it down over here. Still keeping my eye on LXCH, looking for this bad boy to pop up above 80. We've been waiting there for a long time, but nothing doing there. Yes, LOBO headed right back down into that 90 penny area. I had to flatten out there, guys, because, well, we were getting trouble of getting shut down if we didn't take it there, Joey. So had to be careful with that one. Still having trouble clearing that whole dollar, though. So maybe not a bad out. ATEC is finding some support here at the volume weighted average price, trying to pop back up into about $13.50 or $13.75 territory. It did find some support at the volume weighted average price, and now it's at $13.60. So good look there. Keep in mind the high of the day is about $13.89. The downtrend feels like it's a little bit done there since this doji candle printed at $11.25, and now we have some higher highs and higher lows working back into that $3.75 area, guys. We're going with Darryl.
Yeah, we have a bit of an interesting catalyst here. I'm not seeing you supporting this, but this story circulating here on X, apparently NVIDIA on watch. U.S. government apparently stalling and delaying some of the export license approvals for some chips and some other items here. Apparently, thousands of U.S. export license applications, including for China, have been stalled due to some apparently dysfunction at the Commerce Department's Export Bureau. The agency has delayed the new rules, cut off communication with the industry, and also lost some staff. One of the most high-profile delays would be NVIDIA's AI chip shipments to China. Now we know that despite some controversy and disagreement at the House, we actually have approval from the Trump administration for these chip licenses, but apparently the actual license applications have been a bit stalled. NVIDIA does not seem to care about this catalyst continuing to push higher. Back to you.
Yeah.
Carabana weekend. Any plans to go into the parade or anything, Sharif, or no?
I know. I might actually leave town.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Keswick.
No. We're gonna probably head down south.
Oh, south.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Head to what's it called? It's a city in New York, Rochester. Yeah, family in Rochester. Probably just go see some family.
Good hockey town there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, guys, that's what we got going on this weekend, Carabana weekend, for those who aren't familiar.
You heading?
Yeah, I'll go to the parade, usually.
Nice.
I mean, I remember when my cousin and I, we were about 17 years old when we started going on our own. And we sold water one year. And,
that's brilliant.
Well, no, not really, brother. We made like $2.
Oh,
we were trying to give it away for free after. It didn't work.
Nobody was buying water?
No one was buying the water, and it was hot. But As soon as we turned 19, we started selling beer down there. And
that probably a lot better.
Oh, sell, yeah, $5 a pop, man. You buy a couple cases for a couple $100, and then sure enough, you double your money. And
That's
then you,
easy.
And then you go and spend it at the club after.
That's okay. Well, it's a free night at the club
That's
then.
exactly
right?
what it is, right? So
Okay, okay.
There. Anyways, enough of that talk. AMD looking pretty good here, guys, as well, too. So you can see it's starting to approach through that high of the day, big time gap down. Even though you do have this wick, you can see with this previous high of the day, it filled the majority of it. So let's see if this momentum is going to sustain and you break through some of these pivots here. So stair step higher, volume starting to kick in as well, too. So just keep that in mind. Guys with AMD. Robinhood is just going absolutely parabolic right now. This thing has not looked back whatsoever since it's breached the volume weighted average price. So you get a little bit of liquidity grabs. As soon as you punch through these pre-market zones, you can see what was once resistance is now acting as support. Consolidate, boom, you punch through those 100s in this resistance zone that I was referring to. It said, no, that doesn't matter. We got enough momentum and enough demand north of these key $100 levels to continue to climb higher. So that's what we're looking at. Mara, yeah, I know Riot reported last night. Reported last night too. So there's Riot, as you can see, it's approaching view up, but a nice hammer candle at the lows. I won't be trading this name. We'll take a look at Mara as well too, just in case, to see what we got cooking up with this one. For some reason, my platform, it does never want to pull up Mara. I don't know if you.
Oh, all the time. I have issues with that as well. You're talking about IB, right? Yes.
Which is weird, but there it is. Nice bull flag pattern here, guys. Higher lows. Flat top, boom, you punch in, the volume kind of kicks in there a little bit. So not too bad of a look on Mara.
Absolutely, Joey. All right, we're back in Lobo over here with the appropriate amount of shares. So yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in myself because now we gave back a lot. Well, no, we gave back some of the money we made yesterday. That was just a mistake on my part. I don't know how I could make that mistake 2 days in a row or 2 times in a row on the same day, punching ridiculous size. So yeah. It is what it is, but Lobo as a trade, it's still valid. We got higher lows. You're still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. Obviously, you still have to, deal with the $1 resistance area, which we are. We're finding a lot of resistance, 102, 103. Let's see if we can spike up, maybe take out that 107 area high. But at the moment, you can see that seller's moving down incrementally. It was a 103 seller, then a 102 seller. So we'll get out of this one flat for the remaining amount. Oh, actually, we'll take out some there at 102. So not bad. I'll pack my patience. If this one can clear 107, we'll get back involved. I just don't want to be dealing with that $1 issue that we got to deal with. All right, let's talk about VTech as well. ATEC, ATEC. I think this one's on the NQ, not a bad spread. 4 pennies, still putting in higher highs and higher lows. That's the pull back into the volume weighted average price. So I perceive this as bull flag. Whether or not we can break through this area high at 1390 and be on our way for another formation of the second bull flag, we'll have to wait and see. This thing's up 30%. It is a very small cap. No, that's not the one. I'm looking at the wrong one. Give me a second here. ATEC, ATEC. Why would it be on my scanner? ATEC, let's see what the market cap on this is, $2 billion. That's why I felt like it wasn't a small cap gapper. So this is a $2 billion market cap, about 7.33 million shares traded on the day. And it's got a float of 11.75. So that's not that bad. 11.75% on this name certainly could be something we can work with over here. So let's see where we can get in on ATEC. I'm thinking the 10 EMA on the 5. It would be a good pullback area, but it hasn't worked its way down there lately. So I'm not really sure how to execute on this right now. I think I'm going to pack my patience on ATEC, maybe wait at for a 60 drop. Let's see where the prior bar low is. Prior bar low is at 58. I can wait at 65. Let's go ahead and do that. Pack my patience here at 65. Let's post there, see if we can work into something off that one. Let's go back over here to see what the other one is doing. LXCH, still nothing on that one. Still zigging and zagging. People were saying AKAN is making moves as well. Let's load up that one. AKAN, about 35% clear on the day. Let's flip to the 5. That's a daily on that, guys. Let's flip to the 5-minute candle. Yeah, so you have a big move into that 171, but right back down below VWAP. This one just started moving at 11:30. Does it have a headline? What is this? Oh, this is probably the company, Canadian Farming Property in British Columbia. What are they going to do? THC, that's why. Okay, so this is moving based on the headline that Adair brought us. Trump privately committed to rescheduling marijuana multiple times since taking office. The CEO says, I guess, of Marijuana Moment. It is Marijuana Moment right
Sorry,
there.
it wasn't the CEO of Marijuana Moment that said it. It was the CEO of Scott's Miracle Grow. But yeah, Marijuana Moment did publish it. Also,
Yeah.
again, it's kind of weird because this is just one man saying this.
Yeah, the title doesn't say that. That's why I wasn't able to discern that. Trump private, yeah. So let's. That's the article over here for Marijuana Moment. Okay, so we'll keep tabs on that. So it looks like it's moving as a result of that, but it's still below VWAP though at around 150, 151. Yeah, it's gonna have to settle down for me to get involved. Otherwise, it's just below VWAP right now, Joey.
Yeah, good look there. All right, so I posted up an order for a potential Tesla short here, just because you can see that the market ran into that previous pivot high, starting to turn around, and then sure enough, you can see that we're getting this inverted hammer candle right here on Tesla. So we have our risk profile defined, whether we're right or wrong. That's essentially irrelevant. You got to take these trades. So if this 5-minute hammer closes like this, I do like my chances. Stop a little bit above those highs. If it starts to work out really well, we'll continuously add into this and try to get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. All right, so just that's what we got cooking up. AMD is moving the other way though, so that's a positive sign, breaking through this key pivot, which is the high of the day. So there's that. Gorev, man. Gorev, you suckered me into trading some Tesla there, brother, as I was taking a look at it there. Because I haven't been trading it for some time, just considering that I feel that it hasn't been in play. And with the Elon and company, he's got too much going on. So, yeah, there it is. You can see 1068 we're short at. Potential add, but there is this pivot that can act as support, and we may bounce off of that. But risk profile, strictly defined. We're only going to give this one with 70, about 10, 12 cents on this trade here, and look for that move back to 35. So a 30 to 40 cent move on this one. So it's starting to work out. I'll slowly add into this position just so we can build it up and try to make it as large as we possibly can. So we'll post up another order right there just in case we get that breath and we get that move to the downside, but something working out pretty good for us right now, Sharif.
All right, man. All right. Now I've got nothing new. So yeah, I don't have anything new. Just post whatever you guys want in the chat. We'll have a look at it for you. It looks like we just got into ATEC there. So let's have a look at that. ATEC just got in on the pullback. Let's see, this is preceded by a doji candle and would also be a lower high. So we've got to be super careful with this one. Number one, because it's spready. Number two, it's a lower high. If it loses the 10, I'm out. It does have support though at the 20, but I'm not willing to give this to the 20 just because I didn't trade that well on the day, and I got to be careful with the shutdown. So the 20 is at 42. I'm talking about the 20 exponential on the 5, and the 10 is at 55. Anything below 55s, we're out. Okay, so we're gonna have to trade really tight today. Sorry, you won't be able to give these ones room, so that's kind of the situation we're in at the moment. So let's go ahead and put some scalp plays to the high side on this one. So if we can get something possibly in the mid 70s, that would just be golden. It's popping back up a little bit, not great or anything like that, but we'll layer the orders on that bad boy. What else we got over here? Still in LOBO. I still like the higher low situation. Going to trade with small shares on this one as well. And then LXCH is going to be the same thing, guys. So nothing new to update you on. I'm not going to trade Figma, Hiram Patel, and please don't spam the chat.
It's already too late.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's I guess he's out there?
Yeah, he's gone.
All right. All right, there we go. So can I look at Uber long? Nick, you know I don't trade these large caps, brother. That's going to have to be for Joey. I'm just going to focus on these small caps for now, though.
Yep, for sure. So yeah, you can see we caught that ad right here on Tesla, guys. Risk still the same, about 12 cents or so. How much did I add right there? What is it, about 40%? Yeah, exactly that. So not quite a double up there, but we'll add a little bit to this position just in case it really wants to start working. So I do have a feeling now, considering we're not just breaking down pretty quick, is that we get a retest. As long as we don't breach it and head into my stop loss, then I think there's going to be another add opportunity, considering I'm at 1.5 risk right now. So yeah, anywhere in this realm, we'll add a little bit more just in case it does that pullback and then slowly starts to curl back over. So, ooh, a big pop right there in the market. So maybe some news or something supporting this. Keep an eye on the volume profile, right? So as we're starting to push, volume's starting to slowly cool down. So that's something positive that I have going in my favor. But again, 1080 is my stop on this. If we take a loss, then it is what it is, right? So either way is fine. Hello, Joe. I love the show. Oh, GT. Yeah, exactly. So, so yeah, that's what we got cooking up. My eyes are across the market. NVDA is climbing higher, so that's not the best for a short in the tech. Obviously, I don't know. Maybe it's just in this instance we can say a rising tide lifts all boats. But yeah, I don't know. Jose Villa, Joe Pillow Hands is crazy, my friend. Yeah, I don't know about that, but sure, we can go whatever floats your boat as well. that works for you. NVDA looking pretty good. Someone asked me to take a look at Meta, so we'll take a gander at that here.
Okay.
Zuck, my guy.
Get it, Zuck.
Yeah, so selling off. See, the thing is, though, you're continuously consolidating, so that's not too bad. We'll zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. You do get this massive gap up here, and now you're starting to fill the likes of that gap, but take a look at Microsoft, right? So you get that massive gap up, and then now about 70 to probably 80% of it has filled, considering where you open up, and then sure enough, boom, 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 you get this continuous selling. So I would look for a continuous move to the downside in Microsoft, and you can just see, right? Just look at the expansion within these candles. It's just the volatility is drastically increased, and with that, the average true range of these stocks start to increase as well too. So once that's filled, watch out for a crack of this trend line because things can get hectic real quick, Sharif.
Lobo is going buck wild, Joe. It just took out all my orders to the high side. Here it goes again. It's going to halt to the high side, guys. Okay, false halt at 115. We'll wet the beak there, though. Here we go again, right into the 16s. Now we're seeing false halt, possible halt here at 16, guys. LOBO, we got shares on this one. Here we go. We're going to halt at 15s. What are we in? We're in at 95s. It's got to do this for a few more seconds. We already got one false halt. There's the gray out. We're halted to the high side finally here on LOBO. Goodness gracious. Oh, yeah, this is the one that I added like a dumbass into this area over here. And then I had to stop out. I knew that it wasn't the wrong trade, though, Joey. That's the thing. I just had to flatten out because it was just prohibitive.
It came against you quick?
No, I had way too many shares,
yeah.
right? So then if it had lost that area, I would have got shut down. So I was like, no, I'll flatten out, even though I did like the trade. And so I got back in, obviously, with smaller share size. So yeah, we're halted to the high side here at 115 on LOBO. Be careful with this one. Yep. It is now up 219.8% on the day. The theoretical auction price, the top showing 115. Is this a New York stock? No, it's a NASDAQ stock. So right now we're basically halted at the exact same price that we closed out at, that we halted at. So that's what we'll keep an eye on there. But now we got to focus on ATech. ATech is anything below that $0.50 we said. We're Gonzino. We're in at 65. It's showing 60s to me. It's still generally at the 10 EMA. It's a 3-candle pullback if this current candle ends up closing red, which it just opened at 55. It is now 56. ATEC is the one I'm talking about. I'm looking for another move up and a possible clearing here of that high day at 889s, and then maybe even a 14 touch. So we'll see if we can get a higher low. Ideally, guys, if I had been trading this on a regular day where I hadn't made a lot of mistakes, I would be giving this to prior area low. So for example, if I had punched in here, which I did at 65, I would realistically give this to 20s. In fact, I'd be adding into that 30s, 40s, and then if it lost 20, I'd be out. Because I know, well, then the trend is gone. But I won't be able to do that today because we're going to have to be a bit more tight on risk. So we'll keep an eye out on this one and whether or not it continues to trend to the high side. So that's the one there. And then I just want to remind you guys, LOBO, to look at always your time and sales, a little trick to see when the last print that came in on the time and sales. So that one is 11:55:09. So just by adding 5 minutes onto that, we know that the first opening print will be 12 on the dot 09. So that could be the first opening. Could be longer, right? Because these halt levels come in waves of 5. These volatility halts, not news pending halts. They're different. So that's it, Joey. We're involved in 3 names. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, good luck there, brother. Yeah, let's take a look at Reddit. Some people are talking about this. Right?
Sure.
A great report. Great stuff from RDDT. Diamond Dollars. Or I don't know. That's
Get it, Diamond.
DDP. That's the DDP is Triple H's move, I think.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. All right, so there it is.
That's
so bang,
okay.
bang. We know our wrestling maybe a
Get
little
it,
bit.
Joey.
Anyways, so there it is, guys. Break through the volume weighted average price and just this continuous move to the top side. Now you're consolidating. I would not be surprised if this consolidation is going to lead towards a move to that $200 target, right? So that's a big time. Well, maybe not actually, but you can see just the ATR in this first little bit of the stock was just crazy. So that was a 2-point loss, 2.5 point roughly there. So keep that in mind. But this consolidation is promising for that additional leg higher. You obviously want to get in at the lower end of the range and then have the ability to just kind of scalp the top end of the range. And if you do have if you are on the right side and it does break, then you're going to be sitting on some pretty pennies. So yeah, good look there in RDDT. We can take a look at it from a daily perspective as well too. And also to note, the longer it takes Tesla to break down, the less I like it. We like trades to work relatively quick. If they don't, you got to start. And I don't know. This is me personally. I start to question the thesis, right? It can continue to rip higher, and just kind of how it's been acting right now is that when we sell off, it doesn't want to continue. People are stepping right back in, moving the stock higher and higher. All right. So as soon as we break that 75, we'll go to 8. We'll give it to just below 80, so 78s maybe, which is 10 cents exactly. Then we'll just hop out of that trade. But what was I about to hop onto?
What were you gonna do?
Reddit. We're gonna take a look at this one. So there it is, a big time move. And if we talk about our April lows, let's take a percentage metric. This thing has doubled. Right, 140%, and we're still a bit off of those previous ATHs as well. So just keep that in mind. I think there's a lot of room for this to grow. And I'm not going to compare it to Robinhood or anything like that, but some of these growth numbers are fantastic in Reddit, for sure, guys. All right, so that's what we got cooking up. Come to Poppy right here. Yeah, come on, but give me VWAP. Don't rip any higher. But if it wants to go, it'll go. It's been weak for quite some time, so I wouldn't be surprised anything can happen with Tesla. And this is starting to form like a bull flag type pattern, in my opinion. So just I got to be really cautious. One thing to note is that there is some lower highs on these 5-minute prints. So unless this continuously fails, then I think that we might have the ability to break up through there. But right now it's looking pretty good. Slightly ITM on this one. So yeah, that's what we got cooking up. VWAP is the primary target, but I think it's going to be a struggle to get there, Sharif.
All right, Lobo's open, guys. We took the print there into the high of the day at 125. We got 95s on right now. It's zigging and zagging at 18, a little 17, a little 18. It is open. It did gap up. But it did fill the, what's it called, the halt gap there, the intraday halt gap that we always talk about as a possible area of support and resistance. We'll see if this one's got the juice to continue to the high side, but it is catching a bit of a sell now, back down into 112s, 113 or so, so a red candle. Let's see if this one halts down. That's not ideal for me, so we'll wet the beak there at 11s just to de-risk a little bit. But there it goes right back up into the 120s again. So the buying stepping in right there. Oh baby, here's that 122. We're waiting at 27s, 22 showing up again. Now you can clearly see the seller there at 122. On LOBO. I'm just flipping to the 5-second chart on my top screen so I can kind of gauge where the areas of support and resistance are. So we are putting in lower highs, and there was a very staunchy buyer at 111. So their buyer at 111 there was basically one of the only reasons we stayed up. But when I look at the micro trend, we are putting in lower highs with a 112, 125 high, a 122 high, a 120 high, and now we're kind of dropping down into 17s. So the lower highs are what's operative right now on LOBO, despite the fact that we're nicely up on the day. Back into 20s, we're getting selling at lower and lower and lower levels on every successive pop. So be on the lookout for that. Holy, it's so loud. So be on the lookout for that, guys. Lower highs. This is kind of what I'm seeing over here, so you can guys follow along. So you can see on the 5-second chart over here, lower highs means that sellers are shorting, taking profit at lower and lower levels. That means they're in control for the moment. Let's see if we can break that trend. Up into 120 we go. Can we get a little bit higher than 22s? We already know that seller at 22 was preventing us. We have a double top there. Well, only lasted about 10 seconds, but that's what this kind of trading is. It's super micro. So keep your eye on this. Now we're selling at 20s. So seller at 21 now. Can we shake the seller at 21? We're at the 22 seller again. And again, we reject that level. The 22 seller is really what's keeping us down now. That's a second attempt at 22 that we couldn't clear. There's your first attempt right over here. The second attempt right over here. Here we go again with 22. Can we clear the 22 seller? We can't clear the 22 seller. Look at this. Can't shake him. So yeah, he's preventing us from ascending at the moment. So either he gets squeezed or we drop down. It's gonna either be one or the other. So let's see exactly who ends up blinking first. The seller at 22 though is staunchy and new. I can tell you that for a fact because I have a 25 print right there. So that seller wasn't there until maybe like a few minutes ago. So yeah, that's basically all I got on that one. LOBO is really the only one I'm focusing on right now. It's the one that's got all the hype behind it up at 230%. Joey?
Yeah, good look there. So yeah, I think we will get stopped out here, Gorb. And this is what I was mentioning earlier on the 5 minutes, just that you can see that we are just forming this kind of this bull flag type pattern, and now it's going to blow through this signal right here. Again, the volume was somewhat supporting it, so I think it will turn around. It just may take some time because it looks like the market
blew him out. He's dead. He got killed.
Who did?
The 22 seller.
Oh, the 20. Oh, he's done.
I tried to tell him.
I tried to tell him. Yeah, we tried to warn you, my friend. Unfortunately, you didn't get the message fast enough. And then, sure enough, you didn't. You
Joey's so anticlimactic.
Why?
You're like, yeah, we tried.
We tried, man. We tried, man. We can only try so much, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? So, but what's drinking all my stuff up right now is Tesla as it continues to move higher. So we're not going to give this too much more room. Another couple pennies, which I think we're going to get here momentarily. And that's the thing, right? I tried a couple shorts, one on NVDA, and it's just like, why am I shorting probably the strongest name on the planet? But anyways, there's going to be good opportunities. I'll hit the pedigree on you through a table, says Jose Villa. Okay. You just called me soft hands earlier, pillow hands earlier.
What's going on with this guy, bro? Does he want to catch hands?
Apparently he doesn't like me. He used to call me pillow hands and that he's going to pedigree me through a table.
He's going to pedigree you.
Yeah.
Send him the address.
Hey man, I'll drop the location at any given moment.
Nah, don't do that. Joey's ready. Joseph is always ready to throw hands, bro.
I don't like it, but we can have a little bit of fun, man. If you like to, what is
I like that.
What's that term that Kendrick?
What's that
use?
term?
Squabble up.
Squabble up,
man.
Squabble up.
Squabble up, man. Squabble up.
We're gonna halt. We're gonna halt.
We're gonna halt. Go take it over.
Let me see, Joey. So we did this before. So here we go. Let's see. No, it won't. We're gonna halt up. It won't sell. Yeah, I can't get out. So that's okay. There we go. So now we're caught in a down halt, but we're still in the money. That's the thing. Out of the majority of the shares, but still down substantially on it. I'm talking about LOBO because of what I did over here, right? We added substantially, but made some back with this move. We are now caught in a down halt. Luckily for me, though, the down halt is right at the 10 EMA. So let's see if we can hold this 10 EMA. The tap's showing me about 98 pennies so far. We've got 95, so we'll keep tabs on that. Also, I'm a little disappointed with how I executed on ATEC. You never want to get bottom wick, but I mean, I just have to be super tight with my risk today, given what I've done. But ATEC, if it can clear, I want to say that 77 area, I'll give this one another opportunity because it's got another higher low now. We were worried about the lower highs on ATEC, but now you're getting higher lows. So that kind of changes the equation a little bit. Looks like that 20 seller has the last laugh. How, though? I'm out of most of my shares. I'm the one who's laughing, but thank you for rooting against me. Now we kind of know what kind of person you are.
Yeah, who was it?
I don't even care. Rook. And Joe TV, new 3D Dudley boys. That would be so sick. That would be so sick.
I seen that. I mean, man, I forgot about those guys, man.
I love those guys, man. I remember that little guy that they brought with them everywhere.
Yeah.
So
That's funny, man.
What happened to TTV arm wrestling? I don't think we ever agreed to arm wrestle.
Yeah,
what I think we're gonna do is do the push-up competition. But now we got to add some more into that.
Context, yeah.
So it has to be more all-encompassing, right? If you're just doing push-ups, it's your tricep, shoulder, and chest strength. But that's not what your entire body's made out of. You're made out of so much more.
Legs.
So we gotta diversify. Speaking of legs, Joey. Oh, do we have to go to Adara?
I never got any Adara.
Are we going to Adara?
I never got that.
We are. I totally forgot about that. I'm so sorry, guys. We are going to Adara. It's happening now. The Neil's lesson of the day.
This is actually a great bounce here for the the SPY on the 15-minute chart. We are, though, struggling a little bit at 625. 625 was that pre-market resistance. So this actually, support. So it could be interesting to see if the support flips to resistance. We'll have to wait and see. Here's the NASDAQ, the QQQs looking pretty similar, making a decisive higher low. And right now, struggling with that pre-market support. If we break pre-market support, could he push to the upside? We'll have to wait and find out. Tons of names are on watch this morning. Not all of them did necessarily what we expected them to do. Here is Figma. Figma was yesterday's IPO darling, and today it has been pretty choppy to say the least. We dropped at the open. We've been consolidating for quite a while. Apple was on watch, actually looking like one of the stronger earnings plays post-market until it opened and tanked. Then we have AMZN also on watch here at earnings day one. Amazon actually bounced at the open, now dropping back to this pre-market and intraday lows. And last but not least, we'll take a look here at some of these crypto-related earnings plays. Coinbase and MST are both trying to bounce a bit off of their lows, looking pretty similar to the NASDAQ or the SPY. Long story short, these earnings were not well received, but it's time to talk here about our Jimmy Carter picks. Because Sean and Neil are by far the only people who are really green here. I'm going to just preface it with that. Great look here for Palantir and Coinbase. I would like to also clarify, as I've said before, I do these at the end of the day on the last day of the month, so this does not factor in Coinbase earnings, nor does it factor in UNH's most recent tank. But that doesn't matter because my UNH pick was always going to be the worst pick by far of all of these. We're down more than 50% on this. But Bitcoin, nice boost for anyone who had Bitcoin. And then GEV, actually, Neil's best stocked in this group, so good luck. Oh, I guess I don't have the other one. Thought I had the other one set up as well. Either way, the returns, they're all an X at TTV Research. As a group, we're up on the year. I am down, Sharif is down, Joe is down. Back to you. And Neil in his lesson of the day.
Adara. So the lesson of the day is I was told by Obi, punch in next time. That's what you got to do. Well, it is true. So if you ever hear a trader say punch in, like there's nothing physical about it. It's just what I mean is you remove liquidity to get into position instead of adding liquidity to get to position. So instead of waiting on the bid or the ask, you remove liquidity from the bid or the ask. Now, I'm not one to make excuses, but I am one to explain when I make a bit of a mistake. Now, first I'm going to set the table as to what happened in FIG, because ultimately I missed an entry on FIG that was a $5 winner. And it's how I missed it that kind of was silly. I was looking at this trend line break, and when it broke the trend line, there's a bit of a topping tail candle in the VWAP, and there is your trend line break. Now, ultimately, I'm trying to get in here passively, right about 124-ish, when I could have hit like 123.5, let's just say. So I could have spent 50 cents to get into the position instead of waiting in front of the 124. Which is what I was doing. But I didn't want to chase it. When the bid dropped, I didn't want to chase it and then punch 122, which is another $1 down. Here's the thing. While that's what happened as I was talking to you, there's another layer of that. I have a really bad habit since we've started this show of if I haven't talked about the entry before, I start talking about it in the moment that it's happening. And when I started talking about it, and I told this to Obi, when I started talking about it, the bid was still there. So, and I know it's like, well, I started explaining what I'm about to do, and you get into that habit of explaining it, then I'm about to hit the bid. But the moment to hit the bid was pretty much as I was yapping, and I missed that opportunity. And similar thing could be happening on Robinhood with a bit of a trend break right now, but anyways, we'll get there in a second. So at the end of the day, that's a case where if I'm looking for an entry, this is not long NEO 501 and for the $5. This is short to 125 with an entry somewhere between 123.5 to 124, call it half. I want an entry within that dollar range, so it's got to be viable to just hit the bid when the spread's 25, 30 cents. It's viable in that situation. This is not one of those where you want to be picky about it because once it goes, it goes. It's kind of like, I'm sure this is something Adara knows with spready tickers. But ultimately, you can have a habit of getting filled when you put orders in and then have to be able to switch your execution strategy based on the type of stock. And if you get accustomed to trading things like maybe Tesla or Apple or in something like an Intel, Neo, whatever it might be, a situation where you see that move happen, the spread is 1 or 2 cents, it's easy to get in, you can get half prints most of the time, and then you end up switching to something like a Figma, which is a bit different. You've got to mentally check that box of, I can't just sit here passively on the offer waiting to get picked up. I got to be a little bit more aggressive. And so what you can do is have stocks in liquidity buckets. This stock has X liquidity, a bit more aggressive. Maybe use an offset key where when I go to cross, it's crossing 15 or 20 cents as opposed to just crossing the spread, right? Like little adjustments that you can make. And these stocks go with an offset key and these ones I don't have to have that. And that can be a process to make sure you get your execution. Because I didn't really have any other great opportunities on Figma. I had one long that went a couple bucks, and then I had one short that could have given me $5. And I wanted Figma to be my best stock today, but it wasn't because I missed the fill. So whether you just get more aggressive mentally, whether you use maybe an offset so you cross the book a little bit more, it doesn't matter. You've got to trade a stock with a different type of liquidity differently for your entry strategy. And I know for myself, it can be a bit of a failing because you get adjusted to tight spread symbols. And that wasn't the case with Figma, and it's something that I should have adjusted to, and that's why it's your lesson of the day. Not every stock is created the same, and you've got to have an execution strategy which reflects it. So good luck, everybody out there. Robinhood's a beast. I cannot believe I got a Robinhood at like 102.50, and it went to 104. I'm always out too early, though, so that's normal. Good luck, everybody.
Tesla dropping a little bit here. I'm just seeing this circulating now, though it's unclear if this was previously reported. But Tesla's car registrations in Portugal down 48.5% on a year-over-year basis. That is a 48.5% decline. That's according to data from AAPL. Apparently, Portugal's overall new fully electric vehicle registrations were up 9.5%. So 9.5% increase for other EVs for Portugal year-over-year. 48.5% decrease for Tesla EVs. Back to you.
Good stuff. Joseph,
Yes, sir.
what's the most important day of the week?
Leg.
Bro, come on, man. You're killing me here, bro. Why you do that? You gotta
I was
entertain
being
me.
serious though. You ever see that one meme where it's like, "Oh, it's your birthday today. What are you and your friends hitting?" You guys like back.
Back? Yeah, back's
Well,
important.
yeah, very
But you can do that every day.
You can do back every day. Show them what you got going on, Quadster.
So this is
those are 4-inch, buddy. Come on.
Those-
No,
all right, I
no,
got
no,
those in
they're
my
not.
bag right there, my boy.
Look at the Quadzilla here.
Why isn't it removing that? There we go.
Make sure there's no
All right,
music
so
in the background.
what weight is that there, Joey?
235.
235?
Yeah.
Try 315.
Hey.
All right? And we're gonna smash 315
Yeah.
for reps.
For reps, bro.
For reps.
All right.
All right? So all you idiots in the chat talking about my legs, shh.
Yeah, be quiet, man. That's what you don't want to. Yeah, this guy is monstrous, man. Hey, it's over.
I got more, bro.
You got more?
You want to see 4 on the bar?
Sure. I don't believe it until I see it. You need the evidence, brother.
I don't even know what my max is. We don't need to know the max.
Power.
You want to see 4 on the
Let's
bar?
go Tesla. Yeah, bro. I want to see it all, brother.
It's coming.
Send it. What? Who said that? Adara. Adara, did you say that? Yeah, Adara. Come on now.
What'd she say?
Come on. I'm like, I want to see it all. And she's like, you.
Oh.
Adara. Come on.
I didn't want to hear that, bro. Take it over. What's Tesla doing? Like, I'm gonna load up 4 plates.
Here,
here,
let's go. This is what I want to see. You want to see it all. This is where we added to our Tesla once again. So yeah, we're gonna hold. I got to keep an eye out for some resistance, actually, some support. So maybe this can be a target right around the 52 level.
So many dumbasses.
Yeah.
I love it.
You guys are funny, man.
Absolutely,
Adara is funny.
Asesino.
Adara said, "Ew." Yeah, you guys cracked me up.
I think that was
every time.
Ram, man. Stop
No, Ram's not
blame
even here.
Adara, but-
He's not even here. It was definitely.
Was that you, Adara?
He's not chiming in. Pardon? You got
Okay,
you coming?
are we doing Beta Pro? Exactly, bro.
I didn't
Adara
know
doesn't do that. All right, 40 seconds, no problem.
40 seconds. All right.
What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, we got a little move here. We're still sitting in this. And this is what I mentioned before, right? You get that curl over and then you started to reject these levels right here. So just keep an eye out on that. Oh, this is worst case scenario too. This is not what I wanted to see, is this hammer candle right at some of these key levels. So yeah, I think this trade's going to be done as it starts to curl over. I'll be as patient as I can holding on to this. Still going to give it about 10 cents or so, Sharif.
Get it, Joe. All right, I'm still waiting over here for a print into 33. So Lobo, we didn't actually get stopped out, even though this halted down. As I told you guys, it halted into the 10 EMA. Ends up holding the 10 EMA, so we scalp into 05s, we scalp into 15s, and now I'm holding a piece for the dream into 33, so we'll keep an eye on that. But guess what? Savvy Canadian traders, listen up. If you're looking to boost your exposure, you can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders, ready to take on the market. So read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to Beta Pro. Joseph, let's have a look over here at what we're doing with LOBO. I'm still holding a piece, guys, by the way, in LXEH, but this one a lot slower of a mover. It looks like, though, it might actually take out 75s. That's really kind of been the area top, even though we've wicked into 90. That was super fleeting and did not last. So I'm packing my patience here for a move into that 133 area. That's where I've posted next. On LOBO, I could certainly be persuaded to add. I was actually about to add right here. Then I said, you know, what if this gives up the dollar and it's a double top? And so that kind of talked myself out of the equation with that, but we'll keep tabs on that one. If it is warranted to add, I will add. Otherwise, it's really the LXEH show and LOBO. I'm not really liking any other small cap gappers, save and except for ATEC, which I didn't execute well on, and is actually finding resistance at the same area where I went the beak last time. So I don't feel awfully bad about getting out there. But look at this. There we go. We got a spike up on LXEH into 78. Now we're showing 78 on the ask and 74 on the bid. It is showing me 78s now, but it didn't close there. I'm waiting at 80, 84s, and then 88. So we still have more shares on top of that as well. So if we get all 3 of those printed, we'll be able to take some possibly above that 290 high. I'm front running that 290 high, but having a resting order at 288s. So that's what I'm thinking right now, guys. Really packing my patience for both these trades. I still see Lobo as a breakout candidate here above that $1.25. If we can get some continuity, we still have a lot of higher lows on essentially every successive candle. So if we can get that look, I'm all game. But for now, I'm just going to pack my patience, Joey.
Yes, absolutely. Same here, too. But this is what I talked about. This was the worst case scenario, right? And then sure enough, you can see we're starting to climb higher and the market is just grinding. But this is not what we wanted to see here. So, yeah. As soon as I seen that, I was just like, yeah, no, that's not good, especially what you want to see south of some key support levels. You want to see that candle more along the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep an eye out on what we got going with Tesla. I'm still giving it the same risk profile regardless of what it is. So maybe this is just going to be a nice, cool rebound. So coming back in, that's positive. We need to snap this in order to get that move possibly to the support level. And then that's when we're going to start piecing some out slowly, all right? So that's the primary target. I told you 10 cents of risk, right? And we're trying to hit a 3 or 4 to 1 on this trade. So 30, 40 cents is going to be when we start piecing it out. But we have to get there first before we start taking any profit. So yeah, what are we about? Only a couple pennies right now. So there it is. Primary target VWAP 1040. Anything south of that is going to be bonus money. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Obi, you going to Carabana this weekend? I never asked you. It is this weekend, my friend. It's always this weekend, man. Always the first week of August there. So, yeah. So yeah, we'll take a look at that one and see what we got going on. Just a couple cool other events going out through in the city throughout the week too. So we'll see what that's cooking up. But come on, Tesla, don't do this to your boy. Just sell off. We know that you're a fan favorite and all, but I mean, you can sell a little bit here for Joey O's. So there it is. Other than that, NVDA is starting to pull back off those highs. So that short's starting to work out. You can see you have this hammer candle, guys, and this is what we're looking for, right? So when we look to short things, you obviously want to keep an eye on the time of sales and what the L2 is telling you, but more or less price action will tell you a lot. So you get this nice move up, you get that inverted candle, and then sure enough, you get this move. You don't get it quite back towards the volume weighted average price, but here you can see the selling pressure step right back in here. So that's something positive. As long as these big names start to sell, I think we can get a move back into Tesla. It just takes a long time sometimes. It's just a grind, phase everyone out, liquidity grab, all those tight stops, and then you can eventually make that move lower. But as long as we can construct a lower high, I do like my chances. And who knows, we can even add a little bit more to this trade streak because we have plenty of risk and we're just slightly green on the day. So I'm willing to put on some shares if we have the opportunity.
You had me at lower high, bro. As soon as you started saying those words, and I was like right away.
Bang.
All right, Joey, we're still getting some selling here. LXCH in the high 70s. It did weasel up to 78s, but as you can see, it's putting in a red candle now. So that staunchy seller in the high 70s preventing us from ascending and continue to prevent us from ascending. So we shall pack said patience on that one. In the same exact way, I'm packing said patience on LOBO. Again, all I'm seeing on Lobo is support wicks off the 10 EMA on the 5. This is kind of this is what's keeping me in the trade, really. Every time we dip into that green line, we do find some support. Now, it doesn't automatically translate into a high day break. These things have a way of stair-stepping up. So we'll keep tabs on that one. It is a 127 high. We were caught in a down halt on this one, but thankfully the down halt was, what's Neil chuckling at? What? Oh. The down halt was ahead of our level. We're in at 95. What are you guys laughing at? Let me read this.
You gotta read it.
Shout out to Charlie.
Charlie's a troll, trust me.
Sharif, may your legs be blessed with the strength of 100 flamingos and $10 towards an apple pie for Joseph. Have a great weekend, guys. I'm going golfing. Yes, my man. What happened?
Charlie Taft will troll you. He'll be like, you suck, essentially, and then be like, hey, man, what do you think of this?
You just got to be a good sport about it.
Exactly. So
like,
Charlie,
if you troll us in a nice way, we're gonna show you love back.
Charlie and I have a love-hate relationship.
Love-hate, eh?
Yeah. He's either picking on me or asking me what I think about a specific stock. So, it's funny.
Shout out to Charlie,
so that's why he doesn't get timed out anymore. So I know Charlie's.
I found that 4-plate video, by the way.
Did you?
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
When did you film it though?
3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been hit that way since that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't train for that anymore.
No,
but,
man.
Given that 3 plates felt light, I'm assuming that at least one or two of 4, no problem.
Light work.
Yeah, it was light.
All right then.
I did 10 sets of that.
Yeah.
10 sets of 6 to 7 reps.
Bang.
Yeah. No, it's good these days. I think certainly the creatine is helping because I'm smashing.
Absolutely. I'm telling you,
smashing 10 grams a day, right? It is certainly helping.
You're smashing 10 grams a day.
I told you that. You know that. I'm taking 5 in the morning with the workout in the morning, and then another 5 at night. So,
wow.
Yeah, 10 grams, Mike. 10 grams. I split it twice a day, 1 in the morning, 1 at night, and I take BCAAs once a day with my late workout, not the morning workout. And then I do smash a protein shake as well after the morning workout. That's the only protein shake I have basically all day. You only need 5 grams. I've heard the same thing. You're right. I heard that you would just basically pee out the excess. But my understanding is if you have a higher output, if you're expending more energy through more rigorous training, then you do actually synthesize more. So you can take more than 5. But I heard the exact same thing that you heard as well. Thank you for your advice there. Guys, there goes LOBO, possibly into that, or it did actually pop into 125. Still not an area high. Like you can see, we wet the beak there at 28. So we haven't even cleared this area high yet. I'm posted at 133 here on LOBO. We're in at 95s, packing my patience. Like I should have been adding to this on the dollar drop, and I'm lamenting not having done that, but that's neither here nor there. We'll see if we can possibly extract some more on this one as well. Yeah, I know L-arginine is really good. I did get L-arginine back in the day. is all L-arginine disgustingly tasting?
I have no idea what that is.
It's an amino acid, arginine. Yeah, it's just so bad. I mean, I bought one that I never bought a different brand, and it's just insanely bad. Doesn't matter what you mix it with. OJ, you can put whiskey in that mother, you know what? It's still gonna taste insanely bad. What's that, Neil? Yeah, I know. I wouldn't go that far either. I think that would be counterproductive.
Neil likes his.
I'm sure it's just fine with whiskey.
Neil likes his neat.
Get it, Neil.
Neat.
Pug Life, BCAA powder is the worst. LOL. Does it stain your cups too? Absolutely. I don't put it in cups. I put it in my water bottle, but thankfully my water bottle is like dark blue, so you don't see the staining too much. But you got to clean that sucker all the time because the buildup. I definitely feel your pain on that one. Yes. Where do you like to inject though? I do like the right shoulder, but sometimes the right shoulder hurts, so I like to go to the left quad. And then when the left quad starts working, I like to do in the right glute. Okay, so that's where I distribute. Thank you, Adara.
Get it. I even get that sarcasm.
And that is not easy because she does not like sarcasm. Shout out to Adara. All right, guys, we're having a great time over here. What else are you guys looking at, man? I'm still involved in Lobo over here and LXCH. Joey, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in this grinder, grinding. Yeah, so that's what we got going on here with Tesla. The market did put in somewhat of a break through this pivot high and then coming back towards the lower end of this range. So I'm curious to see if we curl over, and I think that if we do, if the NASDAQ does, then maybe we can get our target. Again, if we decide to take an additional leg lower, I think we're going to add a little bit more into this position. But we need the momentum to really pick up here, right? So just keep that in mind. Otherwise, other than that, I think it's just going to be more or less of a slow grinding. Yeah, RDTT. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier, right? So you made this big leg up, and now you're starting to consolidate. You most definitely want to try to catch the lower end of this range, and then maybe you can get a break through this resistance. But it may take some time, right? Around 1 o'clock or whatever. But if you do slowly curl over, I think that's going to be positive. I wouldn't be buying the tops on this just because it's not like major breakout. For me to be buying a top, it would have to be a couple of hours ago, so earlier in the morning, where you're going to get that momentum, and I don't think that's going to be the case here. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, but I think that's more or less the way to go. If you can, once again, catch that lower end of the range, then you'll be all right.
Yeah.
But you got something there? Or
Pandub is actually trending up. It looks like a bit of a buy program. I want to add this morning, which I didn't, but... Yeah,
Panda.
Get that thing out of here, bro.
We got to get our other thing now. Our other mascot there, Sharif.
Oh yeah, we
got to get
keep mentioning that to Brando, but I want to let you guys know BBAI is making a move as well. Shout out to the Katina man who's got the day off. BBAI, great day today for. Well, it's not that big of a day. We're only talking 3%. 635 was the closing print. We're up to 650 at Assassino. If we can show the screen. So this is BBAI we're talking about. Ram, flip to my screen or something, because Assassino's busy. All right, here we go. 658 high a day. Good move up here. This is the 5-minute chart on BBAI. This could be an interesting one. We'll keep tabs on that. But I want to let you know that, oh baby, Lobo is halted again to the downside. After making an attempt at 125, drops down to 104. This could be my ad opportunity. I lamented not having added at 1. Believe it or not, the tap is showing 1, which is fine, but the actual halt level is 104. It's a higher low. So if it holds this area, I'm going to be adding here. I mean, I'm just going to add it here because I was really wanting to add into this area. So without further ado, though, we do have a guest of the day.
We do.
Super pumped to have him on. Thank you so much for coming on. Throw in his title there so everybody knows exactly who this gentleman is. Shout out to Todd from Red Light Holland. We've seen you in the studio many times. Love having you back. How's your summer going so far, my man?
Yeah, you know, it's going. Thank you for having me back, by the way. Listen, it's always stressful for a microcap CEO. We just got through our year-end and auditor results, and you know, you got to love the auditors, but at the end of the day, you know, it always kind of goes down to the wire, so it's stressful. Then you did the earnings call and the Q&A, and I'm a candid guy, so like these things is always a little bit unnatural for me. But we loved it. We got through it. We thought we had a great report, and the Q&A went really well too. So now I can breathe a little bit. It's a long way to do it.
That's good.
It's
That's
good to hear. So look, Todd, I mean, clearly there's a bit of a regulatory tailwind right now that you're catching. You've got a very, very friendly face, let's call that, in the department there in the States. I think the Department of Health and Human Services, is that where RFK is heading?
Yeah, you got RFK, you got Casey Means, the Surgeon General, you got Doug Collins, who's the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. There is a lot of positive momentum in the psychedelic sector, and psilocybin specifically.
Excellent, Todd. So where do you see this kind of going right now? I mean, we kind of got the feeling that there may be some exploratory attempts by the department there. We saw, the likes of MindMed trending up as well, a competitor of yours, of course. Where do you see this kind of going, and what kind of timeline do you expect here for, some of the ailments that people don't really want to use chemical drugs for, is the anxieties, the depressions, et cetera. What do you see in terms of a timeline here?
Yeah, great question. I see it's hard for me to predict the exact timeline, but what we definitely see is, like you said, it's trending upwards. There's great momentum. Stigmas are ending, and by the way, some of the companies like Compass, Atai, they are focused on synthetics and sort of like a newer SSRI type based on the foundation of psychedelics and those compounds. And then you have companies like ours that are on the naturally occurring side, which we really believe in. And we had our first shipment from our Netherlands facility that was shipped to a lab in California called Urban Labs, and they're FDA compliant, they're DEA approved, and this is quite significant for our company. But my point of it all is hopefully the timelines are sped up. Mental health is a real serious crisis, and obviously it's terrible to say, but the veterans specifically, I mean, the suicide rates are about 22 a week in the U.S. for veteran suicides, and help needs to be done now. And
Oh yeah.
I'd like to think of the sector overall. I hope, as they say, a rising tide lifts all boats, meaning I hope every company has success, because if there's a patient that prefers a synthetic that's a little bit more standardized in terms of like true drug discovery, I think that's great. But if you want to expedite timelines and want to make sure that you have psilocybin the naturally occurring way with a facilitator-based model, that is, companies like ours are in that running to do that. And that's what we're excited by, and that's what we keep advocating for and pushing for.
And that's fantastic. And look, you guys are holding some good cash on your balance sheets now that you're clearly looking to deploy. I'm seeing that you're adding Bitcoin on the balance sheet there. That seems to be really in vogue these days. Tell us a little bit about that, Todd.
Yeah, ours was a little bit different than just kind of the trend for Bitcoin, meaning we're not a treasury company. It's not like a change of business. We're not focused on just doing the MicroStrategy in sort of a mini version, which we're seeing a lot of companies do, especially on the NASDAQ. Red Lights was a matter of necessity. We actually were debanked. Part of our business is just regular mushroom farming. And we were about to build and committed to building a very big farm. We bought 100 acres just north of Toronto, where we're based out of. We're based out of everywhere, to be honest. We're in the Netherlands, but we were going to build this sort of, a regular edible, produce grocery store mushroom farm. And while we went through our due diligence, we were with a top tier bank in Canada, RBC, I'll just say it. And not only did they not give us a construction loan, because that's what we were trying to do, they then debanked us with, we had multiples of millions of dollars in their bank, and we're a great client. So we thought to ourselves, well, now that we're kind of using more modern online banking services and have some of our money in just like safe interests like GICs and stuff, why not explore Bitcoin too as a store of value? And why not put it on our balance sheet as opposed to a treasury strategy? And to be honest, it's been beautiful for us. Like, we did this as a necessity, but these combination of psychedelic community who believe in deregulation and the Bitcoin community that believe in decentralization for our mental and financial freedoms, like in the personal sovereignty game and that ethos and that spirit of taking control, there's a huge alignment. And I got to thank shareholders and new shareholders who have come to the company. By the way, I wish I had OTC Truff on this little background too, because we're very easily tradable on Truff. Do your financial due diligence, speak to a financial advisor, all this stuff. But we love this alignment with the community, and we're so grateful for the new shareholders coming aboard.
I want to ask you a couple of questions before I throw it to my partner Joseph. Let's start off with adding Bitcoin onto your balance sheet. A lot of companies add U.S. Treasuries or different government treasuries onto their balance sheet, so it's not unusual to hold different financial assets. It's new or nascent for these companies to hold Bitcoin. Any pushback from shareholders or any concerns in that regard? That would be the first part of my question. The second part is the debanking. Now, we saw this a lot down south with crypto firms specifically. We know Coinbase, a lot of these different blockchain companies were also under the microscope, but we're seeing it north of the border now, Todd. Specifically with RBC, I think they just canceled, they debanked one of the Freedom Convoy's lawyers, removing him entirely without reason. So is this something that you're concerned about north of the border now? Because we're not seeing it too much south of the border anymore with the new administration.
Yeah, on the first part of the question for the pushback, to be honest, it was a really interesting, long conversation with my board of directors, number one. We have great corporate governance. We pride ourselves in that. And I had to kind of get it through carefully. And I was a big believer. I've been a Bitcoin kind of an investor, and I mined Ethereum with a buddy years ago. So it's something I kind of understand. But one of the things that helped mitigate, I believe, not the reputation risk, but the risk itself on the investment was, hey, it's not just Todd Shapiro, CEO, founder, director, saying we should do this. Let's bring on a true advisor in the crypto space to really help guide us and support us here. So we brought on, you may have heard of him, Wolf of Wall Street, Scott Melker. Really big, just a regular dude, to be honest, in the crypto space, but he's been at every single major conference. He's got to show him. So he'd be great with you guys, actually. Like, you guys would love him if he hasn't been.
Tell him to come on.
Yeah, we would love to get him on, and he'll come on. He's such a good guy, and so he's guiding us. We've now signed on with Arch Public. They work with the exchanges like Kraken and stuff, and they kind of have these algos that help buy the dips, sell the highs, and it's kind of always a flowing, investment for you and that store of value, because ultimately you will gain more Bitcoin than you will lose. So we're really excited about that aspect of it. And then when it comes to the debanking, I try to be careful on the political talks.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
It's just so polarizing, and a CEO of a company's kind of got to be careful because you want shareholders from all bases to come in. But I'm not going to lie, it's frustrating as hell. I don't think anybody should be debanked if they're not doing anything illegal. Maybe people, in the situation, the extreme situation you gave. Yes, do I think our Canadian government, who I need to work with, by the way, if we want to get access to veterans and things, do I think they're a little strict and a little bit, politically, polarizing in terms of who they choose to work with and who they don't, because based on a view of one side or the other? It should never be that way. There should always be like this ombudsman approach and fair approach, I believe, and the right to freedom of speech and the freedom to get involved in legally. I'm in a legal market in the Netherlands. We have legal opinions out the yin yang. Like, the amount of money that I spend for our company in audits, in legal opinions, in just listing fees alone, to do it with the corporate governance and self-regulatory ways we are selling psychedelics on a retail level. Yet our Canadian government, and I will be a little critical here, they'll allow it to get delivered through the Canada Post. You could just go and order it online. It's illegal. There's shops in every major city in Canada now. Consumer demand has proven that it should be there, but don't you want to know what's in your product with companies like ours who are getting testing from FDA-approved labs, getting tested by Health Canada-approved labs as well in Montreal, which we've done. So yeah, it's frustrating as hell, man. But I got to be nice. I got to play nice because we need to work with them too. But I think we're at a point where we're going to be a little bit more stern and push the boundaries. One other thing, sorry, I talk so much. Our Canadian government also has this big push now for medically assisted suicide. And we totally understand why certain people need it. Maybe it's a terminal illness. Maybe it's Parkinson's, very tough to live with. We understand these decisions and the freedoms of individuals. But for those with just trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder and things, yes, I get that why those decisions may be made to have legal injections, but why not consider having another last approach to help? to which the science is proving, which psilocybin can do. So why not make that accessible before you choose that really difficult decision for you and your family? And that's what we're pushing for. We're the people's company. I know it sounds corny, but we want to help people. We're a mental health company with a bit of flair. And, we're all in this game together, and it's a tough one. The world's off kilter since COVID, all these wars going on. It's a weird world right now, and we want to be able to help.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff there, Todd. Just a quick question here as well, too, Joseph, by the way. So just speaking of mental health, PTSD, suffering through anxiety, et cetera, what would be the benefits, say, for example, if I wanted to take psilocybin instead of some of the traditional medicine? What is something that is better in the approach with mushrooms opposed to taking some of the traditional pills, et cetera?
Yeah, I want to be careful in saying that every choice that someone has to deal with for their mental health can have contraindications. And obviously, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical provider, I'm not a practitioner, so I'll be careful how I answer the question. But definitely, a doctor should be able to help prescribe what's working for you. But we're seeing a lot of contraindications. We're seeing a lot of addiction. We're seeing a lot of mood swings in the traditional SSRIs. And listen, we're seeing gut problems. We're seeing some people are linking even Alzheimer's to a lot of these long-term use. So the science isn't proven out. And when it comes to naturally occurring substances, again, I do believe that people should, as they sort of said in cannabis, go slow, start slow, go slow kind of thing. Learn what works for you. And right now, unfortunately, it's illegal. So I can't implore or encourage anyone to do this either. But what I can say is if you go to markets like the Netherlands, do it carefully. Do it with friends. Make sure they call it set and setting. You're in the right environment. You're with people you trust. And most importantly, actually, the facilitator model is really, really good. It's a little bit different than the cannabis model where in Oregon, we're seeing it. We're seeing walls break down in Colorado and things where a facilitator will work with you. They'll give you a certain amount, call it the macro dose of psilocybin, and really guide you through your trauma. So I think if you're macrodosing, make sure you're doing it legally, and if you're doing it legally, again, just make sure you're with the right environment around you. And microdosing, on the other hand, which is why I got into this, I was microdosing, and as a very, very anxious person and a former entertainer and radio show host, it absolutely helped my focus, my mood. Anecdotally, I can tell you, it's a brilliant, brilliant substance from the earth. I don't even want to say drug. It's like if you think about the way this world works, I think they're going to look back at us in 100 years and go, those are like the mythology years. So much is in front of us that is God-given, whatever God you believe in or whatever nature you believe in. And I do believe there is a great path for this. So we're seeing no addictive qualities to psilocybin 2. That's proven. We're seeing great studies now in longevity. They're even saying that mice who have been tested using psilocybin not only lived longer, but looked younger. There's a freshness, it's breaking down, your prior information, and it's really exciting what we're learning and how it's helping. So we'll continue to fight the fight, and we'll continue to learn more with science-backed data. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think if you have children, I'm not sure, I know I have children, they're 9 and 5, soon to be 10 and 6, but if they're not getting access to psilocybin by the time they're adults and have a right to try, I think something is wrong with this world. I joke, we should give all the world leaders psilocybin. I think we'd actually combine, forces a little bit and join at the heart, not necessarily always battling at the mind and ego.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So I'm seeing here as well that you guys are in about 60 plus Costco's across Canada and now starting to enter the States and just broadening your retail approach. I'm curious, is there any other big names that you guys are looking to get involved with?
Yeah, we're always looking at increasing our retail approach, and those would be for home grow kits. So the theory behind the lion's mane, oyster, and mushroom home grow kits are that let's get them in these big retailers, let's learn how to co-package them, let's learn how to distribute them, let's obviously learn logistics. This stuff is not easy. We're in the CPG game, but again, the overall idea is if they ever legalize psilocybin, perhaps they'll legalize it to be able to grow at home, like they did with cannabis in Canada. Every adult in Canada is allowed up to 3 plants at home. They don't have to go to the Ontario or cannabis stores in other provinces to buy it. So that's kind of the theory there. And yeah, Costco is a great partner of ours. Their most recent order was 21,000 kits. In Oregon and Washington State, we have those same kits in Safeways. So we're always looking to approach it. And I'm going to use this as a plug right now. I just happen to have them. We just launched these functional mushroom gummies, Happy Caps gummies. You can get them on Amazon or at happycaps.ca or happycapsusa.com. And those are lion's mane and shiitake gummies gummies for focus. They have a Health Canada approved number on them, an NPN number for immunity and antioxidants. And again, one day maybe these will be hopefully psilocybin gummies too for microdosing. So we're kind of setting, you know, the table, so to speak, for hopefully regulatory changes. And we're really proud as a company. You know, it's challenging. We preserved our cash well. And honestly, earned media and opportunities like this with you guys is so great for exposure. So we thank you very much for allowing us on.
No, thank you very much. Fantastic stuff, Todd. Todd from Red Light Holland.
Red Light. I think I just entered the interview without you guys ending the interview.
No, that's it. No, fantastic stuff. Very informative. Much appreciated, Todd. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, OTC Truff, do your due diligence and financial advisor stuff. And we just thank the new Bitcoin community coming and being involved and doing outreach. I'm going to be doing a panel at the Blockchain Futurist conference in Miami now in November and talking about the ethos of personal sovereignty. Let's all be in this together, everybody. We deserve our financial freedom, and we should be able to crave our mental freedom too and be able to have a right to try things that we think can work. Thank you again, guys.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Great stuff there, man. Great information. And you and I were talking about this. Obviously, seeing this a lot more.
Yeah.
With a lot of these studies going around, and hey, man, a lot of ailments in society, psychological ailments, and big pharma doesn't always have your best interest in mind. In fact, one could make the argument that your ailment is their revenue, and therefore, you know, they don't really have an incentive to make sure you're.
I think that has been proven for sure.
Yeah, it's out there. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean,
who knows?
I wouldn't put it maybe past them. I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I think definitely trolls that line for sure. I'm sure there's no questioning that. So
yeah,
yeah. I mean, fantastic stuff. You got to try it if you want to. That is obviously it's good for. I know I've heard Army veterans taking it for PTSD and everything along those lines and anxiety. But yeah, you got to try. Well, you don't have to.
To be fair, you know, my family's business is involved in. So me talking down my own book here, but the facts are facts.
The fact, yeah.
Okay, like reality is reality here. I mean, let's get real.
I mean, obviously it's helped some people, but there's a flip side to the coin, right?
Yeah.
There's always a flip side to the coin.
Always.
And it's the abuse that really, really damages. I think.
Yeah, man. And like, you know, you have to understand, like, I don't even want to use some of these words so that it doesn't trigger the algorithm on YouTube. So, but a lot of the stuff that we see on the street was actually created by pharma.
Yeah.
And it works its way onto the street. So
it gets manipulated from there. And, and
I just don't want to use any of those words, but you know what I mean.
It is what it is. All right, guys, back to the markets here. So thank you, Todd, once again for that. If you're still listening, we're short Tesla. We entered, we added a little bit more. Now we're starting to head into that 1050 level. Again, primary target being 1040. The NASDAQ starting to take a nosedive here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. As it head lower, and this is going to be a key pivot in order for it to break, right? So you do get a little bit of a break through some of these pivot zones right here, but then you have a nice isolated pivot right here. Not so isolated, but an additional one to the downside. That's rejected, and now you can see you're starting to trade south of the volume weighted average price. So this is something you want to keep an eye out. If this breaks, then you can possibly get that test of the low a day. As long as the NASDAQ continues to sell, then I'm still sitting in some Tesla short, and I think VWAP, well, I know that VWAP is my primary target.
Bang on. All right, guys, I'm still waiting for that 80 print on LXEH. It's gotten closer than it has in a while. It actually wicked up there in 80, but as has been the case almost all day on LXEH, the spread is at minimum 2 pennies, and that's why we didn't get the fill. But I'm going to continue to pack my patience. I still have shares on here, guys, so we can continue to weasel some more out. In fact, I'm going to take some out right now. Why not? We'll take out some at 77s, and we'll still wait for that area pop. I'm not seeing any newer small cap gappers work their way onto the scene at the moment. I am thoroughly scanning my small cap gapper list up here for any new ones that have worked on. TNON is still trading below the volume weighted average price. There are some derivatives like CONI, as well as some other derivatives of bigger names, but I don't want to trade those because they don't trade naturally like small cap gappers. I'm seeing another one here, NB. It's a little bit light on volume, but let's have a look at this one anyway. Let's see if we can work into this one. NB is the ticker. Yeah, good breakup over here. The volume, though, as I mentioned, a little light. 3 million on the day for a $3 name. That's not too bad. I've seen a lot worse. And as you can see here on the 5-minute chart, at least, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 with a 323 high of day. So I could certainly be persuaded to punch into this one. I think that this one might offer a good opportunity here. So what we're going to do, we're going to take off BTAI because that's lost the VWAP and then some. And we're going to throw in NB here on the side chart and monitor this one. In fact, we're going to give it its own trading screen as well, because with a trend like that, you need to put some dang respect on this one's name. It's just a matter of who we're going to take off. Open Door, you little son of a gun. It was my fault, though. I screwed up with that monster entry on Open Door. Let's leave Open Door as it is. Lobo as well, lost VWAP. By the way, guys, I flattened out here on Lobo at 105. So before it broke down into that $1 area, we were gonzino. So Lobo did lose the bid. I should have been wetting the beak here at $1.25, but I was waiting for that $1.33. Anyway, neither here nor there. Let's throw in NB. 1 penny spread, not bad. You like that, even though, you know, the volume is not exactly what, you know, we typically see on some of these small cap gappers. Let's go ahead and wait here on NOBO. I'm at 20s. I'm going to work my way in. Wow, it's already breaking out. So I'm going to have to actually front run that a little bit. Neil. Always makes me laugh, dude. Neil's got a sick sense of humor. All right, so I'm waiting at 22 here on NB. I'm waiting for a pullback. I'm just not going to punch in at highs. I haven't traded so well on the day that I can afford to do that. So NB up 15.25% and looking real good over here. So that's it, Joey. You know, we're going to start the news real soon. We're going to do that. Yeah, we got a lot of news items to go through with a zillion and one companies reporting yesterday. A lot of details to get through.
Amount, brother. Massive,
so
massive.
anything you're looking at there you want to share before we jump into that?
Yeah, most definitely. VinFast game in Indonesia, execution. They've just locked in 3 more service partners. Nawals, Warni Ban, and Refrain, bringing 19 new workshops into their EV service network. Add in Otolix and BOS. That's a total of 181 certified service centers nationwide. This is how you scale confidence and capacity. With infrastructure like this, that 200,000 EV delivery goal isn't just ambitious. It's looking very, very real right now.
I think it's real and ambitious, baby.
Very much so. You can be a little bit of both, I guess. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
We're not talking because they're obviously a sponsor, but I'm seeing more of these things on the road.
They are, yeah. I'm seeing the vans.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a lot of the vans around. Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of those most definitely. They look all right. I mean, I'll take it.
All right.
Good stuff. Sorry, one thing before we hop into the news there, Shree.
For sure, brother.
Tesla short working out for us. We did take a little bit more off here. And then now we're looking for this next leg lower. I did take off a little bit too much here by accident, but that's okay. We still have about half of the position remaining. And then now we're just going to wait for this 45 level just in case that comes into play. What is the market up to? Yeah, it's still selling, heading right towards that key pivot that I was mentioning earlier. Microsoft taking an additional leg lower. So I'm going to suspect that that gap is pretty much almost filled. Not quite, but we're almost there. Market turning around. Big tech selling. Short Tesla. Let's get into this.
Oh, no. All right, let's get it, baby. All right, let's start the news here. Assassino, is this big enough of a window over here? That's okay if I leave it like that? Just no problem. All right, guys, here's the deal. Donald Trump shaking things up again. Oh, no. Tariffs are back. Is it April again? Yes, last night, Trump signed an executive order adjusting the reciprocal tariffs ranging from 10 to 41% on dozens of countries. Tariffs will take effect, August 2nd, with, according to him, no further extensions. Transshipped goods, meaning goods that originate from one country, shipped to another for maybe relabeling or just reshipping to avoid tariffs, will be even hit harder. They will face an additional 40% as sort of, a slap on the wrist, don't do that. Targeting efforts obviously to circumvent these duties. Non-listed countries, though, in the executive order will face a default 10% tariff, modifying the earlier rules that he had put in April. Here's the deal. The highest new tariffs, Syria getting slapped with 41%, Laos and Myanmar up to 40%, Switzerland 39%, South Africa 30%. You will have countries experiencing select relief, though. The cut for Thailand dropped from 36 down to 19, Malaysia as well from 24 to 19. Canada, though, oh no! We jumped from 25 to 35% Adara, except for those USMCA covered goods. You have something for us, though.
I'm going to opine on that as well, but I really quickly want to mention we have news and it is about Donald Trump. He posted on True Social, given Trump, it's always a bit of a longer post. I'll just get to really the meat of it. He basically, I guess, did not like some statements that were made by the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev. And so now he said because of that, he's ordering 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in, quote, the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. That was all a quote. But yeah, he said that words can lead to unintended consequences, and he hopes this is not one of those instances. So he's basically prepared to, I guess, deploy some nuclear submarines in Russia. Now, with regards to the tariffs, Sharif, I think it's not super surprising. We know Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary himself, has said that Trump likes to deal in, intentional uncertainty, strategic uncertainty, that was the word. And so, like, these are not up to date. This is just as of the tariff letter. It's crazy. This was a month ago. But as you guys can see, like, the way that the new tariff rates compared to the Liberation Day rates is all over the place. Some of them were lower. Some of them were higher. It seemed a little bit random, much like what we're seeing here. Trump is continuing to deploy that strategic uncertainty, especially with Canada. We know Claudia, the leader of... Sure, Claudia Sheinbaum, thank you, the leader of Mexico. She's already said this isn't really going to impact us, but Canada, I think the impact beyond the fact that we live here should be pretty interesting because that was shocking, Sharif. And
China, Dara, I mean, we've got to go on here. Thank you for opining on that. I completely agree with you, but there is ongoing tariff negotiations between China and the United States set for August 12th. Nothing affected so far, but the transshipment clause that I just explained to you guys, at 41%, that's going to affect China. So anything being shipped from China to Vietnam, China to Malaysia, China to wherever to skirt the whatever 45 or 54% tariffs that are on Chinese goods currently will be slapped with an additional 40 some odd percent as kind of a stick there. This highlights, the executive order's lack of clarity on the rules of origin, increasing some uncertainty. But here's the deal. The directive is aiming here to enforce what Trump thinks is fair trade, pressuring these nations into a bilateral agreement. He hinted, Joey, that at a possible raising of the baseline tariff from 15, which we've seen a couple of countries now get. He wants to slap that up to 20, especially the ones that don't have trade pacts with him right now. So a lot of people were making the assumptions, Joseph, that 15 would be the minimum. He wants to leave, some sort of ambiguity there and make you think maybe 20 is going to be for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't sign the deal that he wants you to sign, then sure enough, he's just going to slap you with a little bit more of it.
There you go.
There, so.
There you go.
All right. Ball's in his court, it seems to be.
The ball's in his court, yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Obviously, I think the Supreme Court decision was supposed to be yesterday. I didn't get the chance to check the news. Again, that was being challenged. His authority to issue these tariffs was being challenged. And I think it was supposed to be decided yesterday. Chat, did we get a response on that? Let me know, because I haven't had an opportunity to look. While you guys look for that, let me tell you about this. Apple down on the day bigly today, 2 1/3%. We'll talk about the earnings, and you let me know what you guys think. EPS, Joey, of $1.57, crushing the $1.43 expected by the street, with net income coming in just shy of $24.5 billion. That was up from the $21.5 billion they printed last year on the quarter, with revenue rising about 10%, all the way up now to about $94 billion on the quarter. Again, easily beating the expectations of $89.5 billion. That is their strongest growth since December of 2021, when we had that pandemic super cycle. Everybody had money, nobody knew what to do with it. Gross margins also topped estimates at 46.5%. The street was looking just shy of 46 at 49.5. Let's talk about iPhones, because this is really what moves the needle for Apple. We know that, okay? iPhone revenue soared 13% year over year, with the headline number topping expectations. $44.6 billion in revenue. The street wanted 40 and a fifth. Tim Cook noted that strong double-digit growth for iPhone 16 was actually from current iPhone users. Your boy Joey fits into that category. He was a previous iPhone user. Now he's got a 16 here on the table. Some sales strength is tied to pre-tariff buying behavior. So he said, if you had a 10% increase in pull forward, in increase, just generally, 1% of that is pull forward. That's his statement. That doesn't necessarily make it a fact. Let's talk about Mac and services revenue. These were two categories they did well. Mac revenue rose 15% up to $8.05 billion, really aided by the refreshed MacBook Air. Their services segment, very closely watched. That is their highest gross margin product. Increased 13% up to now $27.4 billion, really led by App Store and iCloud subscriptions. Both segments beat Wall Street expectations. Now let's talk about the weak spot, what they didn't do well on. iPads and wearables. Wearables include like the AirPods, the Apple Watch, etc. iPad revenue surprising here with the new refreshed iPad coming out. I thought it would be up year over year. In fact, it was down 8% year over year. Wearables as well fell 8.6% year over year, up to selling about $7.5 billion worth. Let's talk about China. That's another very closely watched figure for Apple. China revenue increased 4% year over year. They're selling about $15.3 billion worth of products in that country. But he did say that some of the products were driven up by some of the subsidies right now being offered by the Chinese government. But he said very few of the Apple products, except obviously the iPhone included, sold in China actually qualified for those subsidies. So he wanted to kind of calm the fears that the increase in China revenue was driven by government subsidies. Let's talk about their AI thing. Another closely watched thing for Apple. Everything's closely watched. He did say, Tim Cook that is, he said they're significantly growing their AI investments, embedding across all platforms. He didn't give specific numbers, but what he did say was they acquired 7 companies. They bought 7 companies year to date, very small, nothing huge. And he sees AI tools as sort of complementary to the iPhone as opposed to replacing them. I should mention, he did say that he's not averse whatsoever to acquiring companies in order to advance AI. I like to hear that. Last thing here, Joey, before we send it to you, Apple took an $800 million tariff hit in Q3, and they're estimating that they'll take a $1.1 billion hit from tariffs in Q4. However, I was listening to the call yesterday. He qualified that statement. He said, do not use that $1.1 billion as your baseline. Things will have changed then. He didn't offer any color on that. One can assume, though, that Apple is taking the necessary moves behind the scenes to kind of skirt these tariffs. At least that's what I want to believe as an Apple shareholder.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add to your point there, Sharif, about just kind of acquisitions, we know that I guess we don't, but Apple's largest acquisition was Beats by Dre, and that was a while ago, which was roughly a couple of $billion. And then they were also in talks with, I believe, was it Anthropic or Perplexity who they were in? Perplexity, they were in talks with, and that would have been their largest acquisition. I think it had the valuation of around $14 billion. But as for the tariffs, we know that has been a big time issue with Apple, and you can see that reflected in the stock price as well too. But they also increased their dividend as well, so that's big. And then obviously share buyback programs, massive big. That's pretty big as well too. So we like that for the long term. Excuse me. And just from a free cash flow, we know that they have a limited cash, and they necessarily haven't been putting it to work. As Sharif mentioned, they did acquire some companies, but very, very small. And Beats by Dre was the largest of the that it has done of all time in the record of Apple. And if we pull this thing up from a technical standpoint, we can see the price. It was lagging its peers. The Nasdaq and some of the other mega tech stocks are making all-time.
Everybody, bro.
Pardon me?
It's lagging everybody.
Yeah, it's lagging everybody big time. And the recovery has been poor considering we have a big gap down. But again, they're buying back shares. They're increasing their dividend. And then now we're down 22.2%. Dude, we're down 22% from those all-time highs. But I think the tide's going to turn. They set the bar extremely low with this AI rollout now, considering they botched the first one. Glass is coming out. iOS 26 Sharif has the beta. But when that comes out, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a massive game changer. I don't know if I'm looking for a big hardware upgrade, Sharif. I know there's some modifications to the new one.
Yes, sir.
Software is great. But I think I would want to see something from a hardware standpoint that kind of just takes them to that next level, and and just makes Apple the dominant space once again.
Yeah, I agree.
In their space.
Adira, what's your look on the dead one over here? Give us the take.
I'm going to focus on a topic I found very fascinating. You and I have talked about a lot, Sharif, as well. The Meta acquisitions. Now, how am I going to make this about Apple? Well, I'll tell you, because if Tim Cook's saying, oh, well, we might acquire things down the line for AI. Hey, Tim, your buddy Mark has been acquiring AI people left, right, and center, including your own researcher, Rumin Pang, and 2 guys on his team. He got Rumin for $200 million. Now, I think the fact that he's already losing AI people to a major competitor and is like, well, maybe we'll make AI acquisitions, it's a bad look. It's a weird look. It's a confusing look. And also, here's the other angle I want to take. The fact that Meta is willing to pay $200 million, yes, that's right, for Rumin Pang, an AI researcher from a company that is not known for success in AI, that tells me maybe Rumin's capable of things that Apple is not maybe letting him do. They're taking him and his team, which suggests that maybe Mark Zuckerberg is going to be able to utilize these guys in a better way than Apple is able to. I know that's a really specific take on the company, but that's what I do here. In terms of the stock, they're at day's lows. They're below 202. But yeah, I honestly, I think that's it. I just kind of thinking about that, did a quick deep dive in Rumin Pang, and I realized, hey, maybe the issue is not the team Apple has, it's how they're utilizing stuff.
You don't see any of this as panic buying by Zuck?
That's another interesting point. When you put it that way,
I'm just throwing it out there, yeah.
No, when you put it that way, it gives you pause. But what gives me more pause is Tim Cook only saying now they might consider acquisitions in AI. So would I balance the two evils? I would say Tim Cook's behavior is a little bit more concerning than Zuckerberg's. I think Zuckerberg has a plan. As scattershot as that plan might be, he's willing to spend a lot of money on it. Now, he was also willing to spend, I'm sure, a lot of money on his weird T-Pain collaboration. So not saying all of his purchases are like A1, but I think he does have a plan. I think he's gotten a lot more return business-minded. Let's see how it turns out.
I like it.
Let me add a little bit to that there, Adira, because it almost sounded like it was a plan B for Tim Cook to start putting his cash to work and getting acquiring companies like Anthropic, Perplexity, whatever it may be. But they're like, hey, if we don't get it right, this is our plan B. How do you feel about that being a plan B? Because me personally, I don't like that. That just shows me that you don't have enough confidence in what you're doing right now, that you're thinking down the line. If we don't get this right and we continue to fall behind, then we're going to have to go out and outsource some of our AI moves.
Yeah, that's fair.
People have been saying Tim Cook is cooked. It's a pun, it's a joke, but also, like you said, he's just not very hip in terms of his strategic positioning. I don't know, maybe they do need a new CEO in there to shake things up, because you're right, it's an odd plan B. And I mean, not saying you should go Zuck and that be your plan A. There's definitely a happy medium, but neither of these men have found it.
No, and I listened to the call yesterday too, Adira, and there was a marked difference between the amount of times AI was mentioned on yesterday's call versus the almost, maybe I think 2 times we heard it during WWDC, that little pre-recorded presentation that they had where they mentioned it in the beginning. There was clearly, they had either hired a PR firm to kind of guide them in the call because they couldn't stop saying AI on the call. I'm just telling you exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's
and it wasn't just
painful.
Timmy C, your boy, the CFO, the new guy that took over from that Maestro guy or whatever, Luca something or another. The new CFO there, he couldn't stop saying it either. So you can felt it was a little scripted. You could felt that they felt the pressure of being behind in AI. And I kind of agree with you. I feel Apple scrambling a little bit over here.
They need help.
I think so, yeah. But we know it. Okay, so we know that they're behind in this. And whatever, if you want to call it a race, whatever it may be, we know that they're slightly behind, but they were never first to the dance. But how far is too far behind? And when you see kind of like Meta just acquiring talent across the board, and Apple has done little to that, How far is too far, in my opinion? And I don't know. I'm not going to give it too much more time. I do think they get it right. You just don't want them being too late where people have moved on and they found something better.
Yeah, I just still like the consumer aspect, the consumer-facing aspect to the AI play. Obviously, Meta's in the consumer-facing aspect as well, but when you look at the softies, these are all B2B rather than B2C, which is not bad, because B2B is higher margins, right? Let's talk a little Amazon. So Amazon also, well, where's Amazon? Down 8.15. I mean, look, it was really the guide. There wasn't a whole lot wrong in the report. Let's talk about it. EPS of $1.68 easily beat expectations of $1.33 on revenue. Can't even believe I'm reading this number. 167.7 billion, topping estimates of 162. Q3 operating income guidance did miss. They guided 15.5 to 20.5 billion. That missed the midpoint of 19.48, so there was a miss right off the initial look there. Their Q3 revenue guidance now, they're guiding 174 to 179.5, which implies 10 to 13% growth depending on the range. The street expected 173.1, so even the bottom end of that range is fine. So in line but not exciting, according to this article. I think it's fantastic. That's just my look there. But this is kind of where I don't want to say it all fell apart, but this is where most people were watching. AWS, Amazon Web Services, their cloud division. We saw what Google did. We saw what Microsoft Azure did, Joey. 39% increase year over year in growth on that top line number for Azure or Azure, however you're saying it. Cloud, Google Cloud, 32% increase top line growth. 18% here for AWS, slightly beating 30.87, slightly beating, but when you're looking at the comps, it's not a good look. So we'll keep an eye out on that. AI spending, that's going to be big. They're going to spend about $100 billion in the remaining, for all of 2025 on AI infrastructure this year. Investors remain skeptical, obviously, about the short-term ROI on that $100 billion. They did not guide how much they're going to spend or expect to spend in 26. A lot of other companies guided about their spend next year. Let's talk about advertising, because I think this is a really big bright spot here for Amazon. Advertising revenue jumped 23% year over year. Now, 15.7 billion, easily beating the street's estimates of 14.9. Amazon now is number 3 behind your big boy there. Alphabet, obviously, number 1, followed by Meta. Amazon now number 3 in digital ad sales. And their ad growth outpaced Google Ads, which was up 10%, and on par with Meta. Meta grew at around 22% there. Let's talk the last here, their core retail business, the one that I use 99% of the time. Online store revenue grew 11% year over year, up to $61.5 billion, above the $59 billion estimate, Joey. Seller services also, because there's third-party sellers who have to pay, that increased 11% year over year, up to $40.3 billion, again beating that 38.7 projected. Despite tariff worries, though, your boy Andy Jassy noted no noticeable impact on demand or pricing. That's quite surprising.
Yeah, very surprising, Sharif. Obviously, minimal impact for this quarter, right?
Yes, sir.
For now, right? For now, we're going to be optimistic about what we got going on. But down the road, we might see something along those lines where we're starting to see margins obviously be decreased as well. But one thing that I want to note is that, yes, we know the e-commerce sector is strong, Sharif.
Sir.
But I'm going to be keeping an eye on names like Walmart, who is stepping up their game in the e-commerce sector as well, too, right? So just keep an eye out for that, because they can take share from Amazon. And I mean, if they, I think for me, Amazon is just, the app is really compatible. You can use it. It's easy to flow through. And if Walmart runs down that line, America loves Walmart. We love Walmart. I think they can start to grab some substantial.
Can I build on your point?
Absolutely.
And you already have pre-existing distribution centers, the stores, dude.
Exactly.
So if you reformat the stores to be distribution centers as well as retail, face-to-face retail space,
And we know that Walmart, they say that the majority of their products are assembled in America, opposed to where the majority of the products from Amazon are coming from China.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. Daryl, what's your look on Amazon here? Did anything specifically stand out to you? or just general ideas?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I talked about this yesterday. I showed this graphic yesterday. AWS is going to be probably one of the most interesting things. And I think the fact that they're struggling, at least comparatively with AWS, is interesting because Andy Jassy, the current CEO of Amazon, was the AWS CEO for like years and years before he was promoted. So you think he'd have a better understanding of this business? I think what's interesting too, if you look at this infographic, and this was like not the intention of why I made it for whatever reason, I think just kind of to show the growth. But regardless, we get really nice exponential growth. And then heading into 2022, 2023, we start to see things go from straight up to a little bit more side to side. So I think maybe they're just in a little bit of a funk. They need to, get that consolidation before they break out, to use a trading analogy. I don't think it's all over for AWS. But yeah, I think the other thing as well that I mentioned yesterday a lot was the tariff impact on pricing. I think that's still going to be a huge catalyst. I think with Amazon, like a lot of these Mag 7 companies, I'm more interested in what they do going forward. And I'm also interested in how, we got that letter reportedly from Axios from that Democratic representative, Maggie Hassan, about the pricing of groceries impacted by tariffs. So Amazon's really in a catch-22. If they respond to that, the Trump admin's probably going to go after them.
We've been seeing a lot more of this. We've been seeing Donald come out against the pharmaceutical companies with respect to price. Now you're hearing it about groceries. So there's this bigger movement, I think, generally in politics to kind of, I don't want to say price caps because it sounds super communist, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Especially about things that are needed to live. So it's interesting to see how that develops. Yeah, I like how you brought up that point. Thank you, Dara.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to Coinbase. Interesting look here for Coinbase. I didn't expect this at all, especially with how Robinhood and SoFi reported. So Q2 revenue on Robinhood is about $1.5 billion. That did miss estimates of $1.6 billion. EPS beat $1.96. The street was looking for $1.26. But here's the deal. You'll see this in a second. Net income was $1.43 billion, about $5.14 a share. But look at this, boosted by a $1.5 billion unrealized gain from Circle and $362 million in crypto portfolio gains. So you remove that Circle IPO and what they're holding in treasury for crypto, and all of a sudden you may be talking about a net loss here as opposed to a net gain. What the hell's going on over there, Coinbase? Let's dig deeper, find out. Transaction revenue came in at about $764 million. That was below estimates of $787 million, so a miss there. Retail trading volume, it did rise 16% year over year, up to $43 billion, but again, falling short of that $48 billion the street was expecting. Stable coins and subscriptions were certainly a focus. Their services and subscription revenue hit $655.8 million, up 9% year over year. But again, missing that expectation, that street expectation, which here, almost $706 million. Stablecoin revenue, $332.5 million. That was roughly in line and was up about 38% year over year. They did, as I mentioned, though, they do benefit. I didn't actually know this, Joey. Listen to this. They benefit from 100% revenue share for the USDC that's held on their platform and about 50% off platform via the Circle deal. That's not a bad look there.
No, at all.
Not a bad look. And last but not least, Joey, they're expanding, obviously, beyond trading. They're looking at getting into the tokenized real world assets. We talked about this, derivatives, prediction markets, token launches. The initial rollout will be in the U.S., Joey, and then they're looking to kind of possibly move overseas for that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to touch on a couple other things here, Sharif, sorry, I was typing in the chat there, but did you mention the JP Morgan and Chase deal that they're...
I did not.
Okay, so here we go. So highlights include a new partnership with JP Morgan Chase to enable new crypto purchasing options and a Bitcoin rewards credit card with American Express. Acquisitions actively included buying crypto options exchange, Deribit, and token management from Liquify. So yeah, they got some things going on. We know that the transactions have been down, right? I think it was a revenue, I seen it was around 38% or something year over year. So a substantial amount. And for me, I was just thinking, are traders, retail traders, and even investors starting to rotate out of Coinbase into names like Robinhood? Because we've seen that they had fantastic numbers and they're continuously growing across the platform. So that was just in the back of my mind, Is one platform losing customers to another? And it might be the case here in Coinbase, but that American Express and that JP Morgan deal, I think that's fantastic stuff from Coinbase. But let's take a look at it from a technical standpoint real quick, Sharif, as well. Sir. Not too good of a look. I mean, Genius Act, fantastic stuff. You get on this monster run, and Robinhood put,
Coin?
Yeah,
Oh
that's Coin, my friend. Robinhood put in the exact same print right here. Look at it. Look at this daily print here, Sharif, and then look at Robinhood there. Oh no, that was lackluster. Exact same thing, essentially, right? At that extreme high, and look what has sold off substantially more. So keep an eye out on what's going on with Coin. I do believe that it will recover, but it's just only a matter of time. Massive gap down, wait for that volatility to cool off, and then I think eventually you'll be able to get involved in this name once again. But that's a good pullback, 22% off of those highs to where we're currently, 30%.
Are you as surprised by this report as I am?
Honestly, I'm kind of not. And I think part of it is, I talked about this yesterday, Coinbase has historically been really inconsistent when it comes to giving us earnings. They had like a whole year where they were only doing losses per share in the quarter. Then they got to profit. So I think what is surprising is the fact that the only reason they were profitable is the Circle IPO, because, you know, they're not going to have that every quarter. That is, I think, kind of a scary look, honestly, if I was an investor in the company or if I was Brian Armstrong and his team. And I think you can really see investors reacting to that. This is a nasty flat bottom break, it looks like.
But weren't you at
not
all
like the cleanest flat bottom break, because we've had a slightly higher high at one point near 325s. But that 316 level, if it breaks, to quote Obi, oh boy, I think that's going to be really nasty.
At all surprised, though, by some of the comps, like with Robinhood and SoFi, talking about 100% year-over-year increase in assets held, 100% year-over-year increase, almost like 90-something, in trading volume, and then Coinbase misses completely. They didn't surprise you at all?
Well, I think if you think about it too, like Robinhood and SoFi are a lot broader in terms of what they cover, right? You know, Robinhood, you can trade a lot different types of assets. Coinbase is very much crypto specific. And I think, like I said, the thing to me that's going to be the most concerning about that is the earnings per share.
Yeah,
I'm going to be really honest. That's all I care about.
That's what I was referring to as well. Do you see customers, retail traders starting to move from one platform to the other because you don't have to be switching? Like, I'm just thinking it from a simplistic standpoint.
Sure.
Is that you don't have to go through multiple apps. It's like, you know what, guess what? I got my Robinhood app. I can trade my Bitcoin, I can trade my Ethereum, I can trade my XRP, and I can trade American equities as well too.
Yeah,
and then the
that's a good point.
and then the chances of equities being tokenized gives you even more incentive to want to trade onto one platform, because hey, 24 hours, I don't got to go over to what Coinbase is doing. I have everything in one here with Robinhood.
That's fair. That's fair. Let's talk to another crypto name here, MicroStrategies. Ridiculous look here. Reporting Q2 earnings of $32.60 per share. You got to assume a lot of that's unrealized, given that their gains are unrealized. Their revenue, not much, because they don't really make money that way. $114.5 million, but that beat the expectations by about $1 million. The surprise upside was really driven here by that $14 billion unrealized gain on their Bitcoin holdings, obviously fueled by accounting changes. We're talking about mark-to-market accounting. If you don't know what mark-to-market accounting is, super quick on Perplexity or chat. Super easy to understand. Let's talk about their 2025 guidance for the rest of the year. They're guiding about $34 billion in operating income. About 24 of that billion is actually going to be net income profit, take-home money, whatever you want to call it, translating into about $80 a share in earnings. Their Bitcoin holdings are now up to 628,791, with about 3% of the total global supply worth about $73 billion at the current price. That was yesterday, obviously. Bitcoin taking a bit of a drop today, likely dropping a little bit lower than that. Their average price, it's not on here, but it's in the mid to high 70s. A lot of the street, credits their first mover advantage. They're one of the first people just to add Bitcoin onto their balance sheet as a method of making money. Analysts note MSTR's premium valuation. Let's be honest, it is very highly valued here due to its first mover BTC treasury strategy. Mizuho did reiterate their buy rating, citing strategic differentiation between other BTC holding companies. And last but not least here, guys, they announced they used $2.5 billion from its recent preferred stock offering. Joey, can you guess what they did?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. What does MicroStrategy do with every dollar they get?
They bought XRP.
Exactly, obviously.
They bought
We're
XRP and Ethereum.
So Joey, they took that $2.5 billion right there. They bought an additional 21,021 Bitcoins at an average price of 117,256.
Not to get into all the financial gibberish of what Michael Saylor is doing, but essentially he's just looking to get his shareholders not only the appreciation in Bitcoin, but the appreciation within the stock price. And that's why he's having these offerings all the time. So yeah, I mean, it is almost a double-edged sword, right? So you're going to get the Bitcoin, but then you also have these larger investors who are like, we're really long Bitcoin, but we're also short MicroStrategy at the same time. And I've seen it across multiple investors and some of these funds as well too. I forget the individual's name, but you just got to watch out for those things. And also, a lot of these numbers are based on if Bitcoin hits 150,000 by the end of the year well too, guys. So keep that in mind. Sharif, what do you got for us?
With Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, Joseph, you can now get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. And you can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy, best of all, that limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, there's no monthly payments, there's no hidden cost. Let's take Vincent J, for example. He's one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. This dude's already locked in $23,082 in profits. What's his top performing stock, you asked? NMAX, NMAX, he shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in about $6,700 and 77 back in gains. Trade the Pool, baby. It's giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan that QR code and enjoy 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Adira, I know you have a lot of trading experience with MicroStrategy, but what's your what are your thoughts on its earnings?
Yeah, I actually didn't touch this one today. I kind of had it on watch. It wasn't super clean post-market. Today, I think, like, honestly, that 383 breakdown was pretty clean with that double top at 386, but I digress. Let's talk about the company itself. We know I kind of enjoy this infographic, so I'm just going to put it up here. Michael Saylor really loves Bitcoin, and this is a real quote he once said about Bitcoin, calling it a, quote, swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom. Yeah, like, I mean, this is... they've been involved in crypto going back to Q1 2020. This black line is not their stock. It's actually the price of crypto. But yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty interesting look here for MSTR. And guys, I looked up what the company actually allegedly does beyond Bitcoin because I was curious. It has nothing to do with crypto. It was actually, they were initially a firm to develop software to analyze internal and external data. So I mean, crazy how they went from point A to point B. I think with MSTR, this is always going to be less fundamental and more based on hype. We know it's very, very sensitive, and I'm going to pull up the daily chart now because I want to talk about the day that Citron Research, which is a firm people don't even respect, had a short report on this, and MSTR dropped like over $100 in one day. So I think with MSTR, it is incredibly sensitive to outside pressure. It almost is a bit more of a meme stock, I would argue, than a lot of these other crypto tickers. So I think with that one, always be careful. Michael Saylor and his crypto buddies, or people who follow this stock, they're not going to really care as much about what the company's making. The earnings per share, impressive, Sharif, but one of my other spready ticker friends, Booking, they did earnings of over $50 per share this quarter. So, I mean, yeah, like it's a crazy number, but in that realm, I guess not that out of the ordinary.
Well, I mean, Strategy guided to almost $80. It was around $80 a
80
share.
for full year.
80
full year,
for
though,
full
yeah.
year, exactly, right? But I mean, that's up from 50 full year.
Yes, sir.
So that's big time. I mean, but that's regarding that Bitcoin gets to $150,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's talk about what everybody saw yesterday. That's the Figma IPO. This thing was insanely well received, as have been many IPOs. We're talking about Newsmax, we're talking about Webull, Circle, CoreWeave, and now Figma. Not all of them are oversubscribed at the actual IPO stage, but they all seem to be met well initially in trading once they do launch. That's been my observation lately. Let's see if that continues with a lot more companies now wanting to IPO after what they saw yesterday. But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, and we'll talk about why. So Figma shares, as we saw, soared 250% on the first day. At yesterday's close, it was valued at $68 billion, which is over tripling what Adobe's failed buyout would have been 3 years ago, which was $20 billion. That got the kibosh as a result of the regulator out in England who was likely to block it. That's the thing about these multinational companies. It's not just about one jurisdiction's regulator that you have to worry about. You have to worry about every regulator in the countries in which you operate. Tough. Raised $1.2 billion with that IPO. 2/3 of that $1.2 billion is going to pay out early investors. The lockout period here is going to be in January 2026. Don't know the exact date. Do your research on that. The IPO market's really kind of turning point after a long lull, especially for tech IPOs since 21. A lot of these U.S. VC venture capital backed IPOs, they shrank bigly. In 2021, we had 155 come to market, and then last year in 2024, we only had 30. So now we're starting to see, that pick up a little bit. Who knows if it gets as frothy as it was back in the pandemic days of 21, but it's better to see anything than what we saw in 22 or 24 with the wrath of Lena Khan. Circle IPO'd in June. Shares similarly surged from $31 to $183, giving venture capital firms like IDG and Excel $12 billion in gains. So we're starting to see a lot more of that. CoreWeave as well. AI infra provider now valued, well, I don't know where it's at right now, $56 billion, despite being, 38% off from the June highs. We saw that as well. We keep looking at my short there on with the options. But here's the deal, Joey. Not everybody's really happy about what the with the IPO yesterday, and the reason is Bill Gurley. He criticized the IPO pricing mechanics. He says that banks, the underwriters that is, they left a lot of money on the table for the insiders, right? He called Figma's pop expected and intentional, benefiting big bank clients who bought at $33 a share, right? So, is there some sort of market discrepancy here that the IPO price is so far removed from what the actual opening price on the trading day is? Like $33, which was already up from 30 to 32. Keep that in mind, right? And then we open up at 85. Is that just market froth, Joey, or are these bankers intentionally keeping the price low?
I would go with the latter half of that one there, Sharif. There's no questioning that because, again, it's happened on multiple occasions. We've seen it in the likes of Circle. Look what happened with Circle.
Well said.
Right? So you have an oversubscription of what we have here in Figma, and then sure enough, okay, yeah, that opening obviously was at $33, and then you open up at $80, and then sure enough, you move up to $140. That's absolutely insane. So I would definitely go with the latter half of that question there, Sharif. 68% from that low to where we're currently trading at. Me personally,
yes, sir.
I don't think I'd be swing trading this or anything along those lines. You need things to cool off. You only have a couple of days of data, but again, expansive true range. I wouldn't be surprised if it heads back towards that offering price. That's for sure.
Adara, give us the goods over here. I asked Joey this question. I'm going to ask it to you as well. What's going on with the difference between the IPO price and these opening prices, Adara?
I mean, who's to say? I think what is interesting with Figma, because I'll usually see the updates on X and I'll post them on X at TTV Research just to provide people with updates. Usually what I saw with CoreWeave and what I saw with Circle was a steady increase in the IPO price. Figma did not do that. It was a steady increase in the IPO price up above 100. Then we started seeing a decrease. And then we opened at 85. So that was a bit different. And that does seem a bit shadier than what you're seeing with CoreWeave and Circle, for example, which are just steady upticks, and then they open and they boom.
So hold on. So you're assuming that some of the insiders are selling to that, you think?
I'm not really making assumptions.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I find the action
interesting,
worth noting. That's the extent to which I'll say that. But I think either way, FIG today was a short, basically off the open. You can kind of see this downtrend here from the highs. We cracked lower, then we kind of did a little bit pseudo kind of rounded top nonsense, rejected that 125. We bounced here, though, decisively off 110 now twice. So right now it seems like some temporary support. We'll see how long that lasts. In terms of IPOs going forward, Sharif, I mean, I think this Figma proved, along with Circle and to a lesser extent maybe CoreWeave, that IPO season is back. And with that in mind, I'm waiting for Anduril. Palmer Luckey has said he's down for an IPO of Anduril.
I can't wait for that, Adara.
I'm so excited.
I can't wait for that.
I'm getting my Lou.
Anduril.
I'm getting in that stock. Also Discord. I think the fact that there could be double-edged sword in that people get too excited for them when they kind of stop working. But I think either way, Figma was interesting. Figma, I didn't trade the IPO, but it certainly was really fun to watch. And I cannot wait to see what's next for IPO season.
Bang, pumped. Let's see what's next here, Dara. We're going to talk about Reddit. Fantastic report yesterday for Reddit. Where's it at right now, Joey? We up or down on the day? We're up, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it was up. It was up quite a bit at one
We're
point.
at
18.
20 and a two-thirds
Yeah, so
right
now
now,
it's
Joseph.
north of that. When
All right.
last time I was looking, it was up 18%. Now you're even north of
Let's
that.
tell the people why. EPS, guys, 45 pennies. The street wanted 19. That's a major beat. That's not a joke there. Revenue, $500 million. Joey, that increased 78% year over year and 17% above the consensus estimate. The largest beat since they IPO'd. Good for them. Q2 net income, they took about $89 million home. Compare that to last year on the quarter where they lost about $10 million, really kind of driven by the IPO cost normalization. Their Q3 revenue guide, that top line number for the next quarter, they're guiding 535 to 545 versus a 473 estimate.
Yeah.
Are these estimates just purposely low, or are the companies doing real well here? Their adjusted earnings as well, they're guiding 185 to 195, again ahead of that 160 expected by the street. And let's talk about the growth in users, their global daily active users. We're not talking in the billions like we do with Meta. We're talking in the hundreds of millions, 110.4 million daily active users, 21% year over year increase and easily topping estimates. Their average revenue per user, ARPU, $4.53 ahead of that $3.90 expected. Their US revenue as well, $409 million instead of that $335. The street was expecting. Their international revenue was $91 million. That was in line with expectations. I don't even understand what this is. Logged in daily active users, 17. Logged out daily active users, up 24%. I'm sure we can find out that no problem. But that is whatever you're looking at there. It's a 17 and a 24% increase year over year. But they're introducing this new tool, Joseph.
Yeah.
Reddit Answers.
Yes.
It's an AI tool. It now has 6 million weekly active users, up from 1 million just quarter over quarter. That's not even a year over year comp. That's a quarter over quarter comp. The tool will expand globally according to the company and be more deeply embedded in the search functionality within the app or website, depending on how you use it. Management is trying to reposition Reddit as a search core use case. We know that they sell their data to these LLMs to learn off, so that's obviously one look there. I'm just going to finish this real quick here. Assassino, the traffic from Google, though, was a headwind in Q2. They're seeing less traffic coming from Google as a source. So that makes you wonder whether or not as many people are using Google to find their stuff, Joseph. So that is definitely something we need to be concerned about.
Absolutely, absolutely. We ready? All right, so new traders, listen up. First month free, that's right. We're waiving fees, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Scan the QR code or check that link in the description, folks. Yeah. Sharif, just to add to your point there, you know what this kind of reminds me of a little bit? So first I'm going to make this point. So I like that they're kind of de-escalating their gaming sector, right? So they're going to focus more on the core business. I like that. What does that remind me of? When Mark Zuckerberg was obsessed with the metaverse, and everybody's like, no, we're not ready to head in that direction yet. We know the capex that came from that. You know how much hyper-focused he was on that. But I like that we're seeing nice, solid growth from Reddit, but they're focusing on what is really, really well for them, and they're also de-escalating what isn't working for them. So the gaming and the marketplace, non-core initiatives, they're like, hey, we're not going to focus on that just yet. Let's focus on what's working, and I love the growth that we're seeing here in Reddit. So, and from a technical standpoint, this is kind of what you want to see, right? A big-time gap up. This is a healthy candle here.
Beautiful.
I think that this can be sustained. You may get somewhat of a gap fill, but when a company is growing like this, and now compare it to somewhat to Robinhood, but there's some solid growth numbers here that we're experiencing in this name, and I think you're going to continue on this trajectory, personally.
All right. Dara, anything specifically stand out to you here with the Reddit report?
Yeah, I mean, I think the technical also, like the fact that we gapped up above a double top at 160, that's gorgeous. Let's see what we do at 200. I also think, we've talked about this a little bit as well, Sharif, a lot of, like you and Neil and I this morning, a lot of these day one earnings plays that have gapped up lately have not been able to hold the gap. Reddit's like, what do you mean? And is just chilling to the upside. So I think that is distinct. It was a solid report, and I did look into it, Sharif, the difference between logged in and logged out daily active users, and it's real weird. So logged in is if you are logged into the account, you have a Reddit account, you're logged in. That makes sense. The logged out is where things get funky. That's like if you access Reddit via Google or via a search engine. So if you Google something and you go on Reddit, you're a daily active logged out user. If you're on your platform, if you're logged into Reddit, you're a daily active logged in user. It seems to be a distinction without a salient difference, but either way, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, I think Reddit looks good. I honestly don't have much to say here beyond this is a great reaction. I think the fact that the reaction is distinctly different from what we're seeing with other fairly well-received earnings reports, honestly, like, it's green it today. So I have to give them their flowers.
Yeah, absolutely. And not a lot screened today on the market, Derek. Well said. All right, let's talk about NVIDIA and this, low-key drama that's happening with China. You're not hearing too much about it because we're in the midst of earnings season, but this is a pressing issue. So Chinese regulators actually summoned NVIDIA representatives to address what they're terming a national security concern, specifically about that China H20 chip that's being, sent over there now that it's back on the table. The Cyberspace Administration of China, CAC, they claim the chips could contain serious vulnerabilities, including potential backdoors and tracking tech. The CAC demanded NVIDIA submit documentation on any security risks that the chip have, including alleged remote shutdown or positioning capabilities. NVIDIA, for their part, they're strongly denying these reports that there is the presence of any backdoors on any of its chips, and they emphasize there is no remote access functionality built into its GPUs, directly countering what the US and the Chinese were concerned about. Now, obviously the US want that tracking on there so they can shut these chips down remotely if they wanted to, and the Chinese don't want them. NVIDIA saying, look, it doesn't exist either way. US lawmakers, through the US Chips Security Act, introduced back in May, they proposed mandatory tracking features on exported chips. Lawmakers like your boy Senator Tom Cotton, Representative Bill Foster, they all support embedding location verification and shutdown capabilities on exported AI chips. Some of this tech is apparently, I mean, I'm no tech expert, but some of this tech is reportedly already present on these NVIDIA chips, sparking the suspicion abroad. So, Joseph, are we naive to think that, I'm not talking to you, Ram, are we naive to think that there's nothing on here, or does China have a case?
I think they have a solid case here.
Let's call a spade a freaking spade, man.
You know what I mean? I think they have a fantastic case. I mean, as for NVIDIA, it's, you know what? I think we're fortunate enough to even have the H20 back on the table. Right? So, you know what I mean? So Donald went across those Gulf countries, struck some amazing deals. The market priced it out, the H20 out of NVIDIA, strike some deals across the pond, fantastic stuff. And then the H20 was back on the table, and you've seen the movement that we've seen in this stock over the past couple of weeks. Now, I think it's an ultimate benefit, but again, we mentioned this yesterday, Sharif.
Yes,
China's not going to want the chips if they're going to be monitored like that.
They're not going to let the chips in, Joseph.
What do you want? What are you guys trying to babysit us at the end of the day? No, they're not going to have any of that. Essentially, they're competitors, right? And I think that's not the best look for that specifically. So,
Adira, did you read anything about this story? Any more color you can add into this drama?
Yeah, I saw some of this yesterday. I don't know the extent to which it's changed. I do have one element I want to mention, but first I have to talk about Disney. Initially, Disney did not react to this story at all, but now it's kind of dropping as I think more people will report it. The Athletic is reporting that the NFL is dealing red zone, so I guess selling its red zone NFL and media assets to ESPN, which is owned by Disney, in a blockbuster $1 billion agreement. So NFL selling a whole bunch of assets to ESPN, of course, owned by Disney. Disney is not reacting well to this. Initially, it didn't react at all to this, which is why I didn't throw, but now it's dropping. In terms of the NVIDIA, the backdoor aspect, I mean, NVIDIA addressed it yesterday. They said there's no backdoors. Today, though, we did have a report which impacted NVIDIA not at all, that apparently we basically have the U.S. also, I guess, trying to, apparently they've been stalling the application approval to even sell the chips to China. So honestly, I think the concerns over whether or not there is a backdoor are completely a moot point, unless and until the Commerce Department can, for lack of a better term, get its act together and get these applications approved, because apparently it's Howard Lutnick at the Commerce Department that are stalling, and they're the reason that regardless of these applications apparently being all good, they're not actually getting approved. So NVIDIA and a whole bunch of other companies, as I reported earlier, are apparently not able to ship to China regardless of what anyone's saying.
I wonder if it's kind of the same thing, Adara, as the Chinese dragging their feet with the rare earths that we heard about earlier. And now the U.S. obviously still engaged with China in negotiations, so dragging their feet on some of these H20s as the tit for tat exchange goes on. Thank you for that, Adara. Interesting stuff there. Let's go on over here, Joey. Let's talk a little, I don't even want to talk Moderna. I'm not even going to look at Moderna. No. We'll talk a little Exxon and Chevron, even though, you know, we rarely even mention these oil names anymore. They both did quite well from what I understand. Let's just look at where the price action is. Everything is negative in my energy watch list there. But here's what happened. ExxonMobil, profit slide, output hits record. So the Q2 net income fell about 23% year over year, down to $7.1 billion or $1.64 a share, but still beat the Wall Street estimates of $1.54 a share on revenue of $81.5 billion, topping the 80.75 expected, despite the softer oil prices. Not bad. They pumped up about 4.6 million barrels per day, their highest Q2 output since the ExxonMobil merger back in the day. The Permian Basin responsible for a production hit here of about 1.6 million barrels per day, contributing to the overall resilience. The upstream profits did drop 23% year over year, down to about $5.5 billion, a little bit less. And the refining profits, Jody, I can definitely see why this is happening, rose 44% year over year. And the reason I say I see this happening is because, well, on this side of the border anyway, we keep watching oil prices drop while gas prices maintain their levels or even go up. Well, how the hell is that possible? Oh, yeah, the refiners got to take their cut. And their cut seems to be growing every time around. So we'll keep an eye out on that. They did return about $9.2 billion to shareholders, $4 billion in dividends, and about $5 billion in share buybacks. And they did reaffirm that they're going to buy back about $20 billion worth of stock for the remainder of 2025. So not a bad look there. Let's talk about Chevron here super quick. Q2 net income dropped 44% year over year, down to about $2.5 billion or $1.45 a share. Adjusted EPS did beat the street's consensus estimate of 170. They printed 177 on that. Joey, revenue came in at about $44.8 billion, above consensus of $43.8, so about $1 billion beat there. But they took a $250 million loss tied to the Hess share revaluation during that acquisition. We know that that was removed from the S&P not that long ago. Production did rise 3% year over year in the Permian Basin, again contributing here substantially for Chevron as well as Exxon. About 1 million barrels per day coming out of West Texas right now. Not a bad look. Any comments on this, Joey? We don't really get into this.
Yeah, we don't talk about these too much. There's two spaces that I wouldn't get involved in. Well, I shouldn't say that because I have before. But currently now, with my current knowledge, that's going to be biotech. It's going to be some of these oil and gas names. For me personally, if you look at this from a daily perspective, there's nothing that intrigues me here, Sharif, whatsoever. It's just, okay, yeah,
you don't like these energy companies?
I don't like them.
Nobody likes them.
I don't like them at all, whatsoever, right? So here it is. Like, when do we start consolidating? 2022. So you've been trading in like a $25 range for 3 years. For 3 years, you're not doing anything. You know what I mean? So for me personally, it's just a space that I completely avoid at all costs.
Okay.
Do they offer a dividend? I'm sure they do, because you can't collect the divvy. Other than that, don't expect any capital appreciation in some of these names.
Ram.
What was
Ram. See the views? We're closing in, girl.
How many views you got?
Don't worry about it, man.
All right, my boy.
You don't have TikTok.
All right,
you gotta have TikTok to find out.
All right, man.
All right, let's go.
Oh, you're lucky.
Oh, what happened?
You're lucky.
Oh, this guy, bro. This guy's on Snapchat. You guys know what you're. If you're on Snapchat, we all know what's up. All right, let's. What do you mean?
What?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Ob.
what's up? What's up with that?
Exactly.
Tell 'em what's up with
Come
that,
show. Come have a look at what he's
What you
showing
got going on there, Ob? You never added me, brother.
Oh,
gotta
man.
add
Yeah,
it
the
there.
chat knows what's up. Everybody's responded, man. Everybody knows what Snap's about. All right, let's go. Let's talk about pharma products. Assassino, sorry, let me move it over. Sorry, Assassino, I know that you had that set up. There we go. So pharma products, or pharma under pressure in general, your boy Donald sent letters, Joseph, to 17 pharmaceutical firms demanding, I should say, binding commitments to cut U.S. drug prices to what he's calling the most favored nation status. We'll explain that in a second. He wants it done by September 29th. Very specific, Donald is. Darren doesn't like that. Firms were warned the government will use every tool, in quotes, available if they do not comply, but no specific punitive measures were actually outlined. The targeted firms, your Pfizers, Merck, J&J, Novo Nordisk,
AstraZeneca.
Astra, Amgen, Eli, frickin' Lilly, and others as well. We know that sent 17 letters, so 17 different companies. Obviously, what we're talking about here, the drug makers must offer. This is what most favored nation is, the MFN thing. Drug makers must offer equal or better prices to U.S. Medicaid patients than any other developed market. Mostly we're talking about Europe, we're talking about Canada, as well as some Asian countries. Firms were also told to stop giving other countries better pricing than the U.S. receives. Trump wants companies to sell directly to consumers to bypass, those pharmacy benefit managers, which are a real thorn in a lot of people's sides, trust me. So you can obviously drop the prices by removing the middleman. He has a broader strategy here using tariffs. The move is part of the broader goal to slash U.S. drug prices by about 80%. That's his goal. And in May, he signed an executive order tying U.S. drug prices to foreign price benchmarks under that whole MFN model, most favored nation. He also floated the industry-wide tariffs of up to 200%, Joseph, heightening uncertainty. Obviously, he loves to create chaos in these markets. He's the kind of guy, he'll walk into a room, drop a grenade, and then just walk right out.
Go out. Yeah, exactly.
What are your thoughts here?
What he does? I don't know. I don't really want to, like, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca. Those stocks are way past their prime, in my opinion.
But you can't say biotech's past its prime. I mean, people are still sick.
No, people are still sick. I'm saying some of these names are, right? We've seen them peak. What I'm referring to, essentially, is what I should say. Obviously, with the medical space, you're continuously growing, right? Medicine's getting better, et cetera. That's positive. But you can't be hung up on the same thing, Shreve. You mentioned to me the other day that Moderna's still talking about COVID.
Still talking.
Like, are you kidding me? Come on, this is your peak. This is when you plateaued. Where is it? I can't even find it. This thing.
There it is.
Yeah, exactly.
There it
all the way back here. This is essentially when Moderna plateaued. And then sure enough, now you're trading all the way down to $27. This thing was $500 at one time, Shreve, $499, and you're trading at $27. You go to Pfizer. Pfizer is the biotech of Intel. So Intel and Pfizer, if they were in the same sector, it's the same thing. Dead money for a long time. You're in this for a dividend, and sure enough, peaks at COVID here in 2020. $60, and now you're trading back in the mean around $23. For me personally, I'm not getting involved in this until there's some form of crisis where we need a new vaccine or anything along those lines, some form of massive outbreak. I'm not even looking at the space.
All right, Dara, give us your opinion on this whole thing. Donald Trump wants prices to come down, and he's threatening 200% tariffs.
Yes, and Caroline Levitt yesterday called out my girl Lilly by name, like, oh, Eli Lilly and other health companies. And I'm like, did you need to do that, Caroline? Because Lilly fully tanked on it. But I want to talk about these letters, Shreve. I'm going to take a really bizarre angle, which is the tone of the letters. And this is the letter. I zoomed in because in case you guys are like thinking this is kind of weird. So this is the CEO of Eli Lilly. His name's David Ricks. So this says, Mr. David Ricks, Eli Lilly and Company. And said, like, initially it said, Dear Mr. Ricks, Trump has crossed it out and written in his own handwriting, David, over it. Now, I looked, Sharif and Joe, this is not the only CEO we did this with. He did this with the CEO of Regeneron, whose name is Leonard. He crossed it out and wrote when. Then we also had the CEO of Pfizer got the same treatment. So Sharif and Joe, here's my theory. We know that Eli Lilly and Pfizer executives, I don't know, I'm not sure about Regeneron, but I know executives from Eli Lilly and Pfizer have met with Trump frequently. So I'm thinking he's trying to keep these guys in their good books by weirdly crossing out, making sure they have the first names. He's trying to be like, hey guys, I'm more casual with you. I don't need to call you.
He just looks lazy as hell there, Dare. I just think he didn't want to print out another letter.
Okay.
Come on, Donald.
I think it's lazy, but I think that what he was trying to do, though, do you see what I mean? The point I'm trying to make is I think he's trying to appease them. I don't know why this
That's a good
was the way he
point.
tried to do it. But then my other side of this also is like Novo Nordisk, they had the old CEO. They had like the CEO that left 2 months ago. Like these letters are so scattershot and so confused. It's not even funny. This is funny, but it's not
Can you
that
send
funny.
me that, please? Just DM me that. I'd like
the
to take a gander at that as well. It'd be
Yeah, so the letters are
fantastic.
also exactly the same for each
Oh, they
companies.
are?
I want to
Okay.
put that out, but I'll send you the Eli Lilly letter screenshot,
thank you.
and Sharif, you have it right now. But I
Appreciate
want to
that.
mention, too, I think this could be a bit of a headwind for not only Eli Lilly and its friends, but also Hims and Hers getting hit pretty hard, too, with another aspect of what they're trying to do. Reuters is reporting that apparently they're trying to switch up the Medicaid and Medicare game, kind of in line with the most favored nations pricings, and this could actually hurt Hims and Hers because they're providing a more affordable option, right? So, I mean, initially, they gapped down, tried to recover, double tapped the 66 clean right off the open, and they've dropped like almost slightly $4 off that level,
And
right?
Adira,
So bad looks for him.
let's give everybody context. Affordable $700 a month, by the way.
Yeah, it's
right?
still not
$6.99.
great.
Yeah.
It's still not great, but it's hard
Yeah, I
because
see your
these
point,
drugs
though.
are so expensive. But I think either way, like, it's going to probably hurt Hims and Hers.
Thank you, Adira, for that. Yeah, that concludes obviously the news segment there, Joey. I mean, interesting stuff there. Look, I don't dislike his motive to get drug prices down. We know that they pay substantially more. They, meaning the Americans, more than us. In Canada, we obviously have things regulated. There's also more in Canada in terms of forcing drug manufacturers to allow generic drug manufacturers to make their products after a shorter period. So it's like 12 or 15 years, you have exclusive right, and then your patent lapses. And then you can get these generic guys coming in, undercutting you, basically selling it for a fraction of what you're selling the brand name at. The States, they have a longer window as well. So you feel like maybe, that there's some stuff down there that they could do. But then when you're looking at it, the bigger philosophy of it, it's still the government intervening. It's still the government throwing their hat into the business ring and, adding anomalies into the market where it's not supply demand based. But you can also make the argument when it comes to people's health, maybe they should be doing that.
Absolutely. What was Buddy's name who just absolutely raised the price of the HIV? Shkreli, yes. Was it Martin Shkreli, I think, or something? Yeah, one of the most hated people on the planet at that time. Not too good of a look, guys. We only got a couple of minutes left here. Let's pull up my chart and see what we've got going on. Let's see here. We'll go through a couple of these chats. Yeah, Trevor L3483. Yeah, appreciate that. Nice, kind words, brother. Much appreciated. And then also we got some other things. Thoughts on Regen? I'm not trading it, but curious. We might have to take a look at that at another day, but maybe if we have some time, we're going to do a quick trade review to see what we got going on. But once again, thanks, Trevor. Much appreciated for that love there, brother. So yeah, we're short Tesla. You get the short here up the high. You get that pullback. Add a little bit more, and then we just piece it out. And then I took the majority of it out here, right at volume weighted average price, the primary target, and sure enough, boom, 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 we get that move to the downside. So that worked out relatively well. That was Tesla. What else did we trade here on the day? The TQs. Did that work for us? I don't even remember anymore. Yes, the TQs long worked out really, really well for us here today as well. So this was a good one off of those lows. Nice 5-minute hammer candle right here. You can see that displayed, and you take that move all the way north of the volume weighted average price there. So Tesla and the TQs, my better trades on the session. RDDT, I don't know what I'm saying. DDT, TNY. Definitely, that's where my largest hit came on the day, but we managed to recover that one there. So Here it is. We go for that long, just didn't stick with it, took one stab at it, and then you can see that continuous appreciation in price up 20% on the day. And then NVDL, we took a quick short on that one that did not work for us. And then that was it. See, that's the thing, right? I'm really happy, even though the trade didn't work out, I'm just happy that I didn't continuously try to short this thing over and over and over again and look for that move to view up. It did pan out eventually, but for me, I know if I just were to continuously selling and I didn't get that breakdown to view up, I would have been extremely, extremely frustrated on there. So that's a loss, Reddit loss, NVDL loss, and then Amazon, a break-even trade, essentially. Small green on this one, but nothing substantial because it did come back to my break-even relatively quick, and then I got stopped out. So there it is. It did continue to climb, but that move down here just forced me to get out just in case, because the market was selling, and you don't want to hold that into the south of the volume-weighted average price. But Tesla, via TSLL, definitely our short of the day. Fantastic look right there. Multiple ads, which we're happy with on that one. And then sure enough, we pieced it out there. And then TQs, our P&L-wise, was most definitely our top trade here on this one. So really good look on some of those names there.
See that clock? What does the clock say, Joey?
It's 2 o'clock in the drop top.
All right, guys.
Great
It's
short on
been a hell of a week, obviously. I mean, so much happened. So obviously it was very volatile, but we had a lot good going for us today. The market taking a decisive move down. We are down 2.25% on the NQ and almost down 2% right now on the ES. We were talking, Joey, that we hadn't had a plus 1% or minus 1% day in quite some time, with the VIX being so subdued. That obviously changes today with a bigger move down.
Yeah, it started off. The VIX started off pretty good, but now it's kind of cooled off there. So we're still slightly a little bit red there. But I'm out of all of my positions except for the VIX and ETHA, Sharif. I sold my IBIT calls this morning. I sold my NVDA position this morning as well too.
Well, you made some money on that because it was up in the high 70s.
Yeah,
today.
exactly.
All right, guys. Obi, he's in for Sean. As you know, Sean with the day off. Neil and Obi are on that side, the big boys. Going to take you into the close. See you guys.
See ya.
Great midday show, gentlemen. I don't know, in honor of the late Bill Paxton, are we saying, it's game over, man? We're all gonna die. It's game over, man. The market's done. This is the top. Forget about it. First of all, I don't know, you probably, maybe you have seen Aliens? No?
Like Alien versus Predator?
I mean, no, but that's...
Okay.
That's close. It means you've seen an Alien movie, and that's good enough.
Yeah.
No, there's a character, like in Aliens, the second Aliens movie.
Okay.
This time, instead of it on the first one, you know about the first one, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so in the first one, they're just randos on a ship, and they're not ready for any of this crap. They're just civilians, right, on the ship. The second one, they're supposed to be badass Marines. And one of them, played by Bill Paxton, let's just say when the you-know-what hits the fan, his bravery was not his, that wasn't his thing.
Not his forte.
Like, he was very realistic about their, but the crazy thing about it, he was very realistic about their chances. He's the only one that's like, man, we're screwed. And they were, and that's what was so cool about it. But I don't think it's over. I'm not saying it's over yet, but at the same time, the topic, the candles, the charts, okay, I don't know why I'm looking at UNH, because someone said is UNH down 10%, they're not just yet. But if you look at what's going on in the Qs, it's undeniable. We get Fed, we get the notion that maybe we're not going to get the cuts that we're expecting, although the September rate cut odds did go up a little bit. This is a very distinct trend break that's happening on the Qs, on the SPY. Like when you look at something like a Coinbase that reported monster trend break on coin and just falling apart.
Oh yeah.
When everyone thought that they were going to have great numbers has been talked about. So there's a huge turn happening, obviously. And if you're short, great today. But yeah, for anybody that wasn't taking profit on the way up, it's like, oh no, did we just miss our chance to get things?
What is going to? I just got in because I was like, I was short. Oh boy, there it goes. I was short earlier. I think Neil and I both tried this a couple of times. I'm not gonna lie, I was hella tilted. I was taking size. I was just like, boom, 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 get chopped, get chopped, get chopped. I actually went green to red on this one pretty badly. And then finally, you know what? If you like every price to sell, eventually you might catch the top, right? So I had 104.20s, and guess what? I cover 102s. I'm like, oh boy, it's still going. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. You know, sometimes you leave a couple dollars on the table. That's fine. That's fine. You take the continuation because now it's deciding to revert to VWAP. Let's see if 100 is going to come in now. But yeah, Coinbase, the market as well, taking out lows. So we were just talking about this Coinbase, and I looked over. I was like, oh boy, that's looking like a clean break.
It is.
And then I'm like, wait, I was already short hood. I'm just going to get short hood because it's the same sector. Right?
That is
pretty much.
That is a clean break on Robinhood. Now, on Coinbase, now 17% to the downside. No, it's just the whole, well, if you like every single short, you'll eventually catch the top.
Yeah, exactly, right? The thing is, when I realized it's like, if I just manage my risk effectively, eventually I might catch the move. I got to clean that up much better. But
I don't mind taking multiple swings at something. But as long as it's not like
within risk.
Yeah.
Within risk.
I think there's there's gaps that you sit out. Like, I like this short, and then, okay, wait. There's okay, try that one, wait, and then try the next one. Because that's what I did that with Intel today to finally get it. But I don't think I never want to be constantly in it the entire time. But man, that Coinbase breakdown, yikes. Was that ever a clean break on coin? But it's not just Coinbase, man. Like Amazon. 8.5% down for Amazon. It never went SSR, so I guess I said the only way I was going to trade Amazon today is if it got down 10% and take a shot at it. But yeah, the bleed is on. At least there was something fundamental you could point to. That cloud, the AWS growth was just, it's not there. You know, if they're going to sell off Microsoft after the gap up on fantastic cloud growth in the high 30s, when you come in the teens, they're gonna sell you right off the bat, and the buyers haven't really come back into it. Unfortunately for Amazon, we are going to get to the symbols that you guys want to talk about, but before we do that, there is one of the positions that I do want to, because I'm probably gonna get out of PayPal here. Everything else in this space just tanked, and PayPal's coming right back into my entry. Essentially, it was just a breakdown under 67 that I grabbed, and I hung on to a piece for the dream of 66, but with the market and some of the crypto names moving to the downside, for this to be holding the double bottom, I don't know how badly I want to reload it, but we'll see. I still might end up reloading this in the 90s if it starts to look weak again. But my stop's at the 67 area. I wanted to make sure I let you guys know before we find out what symbols we should be talking about. I bet you Tesla's there.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Obi locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It's super simple. You just throw in that $sign followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share as well, guys. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. And as you can see, there's a lot of red on the board. All 4 major averages right on the day, being led by the NQ, down over 2%, down 2.15. Oh, actually being led here by the Russell 2000, taking an even bigger hit, 2.25% down there, about 1 4/5 red for the ES, and the Dow faring the best of the bunch here, down 1.5%. So a lot of negativity today on these markets. Even Robinhood, after getting a great earnings report earlier this week, down 2.33%. Here, multiple rating agencies now subsequent to the report chiming in. Barclays maintaining their overweight rating and raising the price target to 120. Citi maintaining their neutral rating, but they did boost the price target to 120 as well. Mizuho maintaining outperform and raising the price target. Let me give you guys a guess. 120. 3 120s.
Oh boy.
So they like $120 on Robinhood, apparently. Go figure. It just means they have all the same logic. But we were talking about the whole analyst thing with regard to the price action in Coinbase going into their earnings. And like, if it was so obvious that somebody was holding the offer every time it got bullish into a level, did they know something, and could we have known something as well? I don't know. I feel like sometimes, maybe it could be insider. Who knows? As far as Robinhood goes, just talking about old stuff, I basically only successful trade was a 100 long. Like when it broke away from 100, you could see the acceleration. I had that, but then I flipped to trying the short. I literally got it to take a walk after that one. and so did not get the back end of the trade. Every single time it did this and started to flow, that's when I would get in. I did it here when I got out of the long, but now it's following through. I have a similar trade in Intel, but that's what it is. What it is. I think as far as Robinhood goes, I know there's that bounce. Look, it's a very nice V-shaped bounce, but it doesn't change how I feel about where this stock is on the daily. It's a good bounce, but to me, these are double top, lower high. I think we're pulling back. That's just what it feels like here in Hood. The fact that you might close underneath the 100, that would be bearish as well. Even if it were to close just barely eking out like 101, 102, it's like that's not even that good. So yeah, feeling bearish on the daily chart here that you could be in for a pretty decent retracement after earnings. And ultimately, it doesn't always matter what the numbers are, even if they are pretty solid. Profits have been taken. Everybody, that's all it is.
Yeah,
Being taken, I should say.
I think Robinhood was definitely one to watch out for, man. I was involved in it a little bit earlier. You can see right here, this is a 1 minute chart. I don't really necessarily trade on 1 minute that often, but I was watching this one a little bit. Normally I just watch a 3 minute. You can see here, attempted the short in the morning. Here, that's kind of covered by my face, so right here. So tried the short in the morning below the opening range low because we did come in off of earnings, nice little quadung, so another step down off of the reaction there, but holding that 93. So after I saw that, and after I saw this aggressive push, I did attempt a little bit of the short because it was such a grinding bid, and then I was like, oh boy, definitely not a good place to short, as it's just grinding and squeezing and taking out stops multiple times over and over again. Eventually I flip long. Don't even hold that long for very long. I get out right as it pushes that 100 mark, probably because I have some horrible prices and maybe not the best average, so I'm getting a little antsy on that. Missed this whole leg up, but this grind up, Neil, was absolutely crazy. It was almost like very squeezy grind up, very much like buy algo type of action there. Maybe people saw the 120 price target and just started buying. Like there was so much buying, and I was like, this is crazy. This is obviously overextended a little bit. I did get a little aggressive a little too early, but I did well to keep it pretty tight every time, and eventually did catch a little bit of that 104, but only to take it off at 102.70s. But you can see absolutely beautiful reversion happening right now, all the way down into VWAP. Let's see if we can come into some of these prior consolidations as well. So beautiful reversion of the flush that we got off of earnings right here. You can see a strong push right there. Earnings day 2, that was today, and yeah, reverted pretty much into yesterday's range, and then reversion of the reversion currently happening back down into VWAP. This was an aggressively strong bid, pretty much. If you were looking at it, it was just kind of it wouldn't give up 20, 30 pennies lower every time it did drop down, and then just continued to rip right back up. And the aggression on the bid that pushed into the ask, oh boy, every time very squeezy into the ask there. So let's see if it can come down into VWAP. Almost there. I got short here on that consolidation breakdown. We pointed out that Coinbase and the market as well was taking a little bit of a flush, and that is working out okay as of right now. So that's the look on Hood there. Earnings day 2. Maybe it's poised for more, but great trading vehicle it's been.
Just before we go back to Sharif, it looks like President Trump has directed his team to fire Erica McEntharfer. She's the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner. And she's a Biden appointee. It's a very long, I won't read the entire post, but highly critical of obviously the jobs numbers, which... Well, you know what? Political or not, I said this morning, when the revisions it's like the numbers come out and the revisions are so consistently so gigantic, and certain indicators, certain jobs numbers are far more reliable and need less revisions. I mean, at some point you're like, if they're that inaccurate. And the timing, a lot of times, of the more inaccurate numbers seems to look a little suspicious. And that's been something, and this is not new, so I don't want anybody to, don't take it too political. But the timing, and this has been true for decades. You've been a trader a long time. Sometimes you look at these jobs numbers and the timing of the revisions. It's like, okay, well, these guys will juice it their way, and depending on the other point, they'll juice it the other way. It's like this game that consistently gets played, and it's really frustrating. So you have to pay attention to. You got to know which you want to pay attention to. Sometimes you just ignore them altogether and worry about the price action. Speaking of price action, it was good yesterday in Figma. Let's leave it at that.
It was, Neil. It tried to start off this way, too, in the pre-market as well, but it started selling off aggressively, down over 4%. Still trying to hold above that $100 area. The $85 area was the actual opening print yesterday around 2 o'clock when this thing started trading, but the IPO price, boys, $32. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how this trades in the next week.
Well, it's holding the morning low is what it's able to do. Yeah, Figma was not yesterday. Yesterday, you took the opening print, you held on for dear life, you made your day, month, week, all that kind of stuff, and whatever. Today, unless you were literally short at the open, there just wasn't that kind of an opportunity. The short the open was basically the equivalent of the long. Yeah, I did have a couple of long trades in there for some scalps, but the big miss was, and I said this is why this was a lesson of the day, just changing your execution strategy. Because when this broke, this little tiny trend, it's been a short ever since. I just missed the entry point that would have made sense to me. And that was because I was passive instead of aggressive, like sitting on the offer instead of hitting the bid. And while I was talking about it, and then went to try to hit the bid, by the time I went from talking to hitting the bid just dropped, and it was like $1 spread. I didn't want to cross in that far. So at the end of the day, Fig is probably going to, for the next little while, have decreasing volume. That's what happens. So you will have less volume today than yesterday and less volume on Monday relative to today. And when that happens, the spread's going to open up. And that just means if you're executing on it, you can't get married to the way it traded the first day. You can't get married to the way other $100 stocks trade. You might just have to adjust. You can do lots of things, widen spreads, take less size, wider stops, like all these more aggressive in certain situations, all that kind of stuff you have to do. But I do want to remind everybody that this is distinctly different from what Circle did on day 2. Like Circle was strong on day 2. This is completely different. It's been trending down the entire time. So I'll change my approach come Monday, be a little bit more flexible in direction and a little bit more aggressive in trying to get the short when it does come in.
Yeah, so guys, remember, figs are not just fruits, but inverted flowers that grow inside a pod. So hopefully you guys took the inversion that happened right here off of the open. 140s, failure to follow through was absolutely beautiful off of the open. Nice little reversion of prior day's action that came in right into 110s and just holding some of those prior levels as well. So yeah, trader pods out there, hopefully you guys are kind of, looking at some of these names. I'm sure you guys are. Just trying to make more fig puns right here. But 110 holding pretty well. That's
here
just,
on
the day. It's not a pun?
That's like it's on a different level. Like
on a whole?
Both of our brains were just blowing up there. I'm like, I'm still not even sure what you said.
Did you know that?
Was some smart
Did
stuff.
you know?
No, I didn't. First of all, A, I didn't know it. B, I'm sure I barely understood it. I just know there was some high level ish, my brother. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
like,
all right.
Well done.
Level hold on the 110s. We saw that 100 reserve yesterday, and I'm looking for a bid to step up in a similar manner. We saw some reserves on 125s. That was sick. But again, that reference that to prior day's high. That's a little confluence there, and it seems like it's only been selling off of those levels there. We marked these in the pre-market session. If you guys were here with us, a little bit of an anchored VWAP is the green from yesterday. We tried to hold multiple times, but finally gave it up. Now trading below that, so the average participant long from yesterday is sitting, well, the average participant is sitting at that 118.83. We're trading a little bit below that right now. So maybe it's indicating to us that sellers are in charge. It's underneath day's VWAP as well. Day's VWAP coming in really nicely as a bit of resistance as well after the strong Kwadunk. So one to watch out for. Lots of opportunities on this one. I scalped this one like crazy off the open and then maybe some into VWAP, but definitely didn't have as much as I would have liked on that one. This 110 hold though right now, Neil, it looks like it might be flowering an opportunity.
That's, yeah.
I'm here all day. I'm here all day.
Yeah, you win. Before we go back to, I'm not even trying. I'm not going to top that, and I'm not even going to bother trying. But I want to try to answer a question before we go back to Shreve. Or I'm going to ask a question of Jawa. First of all, Jawa's nice. Houdini. What is flipping restrictions on IPOs? I'm restricted in Fig. So here's the thing. I don't know what that means. So if there's another way you could explain it, or if anybody knows exactly what, I don't know what a flipping restriction is. If you're referring to being able to trade in either directions, we can short because we pay for locates here at Real Trading. I would understand that some brokers probably aren't offering shorts, or maybe they're not free. They're certainly not free here, but we can get locates to be able to short the stock. So if that's what you're referring to, then it could just be a restriction at your broker, or maybe you have to pay for them. You can't always, you're certainly not going to be shorting an IPO for free right away. I don't know that anybody's able to do that. We can just pay for it. We've never been able to short it for free right away, but we can pay for locates here at Real Trading. Let's go talk about Tesla, where you can short it if you wanted to this morning.
Yeah.
Down about 2%. Neil, a couple of tough headlines here. Their sales continue to worsen in Europe as they decline in Denmark, Sweden, and France for the 7th consecutive month. Also, Tesla has to pay about $329 million, sadly, for a deadly crash that involves autopilot, guys, reports AP News. So we'll have to see whether or not they appeal this or what the situation is. Tesla, couple of tough headlines today.
Okay.
You're talking.
Okay.
This makes.
You're talking about the hold time.
You're talking about the lockup period.
The lockup period.
You can't sell for so many days when allocated shares pre-IPO. Yeah, that's standard. 180 standard, usually 180 days on an IPO that you have to hang on. And that's that's the whole. If you want the privilege of getting $33 on Figma or any good IPO, then part of that is the lockup. That's just how that's how it's done, right? So that you can't just get it and immediately dump, because why would they want to issue shares to people that are just going to immediately dump it into the open market and create sell pressure? They'd rather give it to people that want to invest in the company longer term. So I've literally never heard of the term that is the flipping restriction, but I guess flipping out of your position. So just one quickly on Tesla. I should have left it at one short. I went long twice and then lost, made it back short, and then shorted a second time, and end up red on Tesla for that reason. I could have just held on to it. It was that 300 break. I played it in both directions, and neither one of them was very good unless you took the long way back through. But Tesla, I still feel relatively is the wrong word. No, I still feel bearish on the chart. Of course, I'm going to try that 300 long as a day trader, but I still feel bearish on this. They missed across the board in earnings. You're punishing companies right now that beat across the board and even guided pretty well. So what are you going to do to Tesla in a situation when the market's topping out and their sales are declining? And right now, it's just a tough space to be in. So it feels like we're breaking a little bit of a wedge to the downside. It hasn't happened yet, but you're breaking a little bit of a wedge to the downside if we close under $300. And to me, that takes you down to the 270 to 280 area on Tesla. If we're under $300, that's my bias next week, because I've been waiting for it to break out of this wedge. So it looks like we are, potentially.
All right, guys. VinFast's game in Indonesia, execution. They just locked in 3 more service partners: Nawalis, Warna-Warni Ban, and Wraparound, bringing 19 new workshops into their EV service network. Add in AutoClicks and BOS, that's a total of 181 certified service centers nationwide. This is how you scale confidence and capacity. With infrastructure like this, that 200,000 EV delivery goal isn't just ambitious, it's looking very real. Oh boy. So, what are we looking at? Tesla. Yeah, sorry. Tesla. Right, I got a little lost. I got lost in the sauce. I was just like, I was a little VinFast with that one. But yeah, no, Tesla coming in, another EV maker, I guess. But yeah, today a little bit of a chop, right? Off the open, beautiful sell coming in. More continuation from prior day here. Let's take off some of these indicators so we can see a little bit better of the price action. The price action a little bit better. You can see strong selling day. Not really too much relative volume yesterday, Neil. Half, 0.4, 0.5 relative volume, so half of what it normally does there on a 5. This is a 5-period relative volume. But coming into the pre-market, we started doing some aggressive volume. 2.75 started to dwindle down, but still pretty elevated coming into the open. We saw a little bit of a strong sell coming in off of the open, but since then, Neil, we've just stayed within the opening range, opening session range. You can see that we attempt to break out here. 309s came in and then coming right back down. So that 300 bounce, I know you were talking about this one right here. 300, we did come into 300, bit of a failure to follow through. Strongest volume candle that comes in through the break of that 300, so maybe a little capitulatory, who knows, but a reversion or a bit of a turn that did come off of that to come in and test the higher day, but still staying within that opening session range is Tesla today. So the question becomes, do we see leg consolidation? Leg, I have no idea, but let's take a quick look at the weekly and see how that one's been building up here on Tesla. We know, or I know that we've been in a bigger picture kind of consolidation here, and it seems like we're still within that range. This is what I'm talking about, this little consolidation in this area right here. We're still within this consolidation. Overall, bigger picture, don't forget, higher lows, higher highs. So definitely one to watch out for. This consolidation range is very important to me because we've been making consecutive higher lows into this area. If this trend does break, I think we're poised for a little bit lower, but who knows? Let's see what Tesla comes into. Today, pretty much a range day for Tesla. And oh boy, Hood is spiking right back up.
Get it, Hood, or not.
From one EV to another, guys. NIO reporting deliveries today, and they delivered 21,017 vehicles, also launching their new Envo L90 SUV. Deliveries are up, guys, 25.5% year to date. And guess what? They've now delivered over 800,000 vehicles year to date. Keep an eye on NIO, about 0.5% green on the day.
The thing about NIO, though, is I am so sick of these breakouts. I'm so tired of the fails. I'm so done with the bid not being there.
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just, it's not like it was bad, but like, where's the follow through? Like, it was clean. It's $5 even. You had bad delivery numbers, and the reaction to that was to, gap down and then fill the gap and then break out the prior day high on a double top at 5. Everything about that is bullish, right? So what does it do? It goes 7 cents or 6 cents and fails. So that's what you got out of the $5 break. So, no bitterness at all. There was no parabolic move to even get you the quarters and then to add above 525. All of that being said, maybe we get it next week on NIO. So there's always a chance. It's a squeeze type stock, so you're always looking for that parabolic move. It just really felt like this double top break was going to at least take you to here. And maybe it's the market. Who knows? I have no idea. It's just disappointing on NIO. I really thought you'd get more than a 5-cent push through on this stock. That said, next week is always different. I do like the general action when they buy it up on bad news, because the deliveries were bad, and the reaction was not to fill in the gap as the market was pretty much tanking all morning. It was to go to the upside. So that's a good sign. It means that it's primed to try to squeeze, and certainly you've gotten some longs out of it. But to follow through 5, we'll have to wait for it next week. I'll probably take a shot at this a second time. Let's be real. I would take a 5 break today again. I think it's worth a shot. I'm just not sure on a Friday with light volume and a Chinese ADR where they go to sleep in the afternoon. I'm not sure it's going to get there, and even if it does, I'm not sure there's enough volume. But next week, fine. And it's nothing to do with fundamental. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I like NIO or I believe in the model or anything like that nonsense, or I believe in their system or their idea of swapping out batteries. That has nothing to do with that. This is a stock that bottomed out pretty cleanly, broke trend, held the 200 period moving average, and I'm just looking to break this out at some point above $5. That's all. It just didn't really give you much today. Like, it worked in that you probably didn't lose if you were smart about it, but yeah, disappointment in NIO, only 1% up, but yeah, in bad news, that's not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of those features, Neil, is why some people think that NIO is 1 in a million, right? Yeah. So you got to see where it's really coming from here. So this is, I don't know if it's had any real splits or anything, but 66.99 was that all-time high, and you can see that every time it does attempt to take a little bit of a push, pretty much gets sold off pretty aggressively, and we're attempting to take another push here. This is a weekly chart, so taking a look at the weekly, we can see we've only been making lower highs and lower lows here. So the question becomes, can we finally break this prior high? Can we finally break this prior high? On the intraday, though, let's go down to a 3-minute. You can see that it was a nice little pop off of the open into the $5 area where you could have got right back in for the short. Pretty much consolidating on top or in and around VWAP right here on the day. So within that opening range, but that $5 mark for stocks is pretty interesting, and it could not get past that with any sort of distinction, only about 6 pennies away from that as of right now. So that's the high a day. Pretty much sideways consolidation, but the good thing about this one is it does do a lot of volume. So if you do see opportunities in it, very scalable, very liquid as well in terms of a trading vehicle. Wasn't necessarily on my watch today. Prior day did have a pretty strong day, which had a strong reversion, 100% reversion off of the flush in the morning. We seemed like we tried to continue a little bit today, but couldn't get past that $5 mark. So I'll continue to watch this one. It's always up on the volume leaders, but trading within the opening session range as of right now. So looking similar to that of Tesla.
Last one here, NVIDIA, guys. Shares of semiconductors generally down today after Donald Trump reigniting the tariff issue, raising tariffs overnight on countries that haven't made a deal. Separately, though, NVIDIA has its own headline as it's stoking fears out with the Chinese government that there's a backdoor into some of these H20 chips that can be remotely shut down. We're actually summoning NVIDIA representatives to China to do some explaining, guys. So NVIDIA down on the day.
Oh, you got some explaining to do. NVIDIA, another pattern. Well, look, we all love NVIDIA. Their quarter was great. And the thing about it's not just their quarter, it's the CapEx spend that we got from all of the hyperscalers reaffirmed the growth and the belief that we're here to stay with AI. But there's a little bit of everything going on here. You have the Fed, you have a little bit of the, I guess, more tariff turmoil, I suppose. You've got a deadline with China on the 12th. Whatever it all amounts to, it's a trend break. It's emerging a trend break on NVIDIA. However, the good news would be when it broke trend here, and this would be on like the 22nd, the response the next day was buy. So yeah, we're breaking trend again, but we can always we can come in on Monday, and if you have a day like this on Monday, then I think you kind of resume the upside. But until we see that, unfortunately, NVIDIA, you want it to be one way, it's the other way. That is an absolute classic reversal top here on NVIDIA. And what did it do at the high? It pulls right back into the prior low and dumps fill. So it doesn't look incredible. That's not bullish. 171 at least is holding, I'll give you that much. It doesn't really set up much for a short. As you can tell, I elected to short the thing that's always a short, which was Intel. I had it, stopped, had it, stopped, had it, stopped, and then waited for it to get to the pre-market high and then jumped in again. I actually have a trail on this at the 30 mark, so I might get out of this one in a couple of pennies. I held on to essentially like 5% of it, but let's see what happens here. I think I'd likely short 1940 again if we got there, but that's the one I'm watching for weakness. I don't think, like on a Friday when we've been bleeding all day long, my gut reaction would tell me if we're getting some kind of a relief rally to look for maybe a chip long. And if I do one, I think it'll be AMD based on its price action today. Like it flipped from an early short to the long that I missed to a couple of scalp longs where it really just didn't have the follow through either time. But now it seems like we're on the way up here above 171. So if I pick a long this afternoon in a chip name, it's actually going to be AMD, not NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the boys here. They're just watching this video. Absolutely crazy video. Is that your training video for your next upcoming match, dude? That's absolutely crazy. Some fighting videos there that Joe and Sharif are watching on the side. I was just watching. I was like, I don't know, man. You know. When you say mixed martial arts, you gotta look at all forms of fighting, right? So, anyways, going back to Nvidia, and Nvidia was a little bit of a push.
Sharing it with the viewers.
I mean, I don't know if I want to show fights like that on, you know, it's a little bit.
I don't even know what you're talking
regardless, let's look at the fight that Nvidia has been having on the day today, right? So a bit of a chop. Trading within, I would say it attempted to push opening range high. We did get pretty much past it, but didn't get too far past prior day's low. You can see how strong that was. Strong flush into it, a nice bounce off of it, kind of pointing out that may or may not be a level coming in today. You can see that 175.90, 176 level gets an attempt once again, and supply just stepping right back in for that continuation. So, you know, VWAP, consolidation, orbit, whatever you want to call it, sideways action could not get past the day's low, coming in at 170.89. I did not have any eyes on this name on the day today, but it seems like it had a beautiful reversion off the attempt to push the day's high right there. But yeah, I think, you know what? Looking back at it, Neil, I think that was pretty strong confluence there. Prior day's low, we were already kind of selling off of some of these highs, 184s. We're pulling back. We're also breaking this kind of trend that we've been having. Nice little multi-day bid. See you later, Sharif. Have a good weekend. So yeah, you can see that coming in into VWAP right there. So nothing really for me, but I think there might have been an opportunity here at 176s for the pullback down on Nvidia. So yeah.
So, okay, first of all, at least send me the video so I can see what you guys are laughing at, and then I can determine if we're going to share it with everybody, because you guys are just laughing at something, and it's not fair to everybody. But I'm going to get to the super chat from Longness. Thank you, Longness, for the super chat. You've sent a lot of super chats, and we appreciate you. Guys, why is the thumbnail making a political statement? Sean is off. Sean is off today. He's off to Ottawa. They got a tournament.
What's the thumbnail looking like?
But here's the thing. It's a YouTube thumbnail. No, but it's a YouTube thumbnail. Like sometimes they're like funny. I don't even know. To be honest, I haven't looked at it, so I don't even know what I didn't even see it. I kind of just jump in and it gets rolled over, and then I'm in the chat, so I don't even know what it is. But no one's ever trying to get.
Question is, why are you catching feelings off the thumbnail?
Too seriously around
right?
here.
Exactly.
We try to stick with. At the end of the day, YouTube is YouTube, and you know we always attempt, and it's not always easy to keep it about the market. Like, I understand, here's the thing is, you know, politics will get heated and lots of things will get heated. I mean, even just talking about, like, money, like, you get heated. Like, I know, like, I'm sure when I was sitting there somewhat last week bashing UNH, there's probably people that are like, stop talking bad about the stock, you know? Or, like, every now and then, like, you might, like, this used to happen in the meme days.
Yeah.
Where we would if we said a
short
bad,
GME, yeah.
People,
GME, come
or
on.
said a bad word about
Come
a
on.
meme stock, we would get lit. But at the same time,
Where those people know.
Like if I'm trading, like you just got to give your opinion, and sometimes that's just people aren't going to like it. But anyways, UNH might have been the ugliest. First of all, UNH is not the greatest short ever. Stop, G-Man in the chat. I get it. UNH is probably a great short, but trust me when I tell you, there's a whole lot of stuff that's gone to zero. They're not going to go to zero. Stamp it. Okay, maybe don't stamp it, because if they go to zero, I'm going to look like a real idiot. But I don't see this is not going to zero. They're not going out of business. This is not Mullen or whatever the heck it is they're calling themselves these days. It begins with a B. There's still Mullen. This is not Silvergate. This is not Enron. Maybe it is Enron. A host of other things which are a heck of a lot worse. But again, and when I just for everyone's benefit here, when I was saying everything I said about UNH last week, remember, I bought the long at 280 the day after the flop. I sat in that long in my swing account while it did absolutely nothing for me. So like I was somebody that sat there and wasted some capital. Thankfully, had other swings that worked. I don't do a lot of swing trading, but Webull was obviously fantastic, but I was somebody that was sitting in that. So that's why I was ranting about it, because I was in the damn thing and it was terrible and it was useless. And I wish I'd flipped short, but I don't shorten my swing account. I've never.
Never?
I told you this before.
Come on.
I have never swung short in my swing account. I invest long term. I take swing longs. I've just never done it. It's just, that's what it comes down to. It's not that I wouldn't buy puts. I've never done it. And ultimately, like if I'm gonna hedge, I'll sell covered calls or I'll buy the VIX.
Okay, yeah.
I've never, yeah, you know what? Sometimes, and it's not a good thing, but I'm not afraid to admit it. Sometimes an old dog doesn't do new tricks, and maybe that's too much of it.
But you short intraday.
Oh, intraday. Short.
It's the same thing.
Anything. It's not
the same thing.
Obi, it's not that I wouldn't do it. It's just that I haven't done it, and I just can't be bothered.
Fair, okay.
Because here's what
There's been some amazing swing shorts.
But you know what it boils down to?
Amazing swing shorts.
If you look at the market overall, I feel like there's so much good money to be made long.
Of course,
and if you have
that's there as well.
And if you have ways that work, it's like that's good enough for me.
Fair.
And I'm like, what do I need to be trying to figure out shorts for when there's a million long opportunities which consistently work? So.
Fair.
Anyways, we short. Like I have nothing against people that short. Like it's not like some kind of philosophical statement that I won't short overnight. I think there's a healthy balance to the markets, and I do believe that shorting is perfectly valid. I'm not one of those people. Don't get me wrong. But I just never have. Maybe that's weird. Maybe it's not.
No, I mean I like to go both ways, long and short. I think it's perfectly fine.
I'm glad you said that.
It's within range. You know what I mean? Like, Joe's like, is there a pause button? And I'm like, dude, come on. No. When it comes
so immature
with mother market, come on. You got to be able to dance, right? So it's just like you got to go long, you got to go short. It's the same thing. Sometimes I just say, flip the chart upside down. Does it still look, you know what I mean, as bad? Like, regardless, it's an opportunity. Opportunities are opportunities, right? And as traders, we just we should be looking for the best opportunities and be, not so biased in one direction or the other. That's just my take on it. I've taken longs, I've taken swing shorts. Like, sure, my swing shorts are almost never as I never hold them as long as the longs, for sure. Right? That's something that I do want to point out. Like, if I'm swing shorting something, it might be for a couple of weeks or a couple of months at most, right? At most. So,
I think it's
those borrow fees could add up.
No, that's obviously true. Like that's structurally true of shorting in the general sense. Like I would even venture to say you're more like even in day trades, you're more apt to be. I say this as the only stocks that I've held from open to close in the entire week has been Intel, and it's been a short. But I think you're more apt to hold an all-day long, even in a day trade, than you would an all-day short. I mean, sometimes it happens. What is this? Parsons requests a trade from the Cowboys.
Oh, boy.
Figure it out.
Come on.
Figure it out, Dallas.
Figure it out,
You've got
guys.
to be kidding me. He is literally, he's an absolute star. He's the heart and soul of your defense.
Right.
I'm not a Dallas Cowboys fan. I am the farthest thing from a Dallas Cowboys fan. But come on, you've got to be foolish if you let this guy go. That's just absolutely silly.
How could they even do that?
You're not even talking. You don't even know who that is.
Go Sports.
You don't even know who Micah Parsons is. But imagine he's their franchise player. He is the heart and soul of the defense. He is one of the best in the league. You're not talking about some dude who doesn't deserve to get paid. Like he's still at the top of his game. Like it's not one of those. He's a greedy guy. No, he just probably should be like one of the 2 or 3 highest paid at his position. And so Jerry Jones, who obviously it's the Cowboys, they can afford it. Just go ahead and do it. Anyways, I ended up reloading this PayPal. We'll see if that ends up being a good decision. Hey, sometimes the third time's the charm. So the good news is it worked twice. The bad news is, does this entry look different from the others? Yes. Why? Because that's a rounded bottom. So that's a rounded bottom. This might be the shortest offensive of all time, meaning my stop is literally right there. I'm not letting it get past this wick. As a matter of fact, I was giving it an extra cent. I'm not even giving it the extra cent anymore. I'm not going to give this one a ton of room. I'm risking 10 pennies on this. It does feel like it's a rounded bottom. It was so much better the first time. Like And that's sort of the difference. Like, it was the first time I liked it enough that I was adding on the way down. I am not feeling that way. So I'm going to get it one and done here. If it holds, great. If it doesn't, yeah, who cares? That's a long name, but your question was, hood will go down below 100? It already did once. The trend would suggest that maybe it's pulling back to the upside. Because if you look at where the bid just came in, like essentially, like there's your reversal at the bottom, then you had your breakout. They bought it up at $100. It trended down, didn't get to VWAP. So this is an important retest of $100. Like, I would venture to say, like, if it doesn't close here, if it doesn't break it now on this move, then you're very likely not to test it till the end of, we get into power like 3:30 or something like that, because that's a pretty decent downward trend break, and 100 is very obviously a pivot spot. If I liked it, I don't like it. I'm not going long. I just don't. I don't really love the long on this one. It was different when it was ripping faces off this morning to join the long in Robinhood. I don't know if I want to participate in this particular one. As I said, very, very tight stop there on PayPal. It's very different when you're trending down and you short a breakdown, or the first time it retests the level. But when it does the rounded bottom, higher lows, there's no need to be in that short. And I just trailed out of Intel for obvious reasons. It came right back. I had my stop the entire time above 19.3. I was only holding on to 5% of it, so it is what it is. And all that stuff I said about all-day shorts or being less likely than all-day longs, I just mean that in a general sense. It's not that you never hold a short all day long. I just feel like you're more likely psychologically to hold longs if you get the right price the entirety of the day. My eyeballs are on Tesla here. I mean, it bounced off 301. You've got a rounded bottom coming in if it can break out 305. I'm inclined to take a shot at a 305 break.
Would you say that if you had a good price, regardless, you're inclined to hold the trade regardless of long or short? If you know you had a good price all day, right?
Yes.
Because like, I know there's a lot of players that just like, okay, if they know they have really good prices from off of the open and it's working for you, you might as well just take the mock or take the close.
Oh, I agree, but
right?
it's for shorts. I think it's a psychological thing. Because
yes, for
I
sure.
think we're kind
People
of
are more inclined.
Traders more inclined to find places where a stock is going to bounce because we believe that you want to buy dips. Like, it's just here's an example.
I just like to flip the chart.
So the example I was going to say is, if we have like the Qs trending down, this isn't that big of a trend down. This is something that used to always happen on the floor over the years. Like, if you have a trend down like this going on, it may be something that's even heavier. The number of traders on the floor that would be in shorts, but every time there's some kind of a long flip, will try to flip to catch the bottom. And it would happen times they like get into a great short, but then flip to try to catch the bottom. And then it's almost inevitable. So psychologically it's something that people are doing. It just happens all the time.
Right.
And you see it over and over and over again, really. And it's like I said, I think it's just psychological. I don't know what part of our brain always wants to try to catch the bid. I mean, here, like right now, we're trending down in the market. There's resistance at 305. What do I want to do? I want to break it out long.
Right.
Because I think we've held 300, and I'm longer term bearish on the chart of Tesla. Like, I'm kind of bearish on it on the daily, but as a day trade, I'm looking for this to break 305, which clearly you could have just shorted this at VWAP. So there you are. I just proved my point.
Yeah, no, I think the structure of the chart is definitely key to that as well. I think when you see that setting up, like you said, if you see that double bottom, you see that held bid, you're like more inclined to be like, all right, I got to respect this bid, especially with markets at all-time highs. Right, I think that matters as well. Like when markets have been pushing up, oh boy, back to 100 and falling is hood back down to VWAP here. And the thing is, I'm not tempted to long this one. I'm very tempted to short this one, just relative to the action that we've had pushing in through that 100 and even higher to 104s and some change earlier on in the day. Very squeeze-like action. I was just like, all right, well, when are you going to give this bid up? And it seems like the bid has definitely been given up here. Even a little bit of an attempt at a bounce off of VWAP is pulling right back in. So I'm going to let this consolidate here. Let's look at a bigger picture right here. Zoom it out a little bit. You can see buyers were very much in charge off of the open, and I saw that. I was short here, and I think, like Neil is right. When I see that happen, I'm like, okay, that's a strong reason to buy, and I was short, so I just got out of the short because of that. But take it one step further, that's a strong reason to buy, right? Same thing. Very good reason to get long, and you can see how well that long worked out for a good majority of the day, all the way up until 12:30. That's when we actually started to turn. Now we're pulling back into VWAP. The question becomes now, do sellers really show us that they're in charge by taking price below VWAP and consolidating below that 100 mark? Again, going into a Friday, it's not, I don't think it's OPEX as it's the first Friday of the month, but you know that going into the end of the week, maybe some shake and bakes happening in and around some key levels here, and that 100 mark definitely a little interesting. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on TMC. This is popping after the CEO of the company posted on X. We're seeing this a lot more with these small cap companies. The CEO posts something and the stock goes running. Basically, he's just teasing out some announcements that are going to happen next week. Apparently, they're going to have their PFS released here on Monday. That's, I guess, a technical report summary. They're also going to, I guess, revamp their initial assessment from 2021. They'll apparently be presenting strategic and project economic presentations. So, yeah, just teasing out some announcements for next week. That sends TMC to the upside. This is at least the third time in the last 2 weeks I've seen CEOs more or less pumping the stock on X. Back to you.
I had the chart. Thank you very much, Adara. What am I doing?
Thank you very much, Dara.
Thank you, Trump.
Yeah. Why am I saying it? No one wants to hear me say that. If you, I don't care, man. You got a president saying thank you to you personally. You're gonna milk that all you can, or you could just have Fabian on your side. But there's not one for me, so I can't do it. But you know what we can do, everybody? If you're a savvy Canadian investor or trader, what you can do is boost your exposure by tapping into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 XXX daily leverage ETFs with Beta Pro featuring built-in FX hedging. They aim to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, like today, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And lo and behold, TMC CEO pumps it, and now it dumps.
Yeah.
So I was looking to see if there was any follow-through.
It's doing that pop, lock, and drop it.
Yeah, there it is. Just not the ray gun style. Well, maybe it is the ray gun style because it's coming back down. Yeah, I was looking to see if there was maybe follow through past the $6 level. But, you know, if you're trending down, I guess you could do worse and try to pump your own stock on X. And it's not a very good looking daily chart. 6 is a big level for the metals company here. Prior support, 50 period. So there was a lot that could have been working if it would hold that $6 area. Instead, looks like a sell at 6. Would have been the better way to go. Maybe there's a second chance at this because if the volume keeps up, you retest the high and then try, well, now that I say that, of course, it's not going to bounce. I was kind of hoping to be like one little push to get back into the high and try to grab a short off of that. But yeah, it's already dumping too quickly, unfortunately. So I might have missed that opportunity. Oh, why did I trail out of Intel? See, you just hold it all day long, I guess. Seriously, you hold it all day long next time. Yeah. Forget about the fact that it pulled back. Just add to it anyways. And Hood, of course, does not hold on to 100, though I would say I wouldn't celebrate till it's pushing through VWAP. Like the even 100 level hasn't mattered much. Like when it broke out from 100, it broke 100 3 times before it finally went. Like it broke here, failed, broke here, failed. I know I was in it. Then it broke here and worked. So I'm inclined to think it broke 100 once downside, didn't work, breaks 100 the second time, maybe it's working. I mean, I'll favor the short over-under at that price. I like when it's a key price, I like to play the over-under game. If the sellers eventually win, I join. The buyers eventually win, I go long. But I let the battle play out until it's clear to me which direction it's going to go. And I don't try to guess at it, I try to be a little bit more certain. I'm not certain just yet on Hood. But the shorts are certainly winning for now.
Yeah, I want to know what you guys are trading because I don't really see too much on my part. We can take a look at some of the stocks that I was looking at coming in off of the open to see how they're doing and what's up with them. Oh boy, Starbucks. Oh my God, what kind of plan did I have on that one? I got to pull up my morning watch list, I guess not really watch list, but morning trade plan right here. So I had quite a few names on my list today. Fig being number one, Intel as well. Intel was coming into a pretty key level today, Neil, that 1950 area, and we cracked that right off of the open. I wasn't there for that. So in terms of earnings names, lots of earnings names that were very interesting, but earnings day ones, I had Amazon and Coin and Reddit on watch, and then Riot as well. Starbucks for day three. I was looking for continuation on Starbucks. Oh boy, did it continue right off of the open. IP, let's see what IP is doing because I was looking for this one to get a little bit of a flush there as well. IP, that's the only one I didn't really look at. Oh boy, look at the paper cuts on this one as it continues. Look at this beautiful continuation. So I was like, there's clearly a seller here. Especially if you look on a 15-minute, it was very clear that someone was just pounding the bid on this one all day, Neil. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. 15-minute chart, clean trend. Pretty much opening near in and around its highs. It attempts for a little bit of a push and then just flushes all day. And you get that continuation coming in below prior day's low and then cracking through some of those pre-market levels right off of the open. Nice little push there as well, but consolidating sideways. So it wasn't as aggressive of a move as yesterday, but the move yesterday definitely put it on my radar today. So that was IP. Hood was the last one as well. And Hood was definitely good off of the open and now as well as it attempts to push back into that VWAP. 99.50 is currently trading at. Let's see what Amazon's been up to. Let me turn off these indicators, but we kind of pointed out in the morning session this bottom anchored VWAP was the anchored VWAP from prior earnings. We did attempt to push off of the pre-market lows and then slowly bled back into this here and now holding that. That's coming in at 213.77s-ish area on the day today. Coinbase, I was like, all right, we were breaking down pretty aggressively, and I was looking at, did I write the specific level? I don't think I did. So I was just looking for continuation because this selling breaking a bit of a trend on a higher time frame coming in off of the open. Oh boy, those sellers come right into the stock here. I didn't even watch this one as closely as I should have, but a bit of a bid up into VWAP gives us a solid continuation to the downside here, all the way down into 315s. Now just trading sideways, bit of a dead cat bounce. Since then, we did get a nice quadunk of that low we were talking about earlier. I took the hood short on this flush on Coinbase. Reddit, let's see how our friend Reddit is doing. Okay, so we did kind of consolidate, chop off of the open, and then finally took a little bit of a push, but pulling back into that opening range as of right now. Starbucks, this was the one. This was the one, man. I was just like, all right, well, we're breaking down. This is, I don't even have an anchored from earnings right here, so let's throw that one on real quick and see where we're sitting relative to that anchored right there. Boom. So right there. So extended off of it. Day one did try to push, doesn't really come in, starts extending off of it, and then even further of a flush. So it's literally showing us more of the same as we start to break down. This was the level I was looking at. Earnings reaction low on Starbucks. That breakdown, Neil, came in right off of the open, and it was pretty clean to the downside. Some would say that's a pretty grande move to the downside to 85 halves. Oh boy, nice beautiful continuation on that one. Might need a refill for some of those shares for the long term. I don't know yet.
That's a face pun right there.
Riot, we'll see what that one's up to here. Riot, oh boy, nice continuation on this one too, dude. Oh my God, I'm not taking any of these continuations. You know what? I just got to join the algo floor. That's what it is. There's no way I can take this all by myself. Coinbase, Amazon.
You've got to stay.
Oh boy.
Forget about the algos. We're kicking it old school, man. And no,
I take my own fills.
Well, you know what? There was a mini trend break on Fig.
Yes.
And remember what we talked about earlier? Hit the bid. So it's a mini trend break. It's kind of like this one on. I mean, on steroids would be a big one, so I have no idea what the other side of that for a pun would be. I'll leave that to other people. But yeah, like it's a smaller version of a trend break because it's not as distinct and it's not as big as when it did earlier into the volume weighted average price. But there's your slight trend from the low. And the reason, here's the thing: if I draw a trend line, it's got to be significant, like the end of the morning flush. But why I actually observe this trend line is simply because it double bottomed at 110. And if you go back to yesterday, which is its first day of trading, it broke out in the afternoon from a 110, it accelerated. So acceleration yesterday at 110, bottom 110, double, almost a triple bottom here. So when it breaks the trend off of a big support level, then I'm gonna like that trend break a little bit more. Like if it had done this off of some rando, then I don't know if I jump into it. Now that it's hit 116, I'm gonna tighten the stop a little bit, just never wanna give it all the way back. And I'm reminded of the fact that Figma is not moving like yesterday. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Like I think it's more of a scalp trade than anything else. Like pick your spots and get in, get out, try to scalp it for the win if you can. Robinhood is, well, Hood just won under $100. Well, it's winning under $100. It just tried to tick up and it lost at 99.9, but it's holding VWAP. This is the tricky part about this trade. Is like structurally, it looks like it's failing under 100, but on another level, all you're doing is holding the volume weighted average price. So I'm going right back to I'm not going to pick a winner on Hood here. Forget about it. It's not at the right spot. I think it's easier to look for it long through 100 than anything else. Yeah. To try to be short all the way down here. Like I'd almost rather be shorting it under 99 than here, even though that's not a better price. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah, hopefully it makes sense to me anyways.
Yeah, no, guys, don't forget, type out in the chat what stocks you guys want us to look at here. I got the leaderboard sitting right here. So $, I'm going to type it in as well. Let's see. I'm not going to go with Hood because that's coming in at number one. If I guess. Oh, there you go. So, fresh start. Let's go with a fresh start right here. Thank you very much, Andre, for that. So fresh start. Let's see. First is EQ with 2 of them. All right, you guys are going to see this grow right now. So let's throw them in there. I'm going to go with. Let's start with one of my favorite ones, Amazon. And then am I allowed to do multiple entries as well? And then let's take a bite out of this fruit right here. Fig, of course. Let's see some of that. Apple's coming in. So let's see. I'm gonna take a guess. Oh boy, it's power hour. I'm gonna take a guess, Neil, and be like, okay, Fig is probably gonna be at the top of the list, as it is one of the, I guess, very much in play stocks on the day. So we'll see this one kind of matriculate, if that's the right word here, as you guys come in with all of these tickers in the chat. There you go, V-Thug saying Obi. I don't know if there's a stock called Obi. Let me see. I don't think that does exist. Oh, no way, it does, on the LSE.
There's an Obi stock?
There's an Obi on the LSE. Can I get London, entitlements, please?
I think I have London.
Yeah, it's called Ondine Biomedical. Nice, all right, so maybe gonna trade that one. But yeah, here we go. Thanks, guys, for coming in. Keep them coming in, and we'll count those votes, and then in a few minutes, we'll take a quick look at what you guys voted for, so thank you for doing that. Shout out to the leaderboard here, the stock leaderboard, as it comes in. So let's see, how many submissions have we got in total? Not a lot. You guys got to keep on going. When I refreshed it, there was almost 50, 60 mentions for Fig. So keep on going. What stocks do you want us to take a look at? And then we'll take a look at them as they rank on the leaderboard. So far it's Fig and Tesla. Now, of course, we're going to be talking about Fig. I already have Fig on my screen. Still chopping up sideways right here. Still holding that 110 area pretty well. Day lows coming in at 110.12. So solid stuff there. We have just entered power hour on the day. So the question becomes, does Fig catch that bid that we're looking for coming in off of the open? What do you mean?
How about it doesn't catch a bid?
Are you short? Oh, damn. Okay, all right, sorry, no.
I'm
talking about bigger picture, long term. There are people who are long this name and are in and around 110. It seems like it's being defended, dude.
No, 110 is too big of a level not to cover in front of it. Like this is like 110. It absolutely exploded from the 110 level. That's why I moved my stop to break even, because it already held at 116 or close to 115, just under 116. So if it goes if it goes meme crazy, I don't want to give up and turn like a winning trade into a losing trade, but I'm bidding out for sure in front of 110. Until that level breaks, everything stops there. When you have a big reversal like that, buyers like it, buyers like it, buyers like it, buyers like it. I'm not the kind of person that hopes that you have it the one time it's going to go. I don't fall into that category at all. But I did want to go over here and just, whoops, why is my ES? See, I try to keep the title in the middle so you can see it's the ES. But let's maybe look at the NASDAQ instead. I like looking at the NASDAQ a little bit more. What's interesting, though, in terms of looking at the bottoms, is we have now wicked, let's keep it zoomed out, we have now wicked big support on the NASDAQ multiple times. Like, we're having a failure to follow through at support coming from the beginning of the month. Like, we're at the end of the month. The support from the beginning of the month was right down here at 22.8 on the NQ, and we bounced multiple times. So even in that sense, I think you're scalping shorts because we're having trouble punching through the monthly support levels here. The prior month support, I mean, it's August now, but I mean, I guess the prior month before, which I still think are relevant. It doesn't really, the futures and the levels don't really give a you-know-what, the fact that we're in a new month. Like those July lows or July support levels, I think are in play, at least for now.
Yeah, I think, higher time frames, the levels that I think really matter, and correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, are the ones that keep on testing over and over again, and the chart and the market kind of shows you that, okay, this is a level, right? Those ones might be a little...
That 110.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like the ones I like even better, are the ones that have tested as resistance and then as support, and then it shows you that there's something there. And sure, there are times where we do cleanly break through them, but over time, it's like, okay, this is a level where support and resistance both act on this level. So if we're coming into it from the lows, if we're coming into it from the highs, you can look for potential, opportunities in and around those areas, or use them as factors of confluence for a bigger picture, right? So I definitely believe in that there. But yeah, opening of the open right there. Yeah, look at that. Oh boy, we're almost at 530 subscribers, guys.
530,000.
530,000, and we only need 25 more.
Subscribers.
25 subscribers. Come on, guys.
Be that lucky. 530,000.
Be a part of the journey.
Subscriber.
Boom.
And how do you do that? Well, I'll tell you how you do it.
Boom, there we go. Here we go.
You hit the subscribe, you hit the like, and then good things will happen, and good karma and all that. And there's no way of knowing who it is. So basically, we're just going to give love to everybody once we get to the 530,000. Because I don't know who hit the button that makes it happen. But anybody that's in the chat, anybody that's watching, we have a fantastic community here. And at the end of the day, growing it only makes it better. Everything gets put, we're literally renovating the studio to make it bigger, to have more hosts on it all the time, so we can try to give you better coverage of the markets and everybody's opinions. And it's always been about making this better for our trading community, because I'll tell you, and anybody will tell you, trading's hard enough when you got to do it alone, and nobody in our trading community has to trade alone. That's the whole goal, unless the market's closed. And then in case you're on your own, because we're not here. But when the market's open, we're here. And we'll figure it out when they go 24. When we go 23.5 or how the markets are going to go, Trader TV is going to figure it out. That's how we roll. So we're 15 away. Get us there, everybody. We appreciate you guys.
We're not that far away from there. What the NYSE said, they're going 24 hours in 2026.
It's happening next year.
Yeah, next year.
A lot of changes. Look, not only that, we've talked about it before.
Ready.
They're going to do the 20. It's not 24 hours. It'll be 23.5. There's like an hour for settling, whatever.
Oh, man.
And then there's going to be the PDT rule is going to get loosened a little bit from 25. They're talking to 2,000. So essentially, it's going to allow
Small caps
everybody.
are going to be wild.
Small caps are going to go nuts. There's going to be far more. I mean, it's great for Robinhood. This is great for Webull, obviously. So, look, it's a lot of great things are happening, and we're just always trying to adapt with it because you have to. It's like adapt or die in the markets.
Yeah.
Gurev.
How we have to be as traders.
Oh my goodness, this feels like a UNH question. At some point, Lulu will become an attractive price. It's convincingly lost $200 with absolutely no defense. I will cop to the fact that I'm actually looking for a spot in Lululemon to take a shot. But there's a big difference. Look at UPS's 3-month chart, by the way.
Hey, yo, let's go. 530.
Oh,
Thank
wrong
you
one.
very much.
That's the wrong bull.
Let's go bang. Let's go with.
It's the wrong bull.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you,
I got it. Boom. There you go. There's the
so
HD
thank
bull.
you guys so much. Let's power it up.
Beautiful.
We appreciate 530,000. Every
And
milestone
two.
matters, but shout out to every single one of you. We absolutely appreciate it, and we love all of our viewers. I can't say enough. The thing about this show, it's really humbling to be able to see, like, not just the regular viewers who are conversing with each other. Like, we'll be doing our thing and talking and answering questions, and then I'll look up in the chat and, like, someone's asked a question that we've missed, and I'll see like 4 or 5 viewers, some regular, some I don't recognize, answering the question, helping out that trader. I'm like, oh, I don't even have to say anything, because our community's already handled it. Yes. And then even better is like when I don't know something, or if one of us doesn't know something, and then you guys are out there answering the question for everybody else. That's what the community is all about. There's one thing we always have to do, and that's get our butts over to Adara when we're called.
There isn't news right now anyways, guys, but I'm always here for you when there is. And in the meantime, it's time to take a look ahead at next week. It is crazy. This is the weekly calendar. I mean, I would say for sure Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday after the bell, massive earnings, AMD, Supermicro. We have Snapchat, Rivian, Lucid, Open Door. We've got Uber, Oscar Health, Lyft, Celsius, Eli Lilly. We have Block. We've got SoundHound. Their earnings go on and on, from major companies to small cap and retail favorites. So check this out on X at TTV Research so you can know what day your favorite stocks are reporting and you could stay intact. Economic data-wise, it's a little bit smaller. We have a couple bond auctions, and we also have some jobless claims numbers. So same old, but these earnings are certainly going to be exciting. So we send you back to the guys. Power hours here.
Oh, man.
That is a packed calendar.
No, but like Berkshire has been.
Oh, yeah,
they've been
Berkshire
taking
was selling off the last I checked.
Oh, it's
right?
been trending. But look, let's be real. Like ever since we knew.
Yeah, boom.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, that's UPS.
No, that's
Never
UPS.
mind. I'm like,
No, Berkshire. Ever since we got the timeline for Warren Buffett stepping down, it's not egregious, but it's been downtrending into an up market, and the structure of it's been pretty clean. Like every time it's caught a bid, like look where it fails. It catches a bid and fails exactly at the same prior level and the 50-period moving average, like 487, 488, almost on a dime, and then right back to the low. So it feels like this is incredibly weak. There's going to be a moment for this as well. But Starbucks is moving around a little bit. Let's go to Dara. Whoa, Starbucks sucks, man.
Chime in what you were saying about the stock of Berkshire Hathaway since they announced that Greg Abel's going to take over as CEO effective January 2026. I actually made an infographic for this. It's down about 7%. This is as of the close on Tuesday from when that announcement was made. So there's already been a couple different high-profile CEO switch-ups announced. Berkshire Hathaway actually doing the least bad of these companies, so that's pretty significant. But either way, BRKB, certainly not to the upside since that was announced. We know Warren Buffett has been a staple of the company. Let's see how they fare under their new leader once that transition occurs. Back to you.
Shout out to Adara. Thank you so much. I didn't hit that. I was on the wrong page for the key. So sometimes I'll hit it, sometimes I won't.
Thank you.
Right before we went to Adara, there's a strong bounce happening, at least in Starbucks. So it's above VWAP, but it was the 15-minute that really, sort of the daily chart that really caught my attention. I know you were looking at this for a continuation short. When we say things like the stock is a short till it's not, it's the way it rejects. Like what you find here is you find clearly going into earnings some sellers. Like look at the respect of the 200 period and look how it's unable to, like it gets above and immediately fails, it gets above and immediately fails, and then you get a huadunk on earnings, you lose the 50 period. Like to me, when I look at this, it's like, well, you're favoring the short until there's a reason for you not to. And the reason could be $80 where it's been a good buy, or, oh, I don't have another one. I mean, you guys can come up with your own. Maybe you got a Fibonacci or some other thing that you use.
Fibonacci's.
But to me, Fibonacci's, yeah, Fibonacci's, or you got some other indicator. But to me, it's like, until it shows me something or $80, you favor the short trade. Unfortunately, Fig is doing a dance, which is telling me there's a seller at 118, there's a buyer at 116, and that's about it. So I might just take it out at the 116 and then hunt for the next trade. Adara?
There was a bit of a catalyst on Starbucks. Unclear if this is why they pushed higher, but Bloomberg reporting that the company is planning to kiosks in their airport locations to cut long lines there. That came up probably 15-ish minutes ago. I'm just seeing it recirculated now, so I'm not sure if that's the reason it's moving this way, but either way, bit of a catalyst here for SBUX as it does push higher to end the week.
There was someone in the chat that was giving a hack for the airport.
For Starbucks?
Because the lineups at the airport. Yeah,
Oh, it's wild. Yeah.
Oh, it's
the
ridiculous.
Starbucks lineups at the airport are always the longest.
It's ridiculous.
By far, always the longest.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's why I'm just like, I really don't care. Let me just get a coffee.
And then my wife loves Starbucks. She'll be like, "Well, I'm gonna get it in anyways. Do you want anything?" And I'm like, "No, I'm good." It's just like, I'd feel bad. I'm like, you have to wait in line. Like, I have to really want something. I'm like, no, I'm good because I'll be able to go up, get myself something, and I'll be back before
she even gets to the front of the line. Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not going to even let you. I'm like, you want me to get you something when I go somewhere else and get some food? But you do you. It's ridiculous, the damn lineup. But people like their Starbucks. I've never been a huge Starbucks person.
No, I think it's better to do the app now, like just to go pick up, because you can skip the line and everything.
What they were saying is, I don't
know if can you do that with the airport ones?
Oh, they were saying if you get like a gift card that always has like money on it or something like that.
You can skip the line?
I don't know how.
No,
that's what somebody was telling me. I'm like, is that really true? What are the ways?
Was it like a fast pass or something?
What ways can you skip the line at a Starbucks at the airport? If there is a hack, let us know. If there isn't one, then let me know as well. But there's something else. I can't even get the bid anymore. All right. What were we talking about? Cross the spread. Now I'm crossing the spread in the middle. I made the midpoint. Give me the midpoint.
Death God is saying they make their own coffee at the airport?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, sure, yeah. If you have like the apparatus to make your own coffee at the airport, sure, go for it.
You make your.
I don't know.
Hold on a second. No.
That's what they're saying.
You make your own coffee.
We're talking about
at the airport.
specifically in the airport environment, like that's.
No, someone said they make their.
No, not at the airport. They just said I make my own coffee. So I was like, we're talking about airports.
Well, yeah, I make my own coffee too.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you're at the airport, is there a way that you don't have to be in the line? There's no I don't know if there's any way that you can skip the line. But anyways, it's not important. It doesn't really matter that much. But the market not really doing a heck of a lot just yet. I'm
trying to skip the line and get into some IPO allocations, dude.
Well, that's another story.
We need to get on that. That's what we need to get on, right?
Okay, hold on a second.
We know some people.
OB.
Yeah.
Or
we know some people.
Apparently, all we have to do is take the opening print, which is perfectly fine by me.
No, that's fine. That's more than fine. Yeah.
But if you take the 33, you can't sell. Here's the thing. You're on a day trading floor. Where is my Figma? I just wanted to show iBit because Bitcoin's breaking down. No, but
that was a nice break.
You're on a day trading. Yeah, but look at this. Some buyer. I told you someone's buying at 116. I don't know who they are, but they're winning. So we got out. But Figma, you get the opening print.
Yeah, you're chilling.
On a day trade, on a prop floor where you're able to sort of leverage, I mean, I'll be perfectly happy doing that as opposed to, I get it, in an extreme sense, getting 33, having to hold even 30 days or 60 days doesn't seem like that bad of a deal given how far it went. But in a general sense, I'm not complaining whatsoever if you're able to get trades like this. And I don't think this is going to last. Circle did this, where it halted instantly to the upside and kept going, and Figma did this. Yeah. They're not going to keep getting it this wrong. Eventually, we're not going to get these types of wins. So you better believe when hopefully Discord comes out soon and we get a shot at that bad boy. Because what'll happen is one time it's going to not work.
Yeah.
And if you don't trade it with a stop, to me, I had a stop right underneath. My stop was literally $84.99. I got long at 85. My stop was $84.99. And if I got bottom wicked and then it went, I don't care. Because the way I see it, if you can get one of those monster wins, like 10, 15, 20 bucks while risking less than $1.
Yeah, that's huge.
You only need a couple of those. And so what if you get rinsed out for a small loss when it goes? You only need one to wipe out 100 of those, not 100, but lots of them. Fig under 100 next week. Chuck of All Trade says it would not surprise me. I think we're in a different environment than when CoreWeave, because here's CoreWeave,
came out, yeah.
And here's Circle.
Market's been selling off.
We're in a very different environment than when these guys came out and went parabolic. Like the market was trending up. Now we're kind of at the highs and showing signs of pulling back. So I'd be inclined to believe you in that Figma is going to, I mean, under $100, I can see it. For now, there's still buyers in there every time you try to take the short. So you get like $1, you get a couple of bucks here, you're not getting too much more than that. Until we break 110, there's some buy support down here. And I would also venture there's probably some shorts from the pre-market in the open that are still covering and holding for a 110 break. And as we get closer to the end of the day, and we're not breaking 110, some of the early all-day shorts have been probably weighing on the stock, and the VWAP shorts in here as well. Like they're taking opportunities to get out every single time it looks like a bit of a cover.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one to watch out for, because you do have to consider what kind of market environment you're in. That's a very, very strong point that you bring up, Neil. And Sharif and I were talking about this yesterday as well when we were talking about trading fundamentals versus technicals. I'm like, yeah, in a different market environment, that's where I might consider fundamentals. Like if we're in a market environment where we're cutting rates versus raising rates, it's a different kind of market environment, right? And it's like you might want to you're still going to maybe trade off technicals, but you might use that as a strong factor of confluence as well in your trading. So market environment, I think definitely matters a lot. What have the moves been looking like? What have we been doing? And do we want to look for more of the same? Has there been like a regime change in that sort of sense at all? Right, so we've seen a bit of a regime change from was it Liberation Day, that that kind of came in, but yeah, and that bid came in pretty strong off of there, and we're pretty much squeezing on the higher time frame. I always point out the 3-month and the 6-month and the 12-month charts on the futures, on the spider, and I say just take a look at this. If you were to take a look at that, and I didn't tell you that this was, it was a monthly chart or a weekly chart, and I just showed you a chart, and I was like, what does this look like, right? And everything looks really, really strong.
We said what it looked like.
What it looked like.
That's Red Man. You know Red Man? That's fine. I'm old. It's fine. I'm old. I know Red Man, and everyone. Some people in the chat know Red Man. Please tell me that there's a few Red Man fans in our chat. But we got a super chat from TD Baker. I don't know if you like Red Man, but I promise you, he's way better than. Whatever. In my opinion, he's better than a lot of the rappers now. But then I'm an old guy. TD Baker, thanks for another awesome week, guys. 70K month from the trader, guys. Have an absolutely amazing weekend. You have an amazing weekend. Do it up, TD Baker. We appreciate you and congratulations to you. We did have another super chat, and the size of the super chat doesn't matter. We're going to get them all anyways. Thoughts on Lulu, says Boba Plays 852. It's probably just Bob Boba Plays. I don't know. All the names in the chat got jacked up. Thanks, YouTube. But obviously, look, I always said before, I'm actually looking for a spot to try to pick on Lululemon and pick it up. On a 3-month chart, this is how far you have to go back to find some levels. Right? Like it's a little bit crazy. I'm going to just drop it to a monthly just to give you an idea. Like you're at, like the area I'm looking for is actually on the monthly chart of Lulu, because I still think you're bearish, right? Like you closed the month breaking down another leg. So that's not bullish. So I'm waiting until we get down and test into the 170s, because the 200 period moving average is a spot I might look for a bounce. So if I see something like this, a little bottoming tail candle in front of this level, ideally this month, maybe next month, that will give me an opportunity for a long. I actually had a swing long in this a couple of years ago. Anyways, when it was holding this 50 period on the monthly, I took a swing on it a couple of years ago. So I'm looking for another spot on Lululemon, but that's a purely technical thing. Like I have zero interest in trying to buy it and hold it forever. I would just look at it for more of a trade for sure. That EQ stock, by the way, halted down, opened back up, and is losing $1. So for anyone in this one, there's a bit of a battle waging at $1. Ooh, it's trying to hold $1 as we speak. So EQ, if you're in it, hold in the bid, barely at the $1 level. John T, ice, baby, say it ain't so. Yeah, Red Man and Vanilla Ice, somewhere where my foot is on the ground.
Oh boy.
It's not close. You know Vanilla Ice.
I've heard of the name, of course. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Everyone's heard of him, but No, Redman's on a different level.
Redman. But why is it, you know what? Maybe I do. Here's the thing. I'm so horrible with names. I have more of like a visual memory, I would say, rather than.
I think you know Redman.
I don't know. I probably know Redman. It sounds familiar, but I'm just like, can I think of something like right off the bat? Probably. Nothing's coming to mind right now. But yeah, no. Now I gotta look that up. But yeah, nice little bounce hit there that happened on Hood. We were talking about this 99 level hold. The initial low on this first test was 99.01. The second test comes in, prints a 99 holds, so 1 penny below that prior low, and then fails to follow through, zoop, all the way back up to 100, and a nice little confluence with that VWAP bounce as well. So just continuing to watch this one, not really participating. I'm going to wait and see what it does here. Not really seeing anything too crazy, so let's go back to, where'd it go? Was it this one or this one? And that's funny, I have two open now.
What
I don't
the
know
heck
which.
was that?
Sorry?
No, what was on the screen just now?
What was on the screen?
You didn't.
What did I do? I didn't do anything.
Oh, it was your desktop. Oh, that looks nice, man. Sorry, it was. Oh, the background of your desktop.
Oh, the background. I don't know. Like this is. I don't know. It's some sort of.
Where is that?
Canyon. I have no idea.
How did you show that screen? I don't even know how. That's crazy. Anyways, you guys saw that at Canyon. I'm like, that's gorgeous. I'm like, why are we showing that? That's pretty cool.
I don't think this is the one. I gotta find the one we were just doing. Here we go. Right here.
Tesla's trying to creep.
Yeah, Tesla's creeping on this leaderboard here. Pretty much tied, 13 by 13, Figma and Tesla as well. Hood coming in at third place. NVTS, okay, EQ. I haven't looked at NVTS today. SoFi, oh boy, we know they had earnings a few days ago. Amazon had earnings as well today. Interesting. Funny enough, I noticed that I'm almost always on the show around Amazon earnings, and that's happened back to back. A little bit of a confluence there. Let's see.
I think it's been every day since at least this quarter last year. So it's been at least 5 quarters that I can remember off the top of my head. I know every quarter since then, 100% with certainty, and you guys know what I'm like with my memory. I can say from like Q2 2024 all the way to Q2 2025, I know for a fact you were at the desk. I cannot speak for before that.
But you know why that makes perfect sense?
Why is that?
Because the majority of the lot of the days Sean takes off are Fridays.
Yeah.
So it's just like
in and around the
big
season,
IPOs tend to be on Thursday.
Yes.
That's why I remember day 2 Circle, you were on the desk with me.
Right.
Day 2 Figma, you're on the desk with me.
Yes.
Because the big IPOs tend to come out on a Thursday. So there's like a higher probability that that's a sneaky one. Like you make the money on the IPO and then you're off on Friday. No, you take Fridays off. Sean takes Fridays off in the summer most of the time. He's coaching his daughter and he's coaching the High Park team. So that's usually what it's about. But it is an interesting coincidence. And as always, thank you very much, Adara, and thank you, Danny, in the chat for being a Redman fan. That makes me feel a little.
You know, I'm gonna go listen to some Redman right now. I'm curious. I know. I feel like I have an inkling of a feeling that just like. I know his music.
Of course you do. No, I know you know some hip hop, so there's a 100% chance that 99% chance that you do know a little bit of Red.
What's his most famous song?
I'm not gonna.
Okay, I'll just search it up.
Because
most view. We'll go by view count.
That's an interesting. Okay, first of all, going by view count is not a very good way to. So his most famous song, you were just on it. Because I think this is what you will know. Yeah, Rock Wilder is probably, that's what you'll know. Like Red and Meth, you'll probably know that more than anything else.
This one right here.
Because some of his old stuff by himself, you're not gonna know. But like him and Meth Man, the Rock Wilder, that you'll know. I would think. Like
we'll see.
Like to me, that's
when did this come out? 15 years ago, 1999. The music video came out.
I'm just saying, one of my favorite ones is a little something like that.
Oh boy.
Y'all know.
All right.
If you know Redman, you know what song I'm talking about. But yeah. No, he did a movie with Method Man called How High.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's way too old for you. You wouldn't have any clue about that. Let's put it this way, I saw it in the theaters, and I can't even remember what year I saw it. That's how old it is. But we were talking about Tesla creeping, and the second it looked like it was creeping higher, complete fail. This is complete Friday afternoon trade. There's your bottoming tail candle. There's your lack of follow through. Absolutely nothing happening. Like I check back over, I'm like, is Fig gonna finally do something? Spoiler alert. No. It goes maybe back in, can't break out. Like it's just the buyer's there, the seller's here. You're just not really getting any follow through on those moves. And Chris, no, I have never traded Fig on the good. Nor would I ever trade impaired.
What does that mean? Oh,
Trade Fig on the good. You know, to each your own. Like I'm not the judge. I don't judge.
you have to remember that
I-
you're playing in one of the most competitive arenas, right? You want to ask yourself, are you really going to put yourself at an advantage or a disadvantage not being at 100%, right? And I know some people like to argue that, that's how they get to their 100%.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Dude, you wouldn't know this, dude. There's a guy in the Percy Harvin in the NFL.
Yeah.
The guy was a Pro Bowler. He played every single game on. He smoked weed before every single game.
Yeah.
Now it's a bit different. He suffered from like chronic migraines,
Yeah.
so like it was the
you suffer
only way.
from chronic pains, then that's.
Then it was like the only way that he's the only
Otherwise,
way he could do it.
that should will
Which is wild.
bug you,
It was still
right?
illegal.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's go over to the desk with Adair. We're gonna have the early look imbalances in a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, I just want to remind you guys, we have a massive earnings report after the bell on Monday. That is going to be Palantir. If you like these kind of retail favorites or meme type stocks, hims and hers will do that for you as well after the bell on Monday. So check this out on X at TTV Research in addition to my weekly calendars, which come out every Friday around 3 p.m. I have daily calendars. Usually they come out every day around 3 p.m. When it's Friday, I release these at 3:30 p.m. Another thing that you can look forward to on days where we have massive earnings. So a lot of the days this week and likely a lot of the days next week, I'll also put out a expected moves calendar that shows you the expected release time and expected or implied move for a host of big ticket earnings names. So those come out usually around 3:30 p.m. on days with massive earnings. Definitely stay tuned with us. Hit the subscribe, hit the like button. And if you like this type of content, join me on X at TTV Research. Expect lots of infographics next week, including about Palantir. Back to you.
Palantir earnings.
Oh, boy.
Here's the thing. After Palantir's earnings, shocker alert, everybody, it's still going to be really overpriced on a PE basis. That is not going to change. What we're hoping also doesn't, well, it depends on, unless you're a bear. What you're hoping doesn't change is the channel that Palantir has been chilling at. So if it goes down, let's not go any further than 145 so we can continue with what has been an absolutely gorgeous upward trend. I mean, it's pretty. It's real pretty. But it's going to suck if we lose 145 and the 50-period moving average. But I think it's, we always talk about like reasonable pullbacks and upward trends. I love nothing more than a clean channel to the upside. And it's not the only one. Alphabet has, come on. It's Friday afternoon charts, man. The chart is in weekend mode as well. There you go. Alphabet's got an upper channel. It's not as strong as Palantir's, but it's got a channel it's respecting. So I feel all good about Alphabet. It gets down here into 180, 177. It's respected it. But when I observe something like this, I have no issues. You get bearish and you wait to get bullish in a general sense. So you come in with maybe a little bit of a sell bias on Monday on Alphabet, even though you might like the stock. You come with a bit of a sell bias and try to look for short opportunities. You wouldn't have been able to do much with it today, but certainly you try. And if you're wondering, someone just put in the chat, what was that, Wick? Like I saw a bit of a spike in the fuge, but nothing too crazy. Let's go to Adara. Yeah, it wasn't.
I cannot say confidently that this is what it is, but I think it's worth noting regardless. We're just seeing that apparently Fed's Ariana Kugler, who is Adriana Kugler, she's not only a member of the board, she's actually a governor. So she's not a local Fed president, she is a governor. She has apparently announced her resignation. She said that apparently she submitted it to Trump. So Adriana Kugler resigning from the Fed, it's actually very soon, as of next Friday. Now, this could be huge for the market because, one of the biggest things here is whether or not the Fed will cut rates. We actually had a shocker, 2 dissenting opinions for the first time in decades. Now we actually have a Fed member stepping down. So this kind of turmoil in the Fed could be pretty interesting. Just for context, here is a TTV research infographic I posted a while ago now in the makeup of the Fed. This individual Adriana Kugler, she's not going to be on here once we get that new Fed member. The last time we had a new Fed member was Beth Hammock. She replaced Mester going back to last August. So it's been about a year. New Fed member. I don't have any details as to who the new member is going to be, but Fed's Kugler out. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek, because that actually would explain that. It was a,
Thank you very
look at the
much,
volume
Derek.
spike here on the Qs. If we can come to my chart very quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of a push.
Like it was a big down candle on huge volume and being bought right back up. I guess the whole algos read it as, hey, it's bad. Someone's leaving, that's more turmoil. But then the other side of the coin is maybe somebody comes in, a replacement that is more likely to be on the side of, that someone could be on the side of lowering rates. And yeah, we were talking about it earlier. The only way that you would ever miss a Fed vote, and I know someone in the chat just pointed out, it was something we were saying, you would only miss a Fed vote if there's something really going on. So, if you're resigning, there's probably some kind of really, really good reason, because I can't imagine that any voting member would miss a vote at a time like this unless it was absolutely serious. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human beings. I would just hope that nothing is too serious as to why she missed a vote and why she is resigning. But at the same time, if you get somebody that comes in, which we don't know yet, that is a little bit more likely to be on the side of lowering rates, obviously that could be a good thing for the bulls out there. That's why a bit of a mixed reaction. Like the algos first lose the bid, and then it gets bought right back up, I think, when they start thinking about the consequences.
Yeah, I'm just kind of observing the reaction on the market here. Didn't really sure.
You're muted.
Sorry, I was just kind of just observing the action on the market here, the reaction there, and yeah, we caught a little bit of a bid coming into that 22,900 on the Nasdaq, and a little bit of a push on the ES as well, but nothing too crazy there. We're just still consolidating for the past few, like you can see the past two 15-minute candles, we're still within that range. We attempted to break a little bit lower there, didn't really come in, but since the open, we've only been making lower highs and lower lows here on the 15-minute chart. So I'm continuing to watch that. Hood, I'm watching here as well, a little bit of a push, but we're making lower highs into VWAP, and we've been making lower lows. Again, looking at some of this consolidation from earlier, that's coming in at 98. So let's actually pull up another chart, because I do want to see what that looks like specifically right here. Let's see here on Hood. So you can see this consolidation. This was that consolidation underneath that 100. And I messaged my pod. I was like, oh boy, this push into 100 is looking a real spicy on Hood. I'm definitely going to be watching that one and participated a little bit both ways, short and long on this one. Didn't quite hold for the push higher, but it is what it is. It's coming back in pretty nicely. It came back in all the way down to VWAP right here. So the reversion to VWAP, Neil, definitely came in quite nicely as we came in for that touch in and around. Just going into power hour right here. So right as the beginning of power hour, we bounce off of that VWAP as of right now, holding that 100 mark. Let's see if we can trade a little bit lower. Again, I have no idea, but going into the end of the week, I was expecting a little bit of reversion and chop of that into and of that 100 mark here on the day. But yeah, so we'll see how this one kind of comes into the close. It is 336.
It is 336, and you can look at early look imbalances, which we'll do in a quick little second. And a place where you might be able to look at the imbalances and a heck of a lot of other things is eSignal, where you're able to trade smarter, not harder. And the best part about it, 1 month free, everybody. I mean, come on, 1 month free, first month free. They're still waiving fees. Get a reliable platform, professional trading platform, professional charting platform. You can link it to multiple brokers. You got level 2 access. As I said, you've got the imbalance locator, every indicator you want out there. Back test your strategies, forward test. Use an API. You can automate your strategies, because that's what Obi wants to do. So you can trade absolutely everything. Try it out. 1 month free. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you, everybody. eSignal, pretty much everyone on the desk here uses it, and just with a good reason. So try it out for 1 month. Shout out to eSignal. Let's go to the desk. Adara.
I have a bit more context on the Fed's Kugler situation. So Some people I know in the chat were wondering, where does she usually stand on economic issues? This is Fed's Adriana Kugler. Again, according to Axios, apparently she will be stepping down early. Now, what's interesting here, Kugler's position was already set to expire as of early 2026, January 2026 to be specific. So she's only leaving a couple months early, which is a little bit odd. Apparently, because her position was set to end so soon, Scott Bessent has already publicly opined on the importance of her vacancy. He actually said that whoever comes in to fill her position as of January 2026 could be primed to lead the Fed. So that means that whoever they're priming to lead the Fed, they're going to have a couple more months to see how that individual works, and I guess to see if they fulfill the goals that we know Trump and his team are looking for. Now, the other thing in terms of politically, she was appointed by Joe Biden in 2023, so she's not a Trump appointee, for whatever that's worth, just to provide some context here, because I think it is a little bit important. Again, Adriana Kugler, apparently this seat could be more significant with regards to who's going to take over the Fed than we might have initially expected. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. That's another reason why I think maybe they bid it back up after it fell, is if it's a Biden appointee and if you like rate cuts, then you're more likely to get someone favorable in. And that's, again, we're just talking about the likelihood, not necessarily, I don't have a preference one way or another. It's not about that. But at the end of the day, I think one of the things that we can take at least a hint from, here, I'm going to show you guys the dollar here. If you looked at the Dixie, and you guys can see the trend to the upside, but I also want to pull up the US 10. There you go. Because if you look at yields, why is it not loading? I'm literally double clicking. Why does it hate me? Let's try it again.
Very refreshing.
No, I should not have to refresh.
There you go.
If you look at the 10-year yield, I don't know why that was troubling. It's been very, very quiet. In a Fed week, usually I'm expecting that we'd have a little bit more action, especially given some of the comments about, are we getting a cut, are we not getting a cut? And you basically had Powell saying there's a chance that we might not cut all year. So the tool went from high probability or decent probability of us actually getting a cut in September to flat out, it was under 50% and trending like as low as in the high 30s percentage-wise. And then we get a jobs number this morning, and the last I checked, we were back at 70% on the Fed funds rate tool, which let's double check it. Hold on, that's not at 82. Are we at 83% of a cut? 83% chance we're cutting. So we've round-tripped it. We've literally this got cut in half a couple of days ago, and it's right back up over 80% just because of some jobs data. Yet we're not exactly getting a bunch of crazy action in the 10-year. So that just tells me, the bond market, which is the biggest market out there, the bond market's like, I don't know. And apparently the betting market here is like, no, we're getting that cut, everybody. It's happening. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell it by the 2% that we're down in the market, but certainly, we're right back to thinking we're going to get a cut. And if we don't get one, oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. Because
Don't be rude.
Huh? Depends on what, huh?
That's funny.
How come I don't have that key? I'm just saying. No, but seriously, if we continuously bounce back to this notion that we're going to get the cut in September, if we don't get it, it's not going to be good. That's how the markets work. If it stays, we have not been in a situation where we've had a surprise, much of a surprise. Surprises haven't been the course of action. They've been relatively transparent, the Fed. But all of a sudden, when they sound like a no, yeah, anyways, let's just hope that, I shouldn't say hope. I think a lot of times it's good when the Fed is transparent. That being said, as a trader, when contested rate moves give you great volatility to trade. So the trading side wants there to be the volatility, and we have no idea what's going to happen. But your economic brain and your the worldview brain prefers it if the markets can see what's coming at the end of the day. And I think we're in a weird time right now because I'm surprised we snapped all the way back after Powell's comments on Wednesday. The fact that we snapped back to an 80% chance of getting the cut in September, that's wild to me. How much are we listening to him? I don't know. Apparently not much.
Yeah, I think, there's one person we should have listened to.
The man told us to buy the market.
He told us to buy.
Buy.
Here we go. Those are the imbalances. My imbalances alert is showing up now, so only about 8 minutes to go. And yeah, the early look, you were looking at, TD's up there.
Not much.
The Canadian banks are hella strong, right?
Just remember, I say this every single time. If the imbalances are led by a Canadian bank, they are dual listed, and it's not any kind of an indication until you see what it comes out in Toronto. So oftentimes, if it's a buy in New York and a sell in Toronto, don't get yourself rinsed. The New York one probably doesn't matter much. BBAI is almost $1 million to sell. Early look on BBAI. That could be worth paying attention. TSLZ's there for 700,000. That's about it. So BBAI would be the only kind of interesting name. Yeah, my charts are on the weekend already. How slow that is. I think it's my it's not the charts. It's my PC. I should restart it. No, BBAI, $1 million to sell, not bad. It's done 65 million shares of volume. But there's nothing else really sticking out, so I might keep an eye on that one. Punch people are saying gold is flying.
Yeah, I just pulled up GDX,
Yeah.
and it's not really flying. What do you mean?
Well, that's a spike. Look at the move. Was that the move on Kugler note?
No, I don't
yeah,
think
I'm sure it is.
Maybe
330?
that 330 move. Yeah, I guess it
That's the
pushed
same.
up about 20 pennies. Yeah, I guess holding that VWAP now, breaking that prior structure.
Well, look, you're looking at GDX. GLD made a better move.
GLD. Okay.
Yeah, go right to. That's the thing.
Spider Gold
the
Trust.
gold
Oh,
miners.
okay, here we go. Yeah,
the gold
that's-
miners don't always have to move with gold.
Right.
I know in a general sense they do, but if there's like news specific stuff, go right to GLD. I think it would be a better way to look.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, no, nice strong push on, excuse me, on GLD there. 309.55s currently trading on that stock right here. So Spider Gold Trust. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, that's good to know. Thank you, Neil. Yes, you learn something new every. Usually, I just go to like GDX or GDXJ or something like that to kind of.
You know, that habit comes from it's an old habit on the floor because we don't have you can.
There's also the leveraged ones, the dust and.
It basically comes down to GDX was always more tradable on events and more liquid. So traders on the floor tended to always trade GDX. But doesn't mean that's a place that you want to look for moves.
Fair,
for a move
fair,
like
fair,
that,
fair.
you're looking at the DXY and you're looking at GLD. Okay. Whether you're trading that's up to you. But you can see, look at the Dixie right back at the highs, and we already showed the chart of gold for everybody in there. That's all.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice breakout.
It was a good
Solid
breakout.
yeah.
It wasn't the first place my mind went.
So
to,
it's like people are. I guess it's rate sensitive maybe, and people are making the assumption that if people are leaving the board, then maybe things are going to. I don't know. Speculative bid.
Well, it's certainly a speculative, but also it plays into the whole turmoil thing as well.
Yeah.
Like the more turmoil we get, the more people fly into gold, for sure. Look, we only have about 5 minutes to go. Appreciate the kind words there, Tom Huff, in the chat. If I was on top of it, maybe, just maybe, I would have been long Tesla at 301, or I would have gone long on Fig. It's wild. What's crazy is I was like, it can't break 116. Can't break 116. Let's get out. Well, you could have gone long 116 a couple of times. And you get a couple of bucks out of it. I don't know. I was thinking that trend break, that was pretty much it. I was looking for a place that it would continue. I was actually hoping, and I know maybe there's people long this, but just for a trade, I was hoping it would break down under 16 and then you could grab a 16 short into that 110 bid. So that doesn't happen. And that's the only trade really I was excited about, was the chance to get a move on Fig. And you know what? I'll admit this. Circle on day one was fantastic. Circle on day two was really good as well. Today, for me, Fig is nothing. It was great yesterday, but
It's great off the open.
It was great. That's what I'm saying.
That was a hard one, though.
If you didn't have the open trade, there just wasn't that much. And that's kind of like yesterday. The open trade was everything. But yeah, Circle was so good on day two. I'm a little disappointed with day two Fig. Let's go to Adara.
The second time in the last few hours, Donald Trump, president of the U.S., has posted on Truth Social about the job numbers. And I'm just going to read it out. In my opinion, today's job numbers were rigged, all caps, in order to make the Republicans and me, all caps, look bad. Just like when, and then he just basically, you know, kind of compares to how, I guess, the jobs data he views was rigged ahead of the election to make him look bad. He calls it a total scam, then says, Jerome, too late, Powell, it's no better, exclamation point. But the good news is our country is doing great, all caps, exclamation point. So, yeah, Donald Trump here, very much, I guess, not a fan of the quote unquote rigged job numbers. As we heard earlier, he's actually trying to get the person who apparently is responsible for these numbers to be fired. Back to you.
Fake news.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Dara.
It's not new. The complaints over jobs data that's been around as long as I've been trading. So it's absolutely not new, and both sides will complain about it. So when people say, oh, manipulated this and that, I'm like, I'm not inclined to completely disagree with the shenanigans that tend to happen around a lot of the jobs data. And because it's such a politically heated thing, like unemployment's such a big deal. Shout out to Rusta. I don't know the rest of that, so I'm not gonna bother. A lot of weird names in the chat because of whatever's going on with YouTube. So thank you so much. OSRH. We got 2 minutes till the imbalances come out here, so I'll try to get to OSR holdings as quickly as I can, but I know this isn't going to take very long. We appreciate all of our super chats, and I'm not in anything, so I don't mind bringing up a stock when you talk about it. That being said, here's what I will say. I get it. You want me to pull up a penny stock that's done no volume, that's down 9%, and maybe it's because you want it to go up, and I'm not hoping the other direction. I hope it goes up for you too if you got the one to the long side. What I will say is the opportunities on things like this are, generally speaking, when you find a consolidated bottom, when you get a catalyst. But when it's on the way down, just hoping that it's, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but there's nothing to see until you find a low of support, get some momentum behind it, or can catch some kind of a catalyst. There's nothing else for it on charts like this and stocks like this. And with 300,000 shares of penny stock, there's not much interest in it at all. So I always sort of say the same thing, but I don't mind bringing it up and repeating that, because sometimes there are really good opportunities off the bottoms on really bad stocks that consolidate for a while. This is not a penny stock, but I would give the example of like Neo, or actually better, Lucid's a better example of this. 20 seconds till imbalance, I'll be quick about this. Lucid's a really good example. Thank you, Friday charts. At $2 on Lucid, now I can show you $2 on Lucid, where you wait for it to get to a level, show you a bottom at that level, and then you can work some long. That stock you just super chatted, that's literally making a fresh low as we speak. No mas. No mas. So imbalances are out. ETHA, 3.7 million to sell. NVIDIA, 2.4 million to buy. Intel's a buy of 1.4 million. Apple, a buy of 1.4 million. UiPath, a buy of 1.1 million. Amazon, a buy of 950,000. So obviously buy imbalances. And thank you, SoFi, for being a sell of almost 1 million shares. BBAI, a 900,000 sell. Overall, 1.8 billion to buy on the market. That's good, not great. NASDAQ, 900 million to buy. The Dow is 700 million to buy. That's not a huge imbalance for NVIDIA, that 2.5 million. It's not the first time we've seen ETHA on the imbalance locator. 3.7 million into 4.3 million. What's it doing? That's my first thought. That's the biggest imbalance to the sell side. Didn't really even move much. Already trending down. ETH has been on a pullback. That said, you know we've been trying to break out that 4,000 area on ETH, so that's a good reason why you're running into big resistance. You're not going to just punch through it the first time. It's going to have to work its way through if it even gets through it at all.
Yeah, this FIG is pushing up to the upside right now. 120 is coming in. I was looking for that bid coming into the end of the day here. And yeah, it seems like that consolidation 116, finally kind of breaking out. VWAP's all the way at 123s I have here. But yeah, a little bit of a push. And did we cover that super chat, Neil, of where'd it go?
Oh,
NVTS.
Oh, no, I
so
didn't get
Jack 55 saying, Jack asking NVTS on the next few trading days, question mark. I don't know. I can't really tell the future. I don't think any of us can, but let's see what it's been doing. That's, again, limited information that's been printed
I will tell
for
the
us
future.
on the chart. You will tell the future?
Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, boy. Yeah, go Buffalo Bills. Yes, that's football, I'm going to assume. That's football, right? One of the sports. Yeah. Is that football? That's football. That is Buffalo Bills. There you go. His shirt's coming off. His jersey's coming off the front.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Neil, this is a PG-rated show.
What is going on? That's not very well.
We gotta stick that back on there. Oh, boy.
That's pretty bad.
Buddy's getting naked over here. Yeah. NVTS, Semiconductor Corporation, bit of a double top. Interesting enough, I was looking at this stock, I guess, earlier on last week, and this double top was quite interesting. And you can see coming into this week, Monday, Tuesday, that level rejecting pretty nicely here as well. So yeah, it seems like that double top is a little bit of an interesting level here. We've sold out into it. Nice reversion of this selling that's been happening over the past couple of days here, coming into the end of the week as well. So yeah, interesting look on here. Let's go to higher time frame real quick and see what is up with Navitas. So yeah, a lot of volume coming in. Oh boy, all right. So yeah, a lot of volume coming in, low volume sell off right there, holds a higher level, and then now we're pushing up a little bit through that prior level there. So that double top is coming in here on the weekly chart. Let's see if we can push that level. I think that level is going to be pretty interesting if we can push past that, and that's sitting at $9.48. If we can if we can continue this bid going into next week and push some of those levels, then yeah, that might be something interesting that I would like to look at. But I don't know, any ideas here on Navitas, Neil?
See, I actually like that chart for like the break back out.
Yeah,
but like it
looks nice.
We're ending the week here, so it's like you have to wait for the continuation on Monday to see if it holds that prior high. And if it does, for like even like the first day, you look for the play back in and somewhere in the 8s to play it into like 9.5. But that's a wait and see. Like you can swing that. And if you swing it, the problem is your risk is all the way down to $7, as opposed to if you were trying to take a bull flag like that in the morning, you have all day for it to hold 780 and go higher. But speaking of swing trading, everybody, Trade the Pool swing trading programs are here, where you can access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares and not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk, thanks to a one-time evaluation fee and no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example. One of Trade the Pool's swing traders, locked in over $23,000 in profits, and his top performer was NMAX, shorted from April 20th, 420, to May 30th, and pulled in a $6,700 gain. Trade the Pool's giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code, enjoy 10% off. Imbalances, not huge, but mostly to the buy side. 55 hit. ETH paired off to 2.1 million to sell, was 3.7 when it came out. The NVIDIA imbalance did flip. It was a buy. Amazon is now a sell of 750,000. So UiPath is 1.5 million still, but everything else more or less paired off there. What's UiPath doing? Still a buy of 1.4 mil. That's a good chunk of the volume. It's done 12 million volume on the day. Not moving. Not even reacting to a 1.4 million buy imbalance. Good job, UiPath. Yeah, the sellers really must love that one. Down 5 points today. And it doesn't even budge when the buy imbalance is over 10% of the day's volume. Why wouldn't it budge? Why does no one seem to want to care about the buy imbalance? Probably because this stock just did a flat bottom break and seems like it's headed much lower. Kathy Wood can't be happy about that one. I think she's in this.
Which one? Path?
Path, isn't it? I think
I don't know if she's in there.
UiPath is the Kathy Wood name, right? I'm not making that up. I think I'm right about that, but I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong, obviously.
UiPath, yes, UiPath is held by ARK Innovation. Specifically, Path is one of the largest holdings in ARKK. So he's made recent trades, including both buying and sell. So yeah, decent chunk here.
You know why I knew this? Because the other day, there was a story about UiPath, about her buying, and I remember it included the average price. And I remember looking at the chart and being like, how the heck is that the average price on stock? Like, it was something ridiculous, like in the teens at a time when you're like, there's no way.
I believe that
you
was
could
Unity, actually.
Was it Unity? Okay, fine. But either way, like Path is probably the same thing. But you're right, I think it was Unity. But like there's so many of these charts in the ARC where like, if you look at it, sometimes they're really, really bad. And you're like, you've got that price and you've liked the stock for that long, it really must mean that you loaded the you-know-what up dollar cost averaging. It was like Unity at 17. I'm like, that's a perfect price if you bought it only at the bottom. But if you've been a buyer in Unity for a long time, having an average price of 17 meant that you were doing some serious DCAing since COVID in this stock. Because like if you, whatever, like you zoom it in far enough, it looks really good. You zoom it back out, and you're like, yeah, well, if you liked it since 2020, that's 2022. Like you must have only liked it recently. Even this is like, that's the 30s in here. To have a price of 17's all the way at the bottom. So, I don't know. And then I'm not harping on Cathie Wood. I'm just sort of simply saying from a DCA, like my brain broke at the math of having that position or that price, looking at the daily chart and understanding it's a stock you've liked for a while. Like it was just like, what? How is that even possible? How is it only 2 minutes left to go and I have to get to the desk to make sure I'm set up for the aftermarket show? Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna leave with Obi. Stick around because it's a Friday. That means that Darren and I are gonna have fun on the desk. We can answer your questions. We can go over some week's trades. We can go over anything you want. Hopefully if it's market related. But thank you. Great job filling in for my man Sean. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes at the desk.
Thank you very much, Neil. I'm just watching FIG going into the close and see if it'll give us some more flowering price action through that 120. I was watching this consolidation high. This 116 hold was quite nice. Prior structure high at that 120. We're pushing up. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm looking for a squeeze into the close, and we did catch a little bit of a bid over the past, I guess, a half an hour or so after a consolidation hold on top of that 116. So solid week, I guess. Only 2 days traded so far on FIG. I'm really curious to know what it's going to do coming in. I got to get ready for the countdown here. And yeah, so there's only about roughly a minute left until the close. And FIG is definitely going to be a strong trading vehicle continuing forward. I think it was great today. It was absolutely amazing yesterday as well. Hopefully you guys participated. Yeah. And hopefully you guys had a solid day with us here at Trader TV Live as well. I gotta time this countdown. Just like trading, the timing, sometimes really matters. So I gotta press a button at the right time. As the time coming down, 40 seconds. People ask me, why don't you have a watch on your screens anywhere, Obi? Well, guess what? The tape is faster than the time, and there you go. 49's coming in. So thank you very much, Adara, for ringing the bell for us. So hopefully you guys had an awesome day here. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That closes off the week here. Another amazing week. A crazy end. I guess yesterday was the end of the month. Today was the first day of August, so hopefully you guys had a solid month and the beginning of a new one with FIG. I think that this is going to continue to be. Sometimes I'm bad with words. This is going to continue to be a great trading vehicle going forward as well. We saw how Circle did. We saw how CoreWeave did. Those things are on the backside of their moves. Pretty solid. I'm going to be waiting for the potential backside of this move, but as of right now, we're still holding some nice levels here. So let's just quickly go over some of the action that FIG has given us. And we'll see what it kind of did. And going into next week, maybe we can do some planning as well. That 148.80 is that all-time high, that after-hours high from prior day. Beautiful push off of the open. Solid for the market on open, and a nice continuation going into the end of the day as well. Consolidating on top of anchored VWAP pretty much all day after a strong flush. Nice reversion into the VWAP right off of the open on the day today. So that was very beautiful. I'm going to continue watching this one. Hopefully you guys have a solid weekend. Without any further ado, I see Neil and Indira are waiting for us, ready for the market recap. So you guys don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys around. Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Obi. It's market recap time, everybody. And what an unbelievable, busy and crazy and exciting week we have had. I don't even know. We can start in a million places. We had a lot of earnings this week. Meg 7 to the roof. It's the biggest by market cap earnings week. You had the highs of Meta and obviously maybe the lows of Amazon and Coinbase. We had Fed Powell on Wednesday take us from maybe we're not getting cuts in September and maybe not for the rest of the year to getting a jobs number this morning that completely reversed everything to the point where now we're back to 80% chance of getting a cut in September. In a couple of days, that reversal happened. On top of that, we're getting a shakeup at the Fed where we're going to get a new member, which potentially, Adara, could be this replacement, whoever they name, could be the heir apparent. Just a million things happening, all jam-packed into 1 week. Oh, and by the way, Fig was amazing as an IPO.
Yeah, there is some craziness. Like, I was even trying to think, what did I even trade this? I know I did it memory, guys. And I'm like, I don't remember what I traded this week. It was a crazy week. I think, we could go a whole bunch of different places. I could probably talk for the entire 30 minutes about how I feel about this Fed switch up, because if you guys have seen me on the show, I'm a very analytical person. I like to do my deep dives, as Sharif will sometimes call them. I like to get information and data. And so amidst the whole search for who's going to be the next Fed chair, I looked into kind of, I guess, the pedigree of the most recent Fed chairs. And so there were a couple things they all had in common. A lot of them had served at one point on the Fed board.
Yes.
In some capacity. A lot of them, or I guess in one particular case, I believe it was Ben Bernanke, he was initially appointed as the head of the Economic Council before he was given the position of Fed chair. So that gives our boy Kevin Hassett a decent look. Now, I don't know, we know Trump, we hear a lot about the strategic uncertainty, right? So I don't know how far ahead that's being planned. But either way, it's worth noting, Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, she's very calculated. If she's involved in any of these hiring moves, I 100% think, I did a deep dive on her once as well, I 100% think that could be planned. But regardless, if you think about the four people that are really seen as the top contenders for the Fed, we're talking the Kevins, so Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, then we're talking Christopher Waller, and we're also talking Scott Bessent. All of these three, except for Scott Bessent, have some element of the pedigree of previous Fed chairs. So in the case of Hassett, National Economic Council lead, right? In the case of the other two, either current Fed board member or prior Fed board member. Scott Bessent is his own little world here. He doesn't really fit into these categories, but I don't think he's going to do it. He's been really awkward when they've asked him. The White House has denied it, so I think he's almost out of the race. I'll stop ranting now, but either way, given the research I did, I actually think it's a three-way race between these three, but Kevin Hassett is gaining steam at rapid velocity.
And here's the other thing. As someone who said pedigree doesn't matter, fealty matters more. Well, in this particular case, whoever gets named in this replacement is going to, look, man, it'll be a Trump appointee. So that's not relevant. I think it's more along the lines of it's already going to be a President Trump appointee. So will it be someone with the regular pedigree? This is the thing about the world, and I know it's not always, let's be real. If everyone has certain sets of credentials and roles in the same types of circles before they get a position in the past, that tends to be how it plays out. So if you're just looking at who is most likely, I think Adara is absolutely spot on for that. Now, if we're going back to the crazy week that we had, there's one thing that I don't know if it got talked enough. I know Figma is crazy and Tesla's been nuts and Meta was amazing, but I don't know that enough was said about Amazon.
That's actually crazy.
Because here's the thing. Amazon, for a lot of people, was a stock that you weren't that concerned about, I think, going into earnings. And then, okay, Google had a good report and maybe it wasn't bought up the way you expected it to. So you're like, yeah, but the report was good. And then Microsoft went ham and that got sold off. You're like, yeah, but the quarter was great and it was at all-time highs. And then Meta went ham and you're like, okay, well, that's what you're supposed, and Meta held up pretty well. Amazon flat out tanked it on the cloud number, AWS, in terms of growth, and that was nasty, and it's going to close under the 50-period moving average. Now, we've made a bit of a topping tail in the Qs. You've done so in the SPY. This is one where, my goodness, this is not what a lot of people expected. It was churning on its way to an all-time high, and all of a sudden, that is a nasty reversal, specifically on Amazon, and it's more about how it differentiated itself from some of the other Mag 7 than just its own report. It's just like the comparison side by side in cloud to Google and Microsoft was damning for them this time.
Yeah, and I think from a technical basis, I saw this a couple times on earnings today. These names would push up higher, they'd double top, and they'd sell off. There was another one, MSTR double top, but later in the day, trying to think of, was not Reddit. There was another name that did this. I need to quickly look. I know Sharif put out a whole bunch of earnings notes, but either way, like this is kind of a thing you're seeing. I found at least today, you do these like quick, fast double tops, and then there is the tankage. It was a name. It was at $66. I know that for sure. Was it Hims? It wasn't that. If it was Hims, it wasn't earnings. But either way, it was Hims. So Hims doing that double top off the open. This was not earnings, so I apologize. I was wrong about that. But either way, we had this pattern today, all day, Neil. Like with some of these names doing that double top.
Did you get
drop.
this one?
I did not play with that. I did have some fun with my friend UNH, as we know. But yeah, Hims, honestly, I'm not even going to lie, not really on my radar.
That was a good short.
Very much my mistake. That would have been a great short off the open. One of the shorts I wanted off the open that I missed because it was like so fast, and congrats to anybody who was in this, carved on a 382. Holy cannoli. Because the thing is, too, I moved from my other desk over to this desk, right? So sometimes I don't get my P-Pro fast enough for these opening trades. At 100% is what it is. And like, honestly, you know, I don't mind. So sometimes you miss opportunities.
No,
right?
there's not much you can do about it. That's one thing on the show. Like there are all kinds of situations where the dynamics of the show, you know, and putting on a show for you guys actually costs an opportunity.
But that's what it is, right? We're here for the show, and with that in mind, like I'm just happy to be here.
You learn. This is the thing. Over time, at first, I can tell you, at first we used to get a little frustrated by it. One thing you guys don't. Nobody knows this because it was before we were on YouTube. For like 8 months before the show was on YouTube, it was an internal broadcast to all of the trading floors at Real Trading. That was an education for just the traders at Real Trading, and it was only on in the morning, and we only did it a couple of hours. However, we still did. It was only Sean and I, and if we went to, like, if we had an interview of like, we'd have someone coming from like the NASDAQ or something like that, talk about market structure, one of us had to leave the trading desk and then go do the interview.
Oh my gosh.
And it was just Sean and myself. And so imagine the dynamics of you're trading the morning, and then one of us has to get away from our trading desk and go. We would take turns doing it. And I remember one time I had this position on, and it doesn't really matter. I went up to go to the desk, and I came back and was just, I remember being so mad. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm like, there was the win, and it was like I didn't get a chance to manage like an actual. The trade mattered, but it was the show, and I was doing the show, and that's the thing. You just live with it, and over time, you understand that those things even out over time. Yeah. That said, I want to address two things. First, Diet Soda in the chat makes a good point. Good name. To be fair, Neil, Microsoft after today lost most of its earnings push-up. I agree. That is absolutely fair in a comparison to Amazon. But I just think that Amazon gapped down instead of gapping up and losing it. It gapped down mostly because of that comparison. Like, I don't think...
That's a good point.
Like, if you have that same quarter that Amazon just had, but Microsoft and Alphabet had cloud growth in the 20s instead of the 30s, a little bit closer to Amazon, I don't think Amazon's down 9 points. That's what I'm getting. I think the direct comparison made it look really bad for them. But the other name that got smoked today was MSTR. Now, Bitcoin didn't have a very good day either. So this is not a situation where it was going down because Bitcoin was flat. No, instead it got punished here, losing the 50 on the daily. It was in a nice upward trend. And this is sort of the deal with MSTR. You got to live with it. Like, you're in a consolidation off the top in Bitcoin, but you're losing support in MSTR. That's just how this stock works. I'm a rather be in Bitcoin kind of person. But the other thing I also believe, and you'll see this reflected in the moving averages here, you should care about the moving averages to the extent that whatever you're looking at really respects them. And when you have look at the 50 and the 200, and you tell me which one you'd be more interested in trying to buy MSTR off of. And we'll wait a couple of seconds for you to figure out. It's not that it's never good to take a shot off the 50 period, but you lose here, you lose all in here. Oh, you're good there. You're kind of good there, and you're kind of good there. Or you look at the 200, and the last two tests have been very good and 2 for 2. So next week, you're into a level on MSTR that maybe it's worth waiting for, favor the short till it gets to that 200 period. Yet another earnings name that got smoked And there were a lot of them. We could talk about Coinbase as well here, Dara. That was not very pretty either.
Yeah.
This one shocked a lot of people, I think.
Well, I mean, honestly, like I kind of said this didn't shock me that much if you look at the history of
Fair.
Coinbase's earnings. So they have a pretty, like I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of shocked when they were added to the S&P 500 because their profitability is not at all consistent. And I showed an infographic to this effect, like yesterday, to all of 2022, no profit. They were not profitable one single quarter. They were not profitable on the year. They were only profitable this quarter because of the Circle IPO, which is wild because as I said in the midday, obviously joking, it's not like that's gonna happen every quarter. That happens one time. Now, unless they find another circle, like, I don't know, a rectangle or a pentagon. I'm not gonna say square because there's already a square, but either way, like Coinbase as an S&P 500 ad already felt odd to me. The fact that they barely scraped by on profit in their first quarter with the index, which by the way, that is part of the requirement of being in said index. Yikes.
You're not gonna like the why.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and don't like. Okay, this is not tinfoil hat stuff, but it's gonna sound like it.
I'm curious.
I know what, like I said it under my breath, it should have been Robinhood. I'm sure a lot of people believe that as well. That being said, who did Coin partner with this week?
Oh, JP.
JP Morgan. Okay? So,
Yep, there we go.
there you go. I mean, like, anyways, that's it. I'm like, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, everybody. Robinhood, Coinbase, look, candidly speaking, I say that I own shares of Coinbase. I don't even own Robinhood. So, you know, I'm not even sitting here. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Like, I think at some point, Robinhood's going to get into the S&P 500, but it's just not at this point right now. And clearly, like, if the big dogs like some Coinbase, then Coinbase goes in first, and that's how it's going to be. And you move on to the next. We move on to the next week, Adara, is
Palantir.
Monday morning. Monday, not Monday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, Monday after the bell.
Yes.
Palantir. This is, when you talk about high stakes, the run it's been on, the valuation, the market at the highs, slight pullback in here. There's a lot riding on this one. If there's a name that, we just saw Amazon go down 9%. We just saw Coinbase go down 16%. What the heck happens to Palantir for the disappoint?
I'm scared.
25? 30?
Honestly, realistically, it could.
If they miss, yeah, 25 to 30%. Like, don't get me wrong. I think this company, like, I'm probably not as crazy about it as Sean is, but there's no question that there's huge revenue potential in the future. But they're growing into that valuation. And when you're growing into the valuation, just because you're an upward trend, Tesla went through this. You can have weeks of 30% down. It happens. Yeah. Tesla did it too when it had this kind of crazy valuation story. So a lot at stake here for Palantir on Monday. What a crazy way to start the week next week.
Yeah, I want to say too quickly before we get our friend Steve Talman in here, I think with Palantir, one of the biggest things for them in terms of fundamental catalyst is their military contracts, their contracts with the government. Now we know OpenAI already snagged a contract. Palantir stock reacted terribly. Apparently now the Army at least is trying to consolidate all of its deals with Palantir, but just because they're doing that does not mean they're going to make more deals with Palantir. So I actually think that's kind of a thing to be cautious about. I want to clarify, I'm not bearish on any of these names. I'm just sharing my opinion. I like to play devil's advocate. Also, in terms of earnings days next week, I'm not even going to lie, Neil. I'm most excited for Thursday morning. Why? Because two of my favorite stocks to trade intraday are coming through on Thursday. Eli Lilly and AAPL. So I am like, I'm going to have to, I don't know what I'll do, but I'm very, very excited. Eli Lilly was great last earnings. It did what Obi would call a reversion of the reversion. Drummer please of the reversion. So it's like Lilly could have played all day, every day. So I mean, like, we're gonna have to wait and find out what happens there. But I'm very excited for Thursday. Although again, I'm excited to see what this whole week brings.
Exactly. There's lots to bring next week. But right now, we got some trader talk. We got our good friend Steve Talman. My stream deck is not even working, so let's bring him on in. Always love to talk to the man, and I know we'll have a lot to discuss. What a crazy week it's been. Let's bring in Steve. There he is, our good friend, Steve Talman. So, I don't know about you, but this was an exhausting week. Whether it was just waiting around until 2 o'clock yesterday for Figma to open, setting a new record in futility to get an IPO open, or all the earnings or the Fed. It's been busy. First off, how are you doing?
Feeling pretty good, but I'm with you. It's been a long week. It's really exhausting. These earnings weeks on big companies, there's so much to keep track of, so much to kind of reevaluate as you work through your theses here. And so some of my theses are being tested. In general, I think this is a healthy pullback so far, though.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just some of the pullbacks, and Coinbase would be an example of some of the charts. It's like, whoa, that was maybe more than we were expecting, or maybe people didn't think Amazon would pull back 8 or 9%. But before we get into some of the overall market themes, I just want to quickly ask you, Figma yesterday, did you trade it at all? This was one of those. I don't think that this can keep happening because Circle took forever to open and goes immediately into an uphold. The percentage move is ridiculous. And then we get the same thing with Figma a second time. The underwriters can't possibly keep bungling this and handing day traders free money like they are. No, I hope they do, but this is insane. It is literally free. People are making their months when these guys get it so wrong, and then we can just buy the open and laugh for like 15 minutes to an hour. It's crazy.
It's pretty wild, the replicability of some of these setups, right? I mean, like you said, it's basically free money if you know what to look for and you know how to hit it. Personally, honestly, I didn't touch it. I haven't looked at the Figma chart. I feel bad. I feel like I'm missing out on my responsibilities, but they're just not my wheelhouse. Yeah. So I keep my hands and fingers out of the machinery, I guess.
No, you're not alone. And I've said it before, the take the open trade's a gimmicky one that feel like if you haven't been making some bank on it before, you'll just feel bad if you take it the first time you do it, it rinses. But when you've been doing it a while, and it's like, you make on this, you make on this, you make on this, you don't mind. If I lose on Discord whenever it opens up taking the opening print, I can live with it because Circle was great and CoreWeave was great and Figma was great. But the first time it happens, if you take a hit, I can understand it totally. Just going back to the theme of this overall pullback in the markets, we're not quite through earnings season. We're through the biggest week in earnings season. Where are you at in terms of maybe like some of the swing entries? Are you waiting things out? I feel like this was a kind of week that reset things for us. Would you be looking to enter, or are you still waiting things out in earnings season and waiting for more market direction after kind of a decent reversal?
I mean, it's a great question. So I think it's really important to keep in mind where we are in the bigger picture. We've had a pretty meteoric run here. We've bucked bad news consistently. We've bought good news. I think the market needs to cool down just in general. Right now, we did gap down to the, the 20-day EMA here. I can pull that up for you if you like. So we gapped down to the 20-day EMA, the yellow line. And I mean, it's never a good sign to open below a key moving average that we'd like to see holding for support. It's even worse when it trades or when it closes below the little volume shelf we've been forming. See on the left side here. So it's not a good look. I won't lie to you here. We were also pretty oversold, overbought, couldn't pop through this Bollinger Band. So I'm just really watching this band of liquidity here, or of volume, I should say, from 125 to 123-ish, 122.50. I think that's going to be a good tell going into next week.
Yeah, I think you're dead. I think you're right about that. And I'm kind of in the wait and see mode for a lot of things too. Like I wouldn't want to be comfortably in any swings. I don't do a lot of swing trading, but this is certainly not a moment that I'd be trying to pick. I don't swing short, so trying to pick some longs this early doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I gotta ask, I've always loved you're always very candid about your positions and how they're doing, and we always appreciate that honesty. But I have to ask you about something in which you got so very right, and HIMS being HIMS was just, it did what it did. I want to, because it looks like it might even be trying to pull back for another run at the highs. Like it's been steady Eddie. I know the market pulled back. I know it pulled back off the top today. Is this a stock you'd look to get back into? Because man, does it ever look bullish, that chart.
So this is one of those names that likes to mess with me. I should have just stuck with the initial thesis and averaged down, but this was a broken chart to me.
Yeah.
I was mentioning in here that it is holding, but I think I was just a little gun shy because I just took a big loss. So I'm calling this a loss on my part for not getting back in when the setup was revalidated, when it held these moving averages. I think you're right. I think it's going higher. I don't completely understand how, but I don't need to, right?
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. And we've said it before, for anyone that's tuning in for the first time, when you have a technical trade, there's nothing you can do about news coming in and stopping you out. That's just life. That's the life of a trader. I've had it happen to me. I know it happened to you here. And then it's the worst. It goes right back and you're absolutely fine despite the bad news. So, look, it is what it is. I was curious of the thoughts because I think one of the things that's always important here is to have an idea. If you don't see a setup that you really like, you don't get back into it. But if you do, maybe you do get into it. So this brings me to, are there any current swings that you do like, that you're still in, that you're holding on to, or what your next plans are? Because I think a lot of these small cappers, a lot of these runner stocks do look pretty good. I mean, SoFi actually still looks pretty good as a runner, just to give an example. So is there anything that you still have on your radar that you're holding on to despite this pullback?
Absolutely. So I still have some runner positions in, let me check my list here, ASTS, OKLO. Those are doing decently, all things considered. I mean, you can't be too mad at retesting all-time highs. So I'm holding the names that are working. I got stopped out of a decent amount of my long runners, like Coin. Obviously, that was rough. I got stopped out on this day here on the close under the 20-day. So I avoided this, and now I'm considering looking for a setup. But this kind of ties into your question earlier, where am I entering new swings in general? So I'm really watching sectoral rotation, and I'm seeing strong setups in risk-off sectors, combined with the potentially broken charts in the megas. Some of the megas like Apple broke down, Amazon. I'm thinking we could start see money flowing into things like healthcare, energy. I like tankers. So I'm kind of all over the place, and this week's a big wait and see for me to kind of feel out where the money's heading.
I'm with you on that. And I just want to point out, when you say sector rotation into healthcare, for everyone watching who keeps asking, he probably doesn't mean UNH, everybody, okay? Because every single, Steve, I cannot tell you, and I have nothing against the people that are always asking about UNH and where is the bottom, but broken charts are broken charts. And we do, and most most traders try not to catch a falling knife if they can avoid it. I want to come back to Oklo though, because if there's a theme that's held, even with this pullback, and I'm talking about a theme, and it's certainly held up with all of the hyperscalers so far, the CapEx spend is still there. And as long as we went 3 for 3 in that regard. And so these have held. The nuclear names have held. The bigger names like GEV and Vista, they've all held. So it makes sense that it's holding up fundamentally and both with the chart. My question to you would be this. If they start punishing if we continue to move to the downside on some of these bigger cap hyperscalers, despite the fact that they're spending, they start getting punished for that spending. Would that fundamentally make you question your Oklo? And I'm only asking this because I've already said, the second I see weakness there, I'm covering some of my GEV that I hold. So I'm looking for an exit point myself on those because I believe they've run pretty well. What are your thoughts on Oklo? What's going to get you out of this stock?
Absolutely. So what's going to get me out of it is a major narrative shift, or much more likely just a technical break of the key level. And then it will be a HIMSS type situation where it's on the focus list to monitor for a re-entry with profits. I think these themes are going to keep going. I think if we see a big pullback in the hyperscaler type names, that's a buy opportunity. And I would be looking to position for the kind of mid to later innings of the AI trade in places that are more picks and shovels and less flashy, like NVIDIA, all the cool AI stuff, if that makes sense.
Well, we like the AI stuff. Oh man, I love NVIDIA. NVIDIA's such a great stock, but what I don't want to have happen to it, I don't want it to turn into an Apple where it's like, this is a stock that you own but don't trade. No, we like it better when it's a stock that you own and trade. Apple's too boring for us. We don't like that one at all. There's another question I wanted to ask you, only because this came up and it's just, Obi and I are having this discussion. I don't even remember how it came up. When I was saying, and I guess some people were surprised by this, I've never swung short, ever in my life. I will short as a day trader, but if I ever swing, I only swing trade to the long side. Do you have that kind of preference, or do you kind of just trade the setups and go either direction?
Well, you're a smart man. If you look at the numbers, swinging long, often a good idea. Swinging short usually doesn't work out too well as a long-term strategy. So I'm with you. I rarely swing short. When I do, I'm holding long positions. I would so much rather get out, on a push of strength on a couple names that I'm swing trading and then get stopped out on runners and then just get back in when it's time than, overmanage positions. So I grab hedges when things are way high, but in general, I don't swing short. It's a loser's game, I found.
Okay, and again, I have nothing against it. I was just curious because we get a chance to talk as traders over time, and I know I'm not alone in that, but I always get the feeling it's like, well, how alone maybe am I in that regard? Well, I'll tell you that I'm pretty sure Sean doesn't either. I think he's taken one or two, but I know over the years, I don't think he's done much of it, and I feel like a lot of traders are of that regard. But I also think it's a lot of older, experienced traders that feel that way, and the younger traders tend to, not that you're not young, you're a heck of a lot younger than I am, but younger traders are a little bit more, what's the word I want to use, aggressive and lay like that risk. So anyways, I thought it was an interesting question out there. I believe you can do either way. You can make money on any kind of a setup. Just have rules and have outs. Before we get you out of here, Steve, anything you wanted to finish with, anything that we didn't maybe cover that you wanted to talk about? I always want to make sure you get that last word.
Oh, I appreciate that. In terms of stocks that I'm watching, I'm just really interested in, I like FRO for tankers. They're a high quality company in a space that often excels in sketchy environments. I can pull that chart up for you if you like. FRO. Ooh. And just getting real tight here. Long term, I think it's a bullish pattern. So I'm watching the energy space. There's a few other names that I will have for you on Twitter this weekend. But for now, this is what I'm rocking with. I missed this one, but keeping an eye on these tobacco names. Altria here is going crazy. Philip Morris as well. So yeah, keeping an eye on the defensive names. Watching for a wick up into this 21-day EMA. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place here. I'll be watching for this next week. And then if you'd like to hear more from me, I will be doing a webinar on oscillator indicators in about 15 minutes over at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel.
There you go. That's our friend over at Trade the Pool, Steve Talman. Check him out on X for some updates at FRO. Well, I can say Fro. You know what I'm talking about. With a nice golden cross on the daily as well, just a couple of weeks ago. So you do have that bullish as well. A good look there. I don't usually look at the tobacco names. I'll admit, I'm one of those people that would not invest in a tobacco company, but it doesn't mean you can't trade it, everybody. As always, a pleasure. Have a fantastic weekend. We look forward to talking next week. Best of luck with all your trades. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Take care. And we're back.
Thank you, Steve.
Always a fantastic interview. And the best thing about it, I love this, just the raw honesty. It's like, because there's nothing, with that HIMS trade, everybody, there is nothing more frustrating than having a technical trade that is working and then have random news stop you out, and then it goes right back to working. I can absolutely, it is the worst ever, but because it's like you were dead right, but there's just nothing you could have done about it. What, not have a stop? Get out of here. And that's the problem. If you do that, don't have a stop, and then it kind of works out after, you don't want that situation. You want to be disciplined like Steve and just get out and be like, well, fine, that kind of sucked, and then move on to the next trade. Trust me, over time, it'll save you by having that approach. Look, it's been a wild week. It's been a fun week. We got to 530,000 subscribers today.
We did.
Which is always fun to hit a round number. But every single time we hit a number like that, or any kind of a milestone, or just have a big week, my first thought is how much fun it is to do this for all of you guys.
Yeah.
And girls, and men and women, and traders, and whomever you are. Because we have such a really good community. I mean, when I said it earlier about how our trading community helps each other out and asks questions to each other, and answers questions even when we can't get to them. It's fantastic. And every time Adara comes on, it's like, get it, Adara, and thank you so much for. I just love seeing that. It makes it a heck of a lot more fun to trade.
Yeah, we love doing it. Yeah.
For everybody out here. It's a blessing for us to do it. So when we do roll call today, everybody, what I want you to do is, we'll give shout outs to Team Ramin, because we're all Team Ramin around here. We'll give shout outs to Fabian and Andre and Obi for filling in for Sean and Brendo and the Midday boys and Sharif and Joe and Adara, and our guest Steve today and Michael Noss and all of our other fantastic guests and everyone that works on the team. How about this though? This time I want you to type in the chat for roll call. First, hit the subscribe button, because you got to do that to be in the chat. but I want you to give a shout out to the Trader TV Live community. Give yourselves a pat on the back for all being amazing. We had a big week, but you guys have all been great this week. So shout out to you, the viewers, and let's get some roll call.
Yeah, get it, chat. I mean, get it, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Obi. We have Brendan, we have Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and we have this chat, 215 sugar-free, Jacques Demornier. We've got Glass Half Full, Theory of Stars, Stevenson HN, Ryan O'Day, Dumbo Things Films, James H., Rivian Millionaire, TTV, Neil, why not, why not? Why not indeed? Fortunately, Bud Monster, Chris, Cindy B, Big Joel. We've got American WBSK, RJ Trades, Anil, Gagwa, Bristol 69, Chris J, John N. We have Big Joel again here, Chris Simonelli, why not again, Tracer Austin, Blip Blorpus. We've got Just Do It. We have Derek Thompson, Shanti. We have American again here, Gaurav Sadchev. We've got Ronaldo, Rico McLean, Maris Brasks, Iked 3333, Mr. Ian, Cloud C 522, Jesus is high, Candle Whip. There's so much in the chat. It's so weird with these ats, but thank you guys all for being here. Sorry I didn't get to name everybody, but it was awesome. And hashtag Team Ram Ram.
That's right. Forever. What's up, Sharif? Sharif's not even here, and we can still let him know that we are all Team Ram Ram around here because there is no team without Ramin. That is just straight up true. And the more I say it, the more she brings chocolates because she's so kind.
Is that why you're doing it?
Absolutely not. I do it because Ram Ram's a good person. That's why I say it.
Now
not because she gives me treats.
Related.
I'm not that terrible. But no, it's been a fun one. We have a great team. We gotta have fun around here. We all trust me. Like they're like brother and sister, Sharif and Ramin. It's a hilarious relationship. But anyways, we love you guys. It's been fun. It's gonna be great because next week we get to do all again. We got Palantir on Monday. We got a host of other things going on.
Maybe a new Fed person.
Maybe we get a new member of the Fed. Who knows, everybody? We'll be right back next week, Monday morning at 8:30. This has been your market recap show brought to you by ProfitX, and we're Trader TV Live. See you next week.
See you soon.
And AMD earnings, too. We didn't even say that. Next week.
AMD.